I am still hearing a conversation which I would like not to hear, okay? I'll give you an example of how busy we're going to be today. If we take 10 minutes per resolution, it's going to take us over 6 hours to get through the resolutions. So we're going to need to speak with precision to the motion, and maybe start by saying I agree or I don't when you start, but this is what we're going to do today. So we are going to do a practice, one practice question, then we will check quorum. So everybody who have their clicker, okay? And if you don't have your clicker, go in silence, show your yellow band, your whatever else, give out your firstborn and your yellow ticket and get your clicker. So I'm going to read out a question that will be projected on the screen. Once I have counted down and tell you to, this is different from yesterday, to vote now, you will use your clicker to respond number 1, number 2, or number 3. For the question that is displayed, and then the results of the vote will be projected live. The light on your clicker will turn green when your vote has been entered. If it is red, click your selection again. If you are having any problems, raise your hand and one of our youth will come help you. All right, please put up the first question. All right, the first question, and this is a practice question. The first question is Coke better than Pepsi? 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 for abstention. And remember, if you abstain, it doesn't count. So if you really want one of the two to win, you got to vote yes or no. All right, start voting now. 1, et 2, et 3, and 4, and 5. Okay, the results, please. Okay, so you see how good and quick it is. So we can probably get through this in a timely manner. But we will try to keep our comments to the motion at hand. We will check quorum now. So on your clicker, will everybody in the room? Excuse me back there, I'm hearing some sounds and I would like to have quiet, please. Everybody in the room, please press number 1. Now. Please press number 1 now, and I will count you down. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. All right? Perfect. We have quorum, so we can start our business. I will ask the chair of the Resolutions Committee, Hank Rollinson, to come up, please. And Hank? Okay. Hank will do a quick report on the Resolutions Committee, and then we'll move on to the resolutions. Speak into the mic.
Good morning, everybody.
Speak up louder into the mic.
Good morning.
Can we have the mic on this table, please? And it could be loud.
Test.
Okay, you got it.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, I do wear glasses. I want to thank the resolution committee. We had 7 of us. There was Pearl Gabona, Joseph Portros, Russell Green, Luke Thompson, Rennie Gravel, Ron LePage, and Rick Paquette. We did a lot of work last night to get this package ready for you today. We had a total of 41 resolutions that were submitted on time. Out of the 41, 5 were not in compliance with either the special business policy or the bylaws. And what we did was we had 17 resolutions that were identical. So what we did, we called blending. We put them all together with the movers and seconders on one motion so that we're not presenting 3 exact motions. So
That's it.
we're ready to go.
All right. So the way that, and like I said, and for the people who weren't in the room, if we allot, Sharon and I were talking, if we allot 10 minutes per resolution, it's going to take us 6 hours to get through it. All right? And we have a hard closing time of 5 o'clock. So we're going to have to be diligent. So we're not going to break for lunch, but the youth will pass out the boxed lunches, okay? So, and you've had the resolutions for a while now, but you didn't have it in order. The youth are passing out these sheets. They're the order with the title of the resolution. The resolutions will be on the screen also. So let's get going. We're going to look at special resolution number 1 that is titled Special Resolution Recommending Changes to Section 53 of the MNO bylaw. And we would not like out of
quarterly budget projections. And I'm just trying to get my head around what exactly the issue is and what this resolution is trying to fix. It wasn't clear to me from the whereases.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to say something, and it's going to apply to all the resolution. Once the resolution is on the floor, it's the floor's resolution. So somebody, it doesn't necessarily have to be the mover that will speak to it. Can anybody speak to that question, please? Tim will speak to that question, and he will double time it to mic number 1, Tim. Because we have a lot of motions to go through, so let's be quick on our feet.
Yes, I just wanted to speak to this just for the fact that the Finance Committee already exists at the Métis Nation of Ontario Secretariat. This was just to complement it more with an additional member of the PCMNO. So there was some minor changes done to this. So this is just reestablishing, because it's a change to our MNO bylaws, it had to come to the Assembly for approval. So this is just strictly moving ahead, fixing up our Finance Committee to better represent the PCMNO. So
Okay.
that's basically it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Mike 2.
Diane Kilby, Grand River Métis Council. Thank you for the explanation, Tim. It's not, in my opinion, a minor change, and I will have to vote against this because changing the number of times the Finance Committee meets, taking away the responsibility of budget preparation by the citizens and overseen by the citizens is not an insignificant change, in my opinion. And I've done finances with unions and with political parties, and it just, to me, is not a minor change, and it doesn't explain what this really is about. I am voting against it.
Okay, thank you. Mike number 1.
Teresa Stenland. I am okay with increasing the number of positions on the committee, but what does concern me is removing C, preparing the quarterly financial statements, to saying at least three times a year, because as of right now, PCMNO is aware that I have been requesting to see the finances. We're supposed to see them every meeting, and that hasn't been happening. So it does concern me that it removes it one less time in this motion, but I am okay with the increasing of the seats.
Thank you. Mike number 2.
Ernie Gatien, Regional Councilor, Region 4. I rise in favor of this motion, and I agree with the previous speaker that we need to see those statements. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, is somebody ready to call question? Question has been called. Do we have consensus? Is anybody abstaining or objecting? We have a hand up, so we will go to a clicker vote. And we will vote 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 for abstention, and we will start voting now. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Voting is now closed. The results are, I can't read it. Can you make it bigger?
It's right there.
Okay. 119, 4, and 93 against, right?
It's defeated. Yeah.
We don't have 2/3, so it's defeated. Remember, these are special resolutions. They could not be amended, changed, but they need a 2/3 to pass. So we don't have a 2/3, so it's defeated. Next resolution, resolution number 2, and that resolution is entitled Special Resolutions Recommending Changes to Section 1 of the Bylaws. All right, and that's what the resolution is. Yeah, mover and seconder. Sorry, I got to read my script. So can the mover, is the mover in the room, either Verna or June? Are you in the room? Can you come to the mic, please, because I can't see you. I can't see you, June. Hoof it, come on, faster. 1, 2, 3. What? No.
Madam Chair, I'm in the room.
And you are moving that motion?
Yes, I am, June Smart.
Thank you. A seconder, Mike number 1.
Mitch Case, I'll second.
We have a motion that's been moved in second. Do we have discussion? And that's the motion on the screen. June, do you want to speak to that?
No, I think it's,
Okay. So question was called, and I don't see anybody rushing to a discussion. So in that case, do we have consensus? Is anybody abstaining or objecting? Do we have a hand up? So we're going to go to the clicker vote. Everyone in favor of resolution number 1, press resolution number 2, which is on there, press 1. Everybody voting against resolution will press 2. Everybody abstaining will press 3. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. A youth, can we have a youth over there, please? Voting is, hang on. Okay, we're changing the clicker.
there goes Mummy.
Okay, voting is now almost closed. Okay, voting is now closed. The results are 161 in favor, 51 no, and 10 against. Sharon? It is carried.
Thank you.
All right. Special Resolution 3.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Who's doing point of
Teresa
order?
right here.
Yes.
I realize that there could be some people in the room that maybe have some disabilities, and I thought it was a common practice that the resolutions are normally read so that the room could hear them.
Teresa, I acknowledge what you just said, but we have to remember that these resolutions have been in your hands for a couple of weeks now. I forget how many weeks, but more than a couple, plus they're on the screen. And if we read them, we're going to be here till 9 o'clock tonight. So we have confidence that people have read them, have had the time to understand them, because everybody got them. They were posted online. So that's why we are not reading them now, because we'll be here till tomorrow, or we're not going to get the work done. So we will go to special resolutions recommending changes to section 28 of the MNO bylaw, and it's resolution number 3. Do I have the mover in the room?
Madam Chair, could I interrupt before we go
No,
on?
hang on for a minute. I'll get to you in a second. Do I have the mover in the room? Yeah. Is Verna in the room? She's coming.
Yes, I'm here.
Verna is the mover. Do I have a seconder in the room? Do I have a seconder in the room? Mitch?
Caitlin.
Tim? Caitlin?
I'm
Where?
here. I'll second.
Mike number 1. Caitlin is the seconder. We have a motion that's been moved and seconded. I will recognize Mike number 1. Rick, that's you. Name.
Rick Paquette, Niagara Region. This isn't about this motion. This is about the resolution committee. We met last night, and I feel that something went on that shouldn't have, that the Assembly should be aware of.
Okay, we'll come back to that after this motion. We need to talk about this motion, and I will come back to that. So let's do the motion first. Let's stay on topic. We have a motion. Anybody who wants to speak to that motion, please go to the mic, mic number 1.
Kate Stewart McNeil, Women's Rep.
Speak up louder.
Kate Stewart McNeil, Women's Rep for the Ottawa Region Métis Council. I'm just looking for some clarity. I'm wondering if in this resolution, so is PCMNO no longer able to provide services under a term contract? And does this apply exclusively to PCMNO or all political positions within the MNO?
Can I have somebody to clarify that, please? Can somebody clarify that motion? What would that affect in our bylaws? Can anybody speak to the effect to our bylaws? I'm asking. Margaret's going to come up and speak to it. Because all these resolutions have an effect on our bylaws. President's going to speak to that.
So I'm sorry, I was chatting when you were asking your question, Katie, but I think you were saying, does it stop people from having term employment?
Yeah, so is PCMNO no longer able to provide services under term contract to the MNO? And then second, does this apply exclusively to PCMNO or all political positions within the MNO?
This applies to PCMNO councillors.
Okay.
So that's how that provision in the bylaws work. And essentially what we're doing is the language in the bylaws right now is a little bit clunky when it comes to this idea of contract for services.
Okay.
We've got some legal advice, we've got some clarity around it's not really a contract for services, it's more like an employment situation, and so this is to reflect the legal advice that we've received on it.
Okay, so no longer term contract services.
It's basically compensation for their roles within the PCMNO as opposed to a term contract. Yeah, so no longer this concept of term contracts as independent contractors, that's gone.
Okay.
But there is, and we anticipate, I mean, frankly, we anticipate as we move forward with self-government, and this is part of what we need to talk about as we do all of that constitution building work, that we're actually going to see compensation for all leadership at some point. But this is to correct that issue with regard to the PCMNO and clarify it from a legal perspective to make sure it's consistent.
Thank you.
First of the day. All right. Any further discussion on this? Mic number 2.
Diane Kilby, Grand River Métis Council. Thank you for the clarification. I'm still not clear about this resolution. I thought that it was fairly clear right now in our existing bylaws, and as I understand it, this change, first of all, this is a resolution that is exactly the same as one that was pulled last year, that was put forward and pulled. And why it was pulled last year, I'm not clear, but I don't understand why, if it was pulled last year, why it's now valid this year. That's my first question. And my second question is, does this mean that now someone in the PCMNO can be both an employee and a councillor? Is that what this achieves?
All right, Margaret, are you coming to speak to that?
So, and I'm sorry, Diane, I lost you. There you are. We have a mic height difference going on. What this resolution attempts to do is to clarify that issue around these, basically, there are duties that for which there will be remuneration, as opposed to the old language which provided for that idea of contract for services. What it also does is says that PCMNO employers, PCMNO are entitled to receive that compensation, and also that they must disclose the compensation payable by the MNO to the councillor on account of his position, and that any additional compensation has to be reported for any other duties. So it's just more, it's increasing transparency in terms of the amount of compensation that members of PCMNO receive. That's the intent of it. And then the third point is, well, I guess the third point that I'm making, but B, is that you can't be both a councillor on PCMNO and serve as an elected community council member. So it's cleaning those pieces up. And it's a very it's simple. This is essentially the advice that our lawyers provided to say we need to clarify this so that there is no misunderstanding, in particular as we move forward. This idea that PCMNO members are considered employees for the purposes of taxation, and that's essentially the advice that we received.
All right. Yeah, it does bring a smile to my face, so there you go. Any further discussion? Seeing no further, I heard questions, seeing no further discussion, we will ask if there's consensus. Is there consensus in the room? Anybody abstaining or objecting? We will now move to a vote. So, question number 3. We are going to vote. Everyone in favor of the resolution, press 1. Everybody voting against the resolution, please press 3. Everyone abstaining? 2, sorry. I'm going to start over again. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution, please press 1. Everyone in favor of the resolution, please. F. Okay, 2 seconds. All right. Do we have consensus? No, we're moving to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on the clicker. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1 and 2 and 3 and cut and sign. Voting is now closed. Results are 160, 42, 20, carried. All right, Rick, before I recognize you, if it's not concerning the motions, absolutely, we'll deal with it after if it has no effect on the motions. And I've asked the chair of the Resolutions Committee if that was okay by him. No, instead of nodding, say yes in your mic.
Yes.
So we'll deal with that issue after, okay, Rick? Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have resolution number 4. Resolution number 4, special resolution to delete section 10 of the MNO Registry Policy Guidelines, August 2015 version, which requires that applicants for MNO citizens provide proof of ordinary residence in Ontario. The mover, do you want to please raise your hand so I see you? Maybe we can just raise your hand and say you agree. The mover, Tobias, is the mover. The seconder, can you please raise your hand? Mitch Case, you are seconding it?
I am. Yes, I am.
You are going to be, nope, you're not on the list. I need, you're on the list as a mover. Do I have a seconder that is on the list for seconder? Verna, Tim, Cam?
Caitlin.
Caitlin, thank you. Caitlin will be the seconder of that motion. All right, and that is motion number 4. Do we have discussion on motion number 4? Seeing no discussion on motion number 4, question has been called. Do we have consensus? Is anyone abstaining or opposed? Anyone abstaining? Whoops, over there. So we will move to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. Remember, abstention doesn't count, so please make your voice count. We are now voting. Vote now. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Voting is now closed. Vote, the motion is carried. All right. Resolution. Tobias, are you speaking on Resolution 5?
I'm just asking if I can make a motion moving forward regarding reading out all of the if a mover wishes to read out the motion.
Tobias, unless you want to be here for 9, the consensus is, let's ask the room, see if the consensus is that we read them all. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I would like that option if the mover wishes to. I know that a few of the folks in the back having a really hard time keeping track of the order of the motions.
Okay, what we can do is take it slower.
Perfect.
Or we can take it slower, give time for the people to look it up. How's that?
Thank you.
Okay, we'll do that instead of reading. We'll do that instead of reading the motion. We will take our time and we will go, and then if you still need it read, we will. How's that? So, motion number 5, special resolution to delete section 11 of the MNO Registry Policy Guidelines, August 2015 version, which requires that applicants for MNO citizenship provide proof of Canadian citizenship. That's resolution number 5. Does everybody have it? Okay. Are we having trouble finding it? In the meantime, can I have the mover, Mitch Case?
I'm here. Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion.
And the seconder?
Yeah, I'm here, Ali DeZome. Thanks.
Yeah, Ali. I was looking for Ali, but it's actually Alexandra. So we have a motion that's been moved and seconded. Does everybody have a copy of their motion now in front of them? So we can entertain further discussion. Do we have discussion? Seeing no discussion, we have question that has been called. Yes, I seen her come up.
Hi, everyone. Laura Lee Kearns from the Oshawa-Durham Métis Council. I'm just wanting to understand the issue just a little bit more. If somebody wants to just speak to it maybe a little bit, is that okay to ask a clarification, or
You
like
want
what it means, like what it means exactly? So maybe what the issue is about the Canadian citizenship piece. I'm not.
All right.
Just a little
Mitch is going to speak to that.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Mitch Case, President of MNO AGA. Yeah, very, very simply, there are not many that I know of, but there are a few people that I am aware of who are descendants from our historic communities here in Ontario who, because their parents moved somewhere for work, including Michigan, which is about a mile that way, they're no longer they're not eligible for MNO citizenship because they were born in the United States and they have American citizenship. They are Penetangers, they are Sault Ste. Marie community members, whatever else, ancestrally, right? But because of the way that the colonial governments have imposed their systems on top of ours, sometimes folks will have dual citizenship between Canada and the United States, or Canada and the United Kingdom sometimes, for some folks that I'm aware of. That's not the case for everyone because there are often additional expenses in applying for dual citizenship between two colonial governments. A lot of folks opt not to do that because of the cost. And so This just removes that requirement that they have Canadian citizenship, because some of our people have been born in other colonial jurisdictions, and that really, quite frankly, shouldn't play a factor. So that's, I hope that provides some clarity. I can take more questions if need be, but.
All right. Further discussion, mic number 1.
Greg Garrett, President Georgian Bay Métis Council. As a member of the Veterans Committee, I can see how this can be a very big hindrance to our veterans that have served when they're posted in Germany with their family and their children are born over there. There's not an automatic out to receive dual citizenship, though there is a process. And for those families that have done so much for our country, I think they deserve that opportunity to not have to have additional paperwork burden them.
All right, and I've been texted that the people at the back are having a hard time hearing, so please speak right into the mic and speak clearly. Any further discussion? Question has been called. Do we have consensus? Anybody abstaining or objecting? Anybody abstaining or objecting? Whoops, we have a hand up over there. So we will move to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of resolution will press 1. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Voting is now closed. The results are all right, the motion is carried? Motion is carried. All right, and I understand that people are having a hard time finding them, so I've talked to the chair of the Resolutions Committee, and we are going to read them, but he asked that the minute taker read them. So the minute taker will read them loudly in her mic, and while you find them, okay? So instead of having dead air time, that's what we're going to do. Special Resolution number 6 is entitled, Hire an Independent, Nonpartisan Entity to Facilitate Elections and Investigate and Implement Electronic Voting. Minute taker? Pardon? Oh, yes, movers. I keep forgetting because I see the mover and the seconder. Can I have the mover come to the mic or raise their hand?
Jennifer Parkinson, I move this motion.
Can I have a seconder, either Leslie Ann or Karen?
Or Derek.
No, he's not. Oh, Derek. Yes, sorry, Derek, you're on. Sorry. Let's not fight for who's going to second it.
Leslie Ann Muma, Grand River Métis Council.
I apologize, Derek. All right, minute taker, can you read them, please?
Can everybody hear me?
Louder.
Am I on? Can you hear me?
Can you hear her at the back? No, you'll have to speak up.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Now? Hello? Can you hear me? Let's try this.
Why don't you come here and read it? It'll be faster.
So we have special resolution number 6. Is that good for sound? Whereas past elections have been organized and processed in-house by Métis Nation of Ontario staff through the MNO head office in Ottawa, and whereas MNO staff provides the manpower to organize mail-out materials for upcoming elections and counts and records returning ballots, and whereas transparency is a fundamental principle in a democratic electoral processes, therefore, be it resolved that the PCMNO be directed to research and source an independent, nonpartisan entity to facilitate all future elections and investigate and implement an electronic voting system while allowing for consideration to accommodate areas where this electronic voting may not be feasible due to limitations in technology. Next slide. Therefore, be it resolved that the following sections of the MNO Electoral Code, Part A, be changed to accommodate an independent, nonpartisan entity to facilitate elections and accommodate electronic voting, be changed to read as follows. Good? Good? Yep. Article 2, definitions, Part D, to read as follows. Chief Electoral Officer means an independent, nonpartisan entity selected by the PCMNO through a vetting process pursuant to this code, who is charged with operating elections for the MNO. Article 8, list of electors, 8.6, to read as follows. Electors shall vote at the polling station closest to where they are ordinary resident or registered to vote electronically. In the event of any discrepancy, the Chief Electoral Officer shall make the determination as to which polling station is closest before March 8th. Electors may request of the Chief Electoral Officer that they be placed on the list of another polling station, and such determination shall be at the discretion of the Chief Electoral Officer. Next slide. Article 2.2b and Article 13, 12.2b and Article 13, death of candidate, Section 13.1b, to read as follows. By placing a notice in the package containing the mail-in ballots and or on the secure electronic voting portal, or by any other means that, in the opinion of the Chief Electoral Officer, is a cost-effective and efficient way of informing the mail-in ballot recipients, if the withdrawal occurred prior posting the mail-in ballots. Article 2.2c, sorry, 12.2c, thank you, and Article 13, death of candidate, Section 13.1c, to read as follows. By any other means that, in the opinion of the Chief Electoral Office, is a cost-effective and efficient way of informing the mail-in ballot. Next slide. Recipients and electronic voters. If the withdrawal occurred after posting the mail-in ballots, Article 16, voting locations and mail-in ballots, Section 16.1, to read as follows. Polling station locations, electronic voting capability, and any use of mail-in ballots for specific areas or communities shall be determined by the Chief Electoral Officer, taking into consideration convenience for the electors, cost, proximity, population, and participation levels. Article 16, voting locations and mail-in ballots, Section 16.2, to read as follows. Locations of polling stations, secure voters' web portal, and specific areas or communities that are going to vote by means of mail-in ballots will be listed on or before April 1st in the year of the election. Next slide. Article 20, polling booths, Section 20.1, to read as follows. Each polling station shall contain one or more polling booths arranged so that when a voter is in the polling booth, he or she is screened from observation and may mark his or her ballot or electronically vote without interference. Article 20, polling booths, Section 20.2, to read as follows. In each polling booth, there shall be provided for the use of voters marking their ballots a suitable table, desk, or shelf, and a suitable marking instrument or laptop electronic device, which shall be properly maintained during polling hours. Final slide. Article 21, material at polling station, Section 21.1, Section E, to read as follows. A sufficient number of ballot papers and or laptops, electronic devices. Article 23, secrecy of voting and secret ballot, Section 23.3, to read as follows. Voting in the election shall be by secret ballot, whether by mail-in ballot or electronic device. Electronic voting will be via a secure web portal with a unique on-time use login key for each voter registered for electronic voting. These unique keys will become invalid after the first successful login.
Madam Chair, may I correct a typo?
We can't correct, these cannot be corrected. They are submitted as is.
No, I
Okay,
noticed
there's
a
special-
typo.
Yeah, I
that's
know,
all.
but we still
Okay.
can't correct the typo. Okay, they're as is, and I mean, unless you bring in a special resolution to change a typo next year. But I'm sure that all our documents will go through a to a strong look and change and correct typos as we go. So, do we have discussion? The motion has been moved and seconded. Do we have discussion? Discussion on the motion. We have, Margaret is going to come up, our president will come up and speak, and then I will recognize Mike 2 and then Mike 1.
So good morning again. I really appreciate the intent behind this resolution. It's about bringing our electoral process into the 21st century. And in fact, that I spoke about that yesterday a little bit. That's work that the PCMNO have in fact done, and there are resolutions in your package. In fact, the very next resolution in your package deals with the issues that that have been raised in this one. Now, I will say that the resolution that was drafted that PCMNO put forward was written actually by Megan Strachan, our legal counsel, and it was based on the reports from the Chief Electoral Officer, and also thought through around how we can manage she actually had an opportunity to talk with the folks that would manage things.
Hang on. Pardon?
So what I'm saying, I think they're saying
We are speaking on the motion, and that's what we're going to ask people to... She's not speaking on this motion. Can you let me finish, please? Can you let me finish? We are going to be speaking on the motion, and we ask every speaker, including this one, to speak on the motion. And I would ask that you let the chair finish speaking before you go. So she will speak only on the motion, okay?
So on this one, I will say there is another motion right after this that addresses this in a complete way. And I would suggest that we have that conversation before we have this conversation. That's the point I wanted to make.
All right. I said I would recognize Mike number 2.
Deanne Kilby, Grand River Métis Council. I rise in support of this resolution, having carefully read all of the resolutions, particularly Article 2 of the proposed resolution, which is about having an independent, nonpartisan entity selected by the PCMNO through a vetting process pursuant to this code, who is charged with operating elections for the MNO. And as I understand from my first experience with the MNO and the AGA last year, none of the resolutions, the special resolutions, can be amended. They are passed. Is this correct, France? They cannot be amended from the floor?
They cannot be amended from the floor. They are passed as is.
They are passed as is, in which case this is the only resolution that's on the floor which speaks to having an independent, nonpartisan entity selected by the PCMNO, which is a way of guaranteeing transparency, and it is something, whether or not people believe it's whether or not it is transparent, people believe it isn't. And then this is a way in which we can guarantee that the Chief Electoral Officer is not chosen by the PCMNO and reporting to the PCMNO, because it's very difficult in those circumstances to maintain a veneer of transparency when it's the person who's being paid by an organization reporting back to that organization to maintain that they are independent from this organization. I support this resolution.
Thank you. Mike number 1.
Point of order.
Is it concerning a real point of order? Go ahead.
It's a point of order. There is nothing in the in our bylaws or concerning our assemblies or the policy concerning resolutions that prohibits an amendment of any resolution. The bylaws state that the Electoral Committee, or not the Resolutions Committee may not amend, but it does not say anything about having amendments from the floor.
The policy states that any special resolution has to be posted by how many weeks, Jen? But 50 days to leave the 20,000 citizens have a chance to look at it. And that is why that we have, and we're looking at it, if it's in the bylaws or the policies, that we can change it, so we will come back to that. But it has definitely always been that the special resolutions cannot be changed because there is specific process that needs to be followed. So,
Point of order. With respect, Madam Chair, you said that these resolutions no longer belong to the mover and seconder, they belong to the floor.
we also have to follow the policy that has been set out, and we have to respect, because we know that the floor, there are maybe 200 people here. We know we have 20,000 people, and we have people looking for this online. So it is because we have to post them ahead of time, and I'm having people look at it now. We will come back to that if it's different. Mic number 1.
Madam Chair, what is the recommendation of the Resolution Committee on this motion?
The Resolution Committee did not make a recommendation. Hank, did you make a you didn't make a recommendation on this resolution, because they're not there to make recommendations. They're there to make sure that it fits technical compliant to our technicals. So there is no
in
recommendation.
every conference that I've been to, other than the MNO, I've been involved in other union conferences where the Resolution Committee made recommendations. Didn't mean that it was accepted by the floor, but they did make a recommendation. It made it easier for everybody to finish the day.
But the Resolutions Committee in this case, and because of the way it was going, did not make recommendations. So you will have to make your own thoughts on that. All right, mic number 2.
Madam Chair, Lynn Golliker from Sudbury Council. I would love this motion, but we just went through an election in Sudbury, and it was an electronic voting, and the Article 23 says that your code is going to expire after your primary login, and they had to extend the voting by 1 day, and if you carry forth with this Article 23, you're going to eliminate people that might have problems with the system, and it was not part of the Sudbury, it was part of the company hired to handle it. So you're going to be excluding these people that have a chance to sign in once, the system goes down, and then they can't vote. So I'm just bringing your attention to this. I love the resolution, but if you're going to put in place a resolution that's going to terminate some people's ability to vote, you're going to destroy the voting system. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number 1.
I'd like to comment on that. There is technology out there that is being used that gives you real-time, one-time use codes. As soon as you log in, it gives you a code. The code can be used once. It does expire after a certain time period, but if you were to log in again, because for some reason it failed the first time, it would give you a unique code again. So that problem can be resolved by working with the company holding the elections.
Thank you. Mike 2, are you speaking? Because you spoke once, I should recognize somebody else, but you spoke once on point of order, so I'll put that aside and recognize you now. Mike 2, on the motion.
I like this motion. I don't know if it will conflict with the other one. I don't know why we've got 2 like that, but if it doesn't conflict, I like this motion. I support it, except I do not support the chief electoral officer an independent, nonpartisan entity being not a Métis person. It's time that if we're talking about governance, self-governance, we have to insist that our governments are run by Métis people. The chief electoral officer for the Métis Nation of Ontario should always be a Métis person. I would move, if I could, an amendment to strike Article 2.
Tony, we can't change it, but your comments can be taken into a policy, and then into a policy that supports that. I suggest that maybe that you get together with with somebody from the PCMNO, we draft a policy that will address that.
Well, I challenge the ruling of the chair.
You can challenge the ruling of the chair. I have verified with our rights lawyer. I verified with our lawyer. And Jason, do you want to speak to that, please? Jason will speak to that. And then I will recognize Mike too, which is Peter at the end.
So this has happened previously, and the whole point that in 2000 and the 21st MNO Annual General Assembly brought in a policy to deal with special resolutions. And the whole point around special resolutions is there is only 200 plus people in this room, but they represent 20,000. And if we're going to be making fundamental changes to the architecture of the MNO's self-government as well as the statement of prime purpose, people need advance notice of that prior to the assembly. And so the whole point of having special resolutions, and why you also have dueling special resolutions now, is they have to be put specifically and people can't amend them on the floor. It turned into a bit of a, in previous ones of, well, I'd like to make changes to that, like to make changes to that, and people don't have notice. In self-government, people should have a say or have at least notice that they have a say. So the policy itself says the resolutions committee cannot change special resolutions in order to make them compliant with the policy, and then they are put to the floor in the way that they are. No amendments can be made. So this is a policy that's been adopted by the assembly itself. Now, that can be done in relation to general resolutions, because those can include friendly amendments, and that's set out in the policy. But the whole point of special resolutions is defeated if all of a sudden people can start wordsmithing them or changing them, because the point that we ask for them 60 days in advance is to give the general populace notice, not just the people that have the benefit of attending the AGA in this room. So that's what is in the policy. It's a policy that's been adopted by the General Assembly. It's been in place for almost, since 2011 now, and that's how the MNO has been conducting its business.
There are no words that say that the
Okay,
we're not going to from the floor.
Tony, we're going to keep our discussion to the motion. So, and the point of order has not been recognized. So, Peter. I'm sorry, Peter. Mike, too, in your name.
No, thank you, Peter Rivers. So I was just actually going to ask that any time a reference for policy or something comes up, if we can have that particular policy that's being quoted come up on the screen so everybody can read it, instead of just taking word of mouth. That way there everybody would feel good for just transparency, please, if that's possible.
It's in your books. It's not word of mouth. It's in your book.
No,
and
I'm just saying as a...
It's in your books, so maybe we can
say
refer people to tab 7,
That would
please.
be wonderful. Thanks.
Okay, tab 7.
Okay. So
now you're going to speak on the policy.
Yes, I'll speak on the motion here.
No, not but the policy, sorry. Speak on the special resolution. Number 6.
I absolutely love this. The person that put this in has put a lot of time and effort. They've been around for a very long time themselves. And with the past president, I agree, it would be nice to have somebody Métis, but this is where it is right now. We have lots of people that aren't Métis working for us, doing very good jobs. If this is something down the road, let's change it, that's fine. But anything to avoid that missing effing mail truck that has 500 ballots every single time in it. So I think this is a great step forward for pure transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, number 2, on the special resolution number 6 only, please.
Trish Paradzi, Council, Georgian Bay, Métis Council. I'm just, how do I say this? My opinion, I'm calling Jason Madden, in my opinion, does not have, he's not a corporate lawyer, so he should not be giving his own opinion on this.
Jason Madden has been the lawyer that's been involved with our bylaws as corporate lawyers, not only a rights bearing, he's the best rights lawyer, but he's also, his firm is also corporate law. So, and are you speaking on the motion?
He gave his opinion, and
I am asking
yes,
if you're...
I was. Yes, I was.
The motion as read, number 6. Can I recognize the person behind you, please?
Pandora Wilhelm, Grand River Métis Council. I just wanted to speak on the issue that was brought up about how there can be issues with some electronic voting third parties that we would contract out to. Yes, there could be issues, but again, that falls back on the PCMNO if this motion is passed to research into these companies and to make that decision on their own to see if they have real-time editing purposes if there is an issue, say the code doesn't work. So I hear that concern, but at the same time, if we're putting it back on the PCMNO to research into this, then we should be able to trust that they're able to look into this and find a company that meets our needs best.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion? Mic 1.
Jennifer Parkinson, I just want to comment on some of the comments made, especially about the Chief Electoral Officer. And the reason why I had put in there about having the nonpartisan company handle that role is as Métis, we have the right to vote. As Métis, we will have our preference on the candidates. And for transparency and for having an honest election, I think we need somebody that has no vetted interest in the results of our election, handle our elections. But I do appreciate our past president. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing no further discussion, did I hear question? Question has been called. Do we have consensus? Is anybody abstaining or objecting? Do we have consensus? Is anybody abstaining or objecting? Oh, we see a hand up there somewhere. That's okay, so we will go into a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution, press 1. Everyone in voting against the resolution will press 2. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. And 2. And 3. And 4. And 5. Voting is now closed. Motion carried.
Madam Chair, as a point of order or asking for a consideration, we've moved to these electronic voting, so one of the reasons, and so people don't have to be, I'm afraid of speaking their minds and they can vote how they want. So that's for the actual voting itself. But then we've left people in this room in a position to raise their hand if they're opposed to something, so that's still leaving them the opportunity to be viewed differently or bullied or whatnot. So we're doing it for the actual voting, but we're still singling them out by asking them to raise their hand instead of using the clicker. So I would ask that the chair would consider that if someone is opposed, that you still ask the question and we press the clicker so that someone is not singled out if they're opposing a motion.
Teresa, that's a good point. I'm verifying with the clicker people if we can do that. Can we do that? Okay, we're going to come back to that to make sure we can do that, but right now we're going to go to a vote. I recognize that that is an awesome suggestion. All right, and the reason we're going to electronic voting is to allow people the opportunity to vote without being harassed or bullied. All right, resolution number 7. Now, if people are okay with, can I have resolution number 7 up? If people are okay with not reading resolution number 7, and let's put it this way, any resolution that you think you want read, raise your hand, because other than that, or click, can we click?
Yes, yes.
Any resolution that you want read, click the let me know and we'll read it.
No, not that, no.
Not that?
No, what Teresa was saying?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, abstentions and objections we can click. Resolutions to be read, I've had conflicting opinions, so we will just read them. Resolution number 7, that way there's no problem. Okay, so I have a special resolution to adopt electronic and telephone voting. It was moved by one of the movers. Is one of the movers coming to the mic? One of the movers, and then I will need one of the seconders. Okay, who's the seconder that will do that? I have Tim, Margaret, Alexandra. Tim is moving it. So I have a motion that's been moved and seconded. Do we have discussion? And we will read it before because we were asked to read. So the minute taker will read it, please. All right, can we have quiet? And this is a long resolution, so we have to read it along.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Maybe here. How's that? Special resolution number 7. Special resolution to adopt electronic and telephone voting and make consequential amendments to the MNO Electoral Code Part A. Whereas the MNO wishes to modernize the MNO Electoral Code Part A in accordance with the recommendations of the June 2018 report on modernizing the MNO Electoral Codes A and B, June 2018 report, and whereas the MNO wishes to encourage greater participation and turnout for MNO elections, whereas the June 2018 report recommending implementing electronic and telephone voting in MNO elections, therefore, be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA 1 approves the addition of Article 43 to the MNO Electoral Code Part A, Article 43, adoption of new voting methods, 43.1, policies may be adopted by the Annual General Assembly under this code to enable the use of new voting methodologies in elections. Next slide. Number 2. Adopts the attached MNO Policy 2019-003, Policy on Electronic and Telephone Voting. 3. Directs the following deletions and amendments to be made to the MNO Electoral Code, Part A. The following articles are deleted. Article 12.2b, withdrawal of candidates by placing a notice in the package containing the mail-in ballots if the withdrawal occurred prior to posting the mail-in ballots, or Article 12.2c, withdrawal of candidates by any other means that, in the opinion of the Chief Electoral Officer, is a cost-effective and efficient way of informing the mail-in ballot recipients if the withdrawal occurred after the posting of the mail-in ballots are deleted. Next slide. Article 13.1b, death of a candidate, by placing a notice in the package containing the mail-in ballots if the death occurred prior to posting the mail-in ballots, or Article 31.1c, death of a candidate by any other means that, in the opinion of the Chief Electoral Officer, is a cost-effective and efficient way of informing the mail-in ballot recipients. If the death occurs after posting the mail-in ballots, the following articles are revised. Next slide. Okay. Special resolution to adopt electronic and telephone voting. The title of Article 16 is amended to delete mail-in ballots. In Article 16.1, polling station locations, delete and any use of mail-in ballots for specific areas or communities after polling station locations. The revised Article 16.1 now reads as follows. Polling station location shall be determined by the Chief Electoral Officer, taking into consideration convenience for the electors, cost, proximity, population, and participation levels. In Article 16.2, polling station locations delete any specific areas or communities that are going to vote by means of mail-in ballots after locations of polling stations. The revised Article 16.2 now reads as follows. Locations of polling stations will be listed on or before April 1st in the year of the election. Next slide. 4 directs that the following definitions are added to Article 2.1 definitions. A, ballot means a paper ballot, an electronic ballot, and a telephone ballot. J, electronic ballot means an image of a ballot on a computer screen prepared in accordance with the policy adopted pursuant to Article 43 of this code. K, electronic voting means voting via the internet in accordance with the policy adopted pursuant to Article 43 of this code. T, paper ballot means a ballot on a piece of paper prepared in accordance with Article 19 of this code. U, paper ballot box means a box that meets the requirements of Article 18.1 of this code to hold paper ballots. Next slide. FF. Telephone ballot means an audio set of instructions which describe the choices available to the elector and instructions to mark the elector's selection of an affirmative or negative response by depressing the numbered telephone keypad of a telephone or wireless phone. GG. Telephone voting means voting via a telephone or wireless phone in accordance with the policy adopted pursuant to Article 43 of this code. 4 directs that in Article 2.1W, definitions, the definitions of poll book is amended to replace ballots with paper ballots. 5 directs that the following consequential amendments are made to use the amended or added defined terms set out above throughout the MNO Electoral Code, Part A, as necessary for consistency and clarity. In Article 18, ballot boxes, add paper in front of ballot boxes in the title of this article. Next slide. Special resolution to adopt electronic and telephone voting. In Article 18.1, ballot boxes replace ballot boxes with paper ballot boxes and ballot with paper ballot. Seriously? Okay, sorry. In Article 19.1, contents of ballots replace ballots with ballots. In Article 19.2, contents of ballots replace ballot with ballot. In Article 19.3, contents of ballots replace ballot with ballot. In Article 19.4, contents of ballots replace ballot with ballot. Oh, it's with a capital B. In Article 21.1, polling booths replace ballot with paper ballot. In Article 20.2, polling stations replace ballots with paper ballots. Next slide. In Article 21.1E and F, material at polling station replace ballot papers with paper ballots. In Article 23.1, secrecy of voting replace ballot with capital B. In Article 23.2, secrecy of voting replace ballot with paper ballot. In Article 23.3, secrecy of voting replace ballot with ballot, capital B. In Article 24.2, display of ballot box replace ballot box with paper ballot box. In Article 24.3, display of ballot box replace ballot box with paper ballot box and ballots with paper ballots. In Article 25.6A and B, advanced polls replace ballots with paper ballots. Next slide. In Article 27.1E, formerly D, only listed electors vote, add scrutineer after any candidate and his or her, and replace ballot and ballot paper with paper ballot and replace the second ballot with vote. The amended Article 27.1E reads as follows. Any candidate or his or her scrutineer may object to the eligibility of any MNO citizen requesting a paper ballot. If in the opinion of the returning officer such objection is reasonable, it shall be noted in the poll book and shall include the reason for the objection along with the name of the candidate on whose behalf the objection is being made. The returning officer may then give the elector a paper ballot so that the elector may cast his or her vote. In the event of an objection to the elector, the returning officer shall follow the procedure under Article 34.7 of this code. Next slide. Special resolution to adopt electronic and telephone voting. In Article 30.1, ballots not removed replace ballot paper with paper ballot. In Article 31.1, forfeiture of voting rights replace ballot paper with paper ballot. In Article 31.2, declining to vote replace ballot paper with paper ballot. In Article 33.1A, Assistance for disabled, replace ballot and ballot paper with paper ballot and ballot box with paper ballot box. In Article 33.1B, assistance for disabled, replace ballot paper with paper ballot. Next slide. In Article 33.3, assistance for disabled, replace ballot with paper ballot. In Article 34.1, counting spoiled and declined ballots, replace ballots with paper ballots. In Article 34.3, counting to vote, replace ballot box with paper ballot box. In Article 34.4, counting the vote, replace ballot paper and ballot with paper ballot. In Article 34.5, ballots to be rejected, replace ballot with paper ballot. In Article 34.6 and Article 34.6B, ballots not to be rejected, replace ballot with paper ballot. Next slide. In Article 34.7A, procedure for disputed ballots, replace ballot with paper ballot. In Article 34.8, statement of poll, insert cast by paper ballot after the returning officer at the conclusion of the count shall complete a statement of poll indicating the number of votes for each candidate and replace ballots with paper ballots. In Article 34.10, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, statement of poll, replace ballots with paper ballots. And in Article 34.10N, formerly M, replace ballot papers with paper ballots and ballot box with paper ballot box. In Article 35.1, announcing results, add, through combining the results of the counts of all valid ballots after the Chief Electoral Officer. Next slide. Special resolution to adopt electronic and telephone voting. Shall publicly announce the results of the election and declare elected the candidates who received the largest numbers of votes. In Article 37.3, recount procedure, replace ballots with paper ballots. In Article 39.1 and Article 39.1C and D, ballots to be destroyed, replace ballots with ballots. Capital B. 6, that Article 3.1A, date of election, is removed. Next slide. A timetable for the elections that sets out many of the scheduled deadlines is attached for convenience as Appendix A. In the event of any conflict between the timetable and a written article in this electoral code, the written article shall prevail and is replaced with the following. A timetable for the elections that sets out many of the scheduled deadlines is attached for convenience as Appendix A. In the event of any conflict between the timetable and a written article in this electoral code or a policy made pursuant to Article 43, the written article of the electoral code or the policy shall prevail. 7, that Article 4.1E, Chief Electoral Officer, is amended to add, or any policies adopted under it, after, perform all duties assigned pursuant to the code.
I'm going to ask if, can I have, I can hear through Ray's speaking, I could hear rumble. I'm going to ask if there's consensus. If somebody wants to go to a vote, click 1. Okay. I know we're going to have debate, but we have to have, I want to explain this. So when I ask for consensus, if somebody needs to go to a vote, we're going to ask people to push number 1. So we have a motion that's been moved and seconded. We have discussion. I recognize mic number 2.
Tricia Parody, Georgian Bay Métis Council. I would just like to clarify whether if this motion is passed, if it overrides the previous motion that has already been passed. If somebody could speak to that.
Yeah, somebody, I'm sure somebody can speak to that. And I would look towards our lawyer if he wants to speak to that, please.
So it doesn't overturn because those two can be actually reconciled. They're both seeking the same thing. So I haven't put them up to what would be what, but at some point they would essentially need to be reconciled. Some of the key points from the first one would still have to be maintained, though, in relation to independent, nonpartisan, etc. These are essentially technical legal drafting to close the loop. MNO has been in courts before having its elections challenged. You don't want sloppy drafting that don't dot the I's and cross the T's, and the tediousness of this is essentially, though, to make sure that it fits together solidly and people can, and not just our people, but settler courts can read them and say, oh yes, we're not going to overturn this because it's unreasonable or because it's incomprehensible and doesn't read like a lawyer, which is offensive, but it's the way things work.
Thank you for your clarification.
Mic number 1.
Mitch Case, President MNO AGA. I just want to speak in favor of the motion, and I think that that this resolution, coupled with the previous resolution, actually shows the strength of our democracy that we have. I think it shows that we are all sort of thinking about the same things and trying to get to the same place. I think that's really strong, and that's why I supported the last resolution. And I think that these two things can mesh together and you know, protect those, you know, the realities that we're still stuck with in those settler colonial courts in the way that was just described. But I think it really is shows our strength that we're all kind of approaching it a little different lens, but approaching the same problem and trying to fix it. So I support this resolution.
Thank you. Mic number 2.
Jan Kilby, Grand River Métis Council. I actually just would like some clarification. In the whereas, reference is made to the June 2018 report on modernizing the MNO electoral codes A and B. Short form is the June 2018 report. And attached to all of these multitude of resolutions in this respect was Métis Nation of Ontario Policy 2019-003, Policy on Electronic and Telephone Voting. The first time I heard of either one of these was when I downloaded the Special Resolutions Policy. And the question I have is that, did I miss something, or is that in fact the first time citizens were made aware of it? And if in fact that is the first time citizens were made aware of it, why is that? I would have liked to have been able to review this for a much longer period of time.
Somebody will answer that, and then we'll go to mic number 1.
I think it was in our kits last year, Madam Chair.
Okay, it was in our kits last year, so it's one of those resolutions that was resubmitted, and that's why they're here again. So you got to see them in the kits last year. Okay, mic number 1.
Rick Paquette, Niagara Region. I'm in favor of this, but I like a little bit of clarity here for the page 5, number 6, article 3.1. You have A, and then you're replacing it with A. Can somebody go over that A that's being replaced? And I'm not quite sure what it means.
Okay, so is somebody going to go through that? They're reading it. It reads...
the timetable for the election that sets out many of the scheduled deadlines is attached for your convenience as Appendix A. In the event of any conflict between the timetable and a written article in this electoral code or a policy made pursuant to Article 43, the written article of the electoral code or the policy shall prevail.
Okay. Margaret?
So the way this is drafted, and you see earlier on in the revisions, that it allows for there to be policies adopted under this bylaw that would, or code, that would be adopted by the Assembly. And so this just adds in that language as a written article in the electoral code or a policy made pursuant to Article 43, or if that's 4.3, I have my contacts in. So it basically just provides for adding in the policy that could come forward from PCMNO for adoption at AGA to help further guide how we do this. Then the other thing I would add to this is that this actually contemplates not just electronic voting, which was covered in the last resolution. It also provides for telephone voting, which is something that we've heard from a lot of our citizens. They may not have quick access to a computer, but most of them have a cell phone. And so this goes beyond the last resolution to also provide for telephone voting. So just want to add that point.
Thank you.
Mike number 2. Then I'll entertain questions.
Jennifer Parkinson, I'm just wanting clarification on how we're going to protect with telephone voting the personal information of our people. Telephone voting will require either heavily man-powered manned phone lines, and all callers have to be verified that that is the person calling in, or we have to upload a lot of personal data to an electronic system to verify our callers. So I'm wondering how we're going to protect our citizens' personal information in this case.
All right.
Yeah, so and I think that speaks to, I mean, this resolution has been extremely well researched and thought out, and Megan actually worked with service providers to figure out how the tech would work, and then built in all those provisions so that, as was said earlier, our code, our electoral code, which is fundamental in terms of our democracy, is as strong as possible. So on that particular point, it's not that people are phoning out and saying, how do you vote? It's that citizens are provided with a number to call, and then there's a process once they call where they go through and they register their votes. It's all been researched, and it's not a question of exposing. We're very careful in terms of managing that privacy around citizens' information. Does that work?
All right, question has been called, but I will entertain, because full disclosure, mic number 2, and then we'll go to question.
I just wanted, my name is Jan Kilby. I'm Grand River Métis Council. I appreciate the answer I received to my previous question. I would just like to note that it is mentioned before, we have 20,000 Métis citizens. There are only 200 of us at the AGA. It may well be that the information was in the kit at the AGA, but that means 200 people got the information, not 20,000. If the information is made available to all of our citizens, we would have had a greater period of time to review it. And the second thing is that a policy dated 2019-003 was not contained in the kit at the 2018 AGA.
Any policy that was in the kit last year was also posted 50 days ahead, so our people did get it. Now we are going to entertain question. Do we have consensus? If somebody doesn't want to have consensus, push number 1. Do we have? Do we have consensus? And I'm not saying if you're opposed, press 1. I'm saying if we don't have consensus, press 1. Do we have anybody to press 1? Well, that's what I was told to do. Okay, so we have consensus. Does anybody, if somebody wants to break consensus, okay, if anybody wants to break consensus, there we go. We are going to break consensus, and that's the word I want. I don't want oppose, I want breaking consensus. So we're going to go to a vote, all right? This is fun. Everyone voting in favor of resolution will press 1. Everyone voting against resolution will press 2. Everyone abstaining will press 3. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Voting is now closed. The results are 161 in favor. Motion is carried. All right, we are moving to resolution number 8. And this resolution is a special resolution. Can I have silence so we can listen so everybody can find what they want? All right. Special resolution to amend MNO Electoral Code Part A to allow for the use of features of the new MNO citizenship card. All right, we will ask our minute taker. Do you want to read it? Our minute taker to come up and read it, please. Yes, sorry. Thank you, Hank. Can I have a mover? The mover is one of Sharon, Tim, Margaret, or Mitch. Do I have a mover raising their hand? I have a mover going to the mic. Mitch is moving it. Do I have...
Yeah, I'm moving it, yeah.
A seconder, which would be, which could be Tim, Sharon, Margaret, or Alexandra, or Ali. Ali's coming to the mic.
Yeah, Alexandra Gisome, I'll second.
Okay, the motion has been moved and seconded. We're going to get it read, and then we're going to go to discussion.
Special Resolution Number 8. Special resolution to amend the MNO Electoral Code Part A to allow for the use of features of new MNO citizenship cards. Whereas the MNO wishes to modernize the MNO Electoral Code Part A and enable the use of modern features of MNO citizenship cards in the future, therefore be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the following addition to the MNO Electoral Code Part A. 6. Article 43.2 is added to read as follows. 43.2. Policies may be adopted by PCMNO to facilitate the use of features of MNO citizenship cards, such as the magnetic strip.
Thank you. Discussion, conversation. Somebody was moving to the mic, so we'll entertain that.
Rick Paquette, Niagara Region. My question is, for all the citizens that do not have the new card, how will that affect our voting rights?
My answer would be it doesn't, but I would like to have an opinion other than mine.
So this resolution, Margaret Fro, President MNO, this resolution provides for us to use the magnetic stripe. It doesn't have any effect on the ability of citizens to vote. It would create efficiencies. This is what we're thinking. With the new card, if there's ways to create efficiencies with it, make it quicker when people come to vote, they can swipe a card. We're going to explore those things. This just allows that we could develop a policy around that if need be.
Thank you. All in favor of that sort of thing as long as it doesn't affect voting rights of any of the citizens that don't have the new card.
Exactly, and we heard it here. It doesn't do that. Mic number 2, you're okay? Mic number 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dan Bullard, Sudbury Métis citizen. The special resolution number 8, just in the title, is conflicting actually with the resolution itself, because it says in the title, new MNO citizenship cards. And now when you read it, it says MNO citizenship cards such as magnetic strip. I don't like the title. I believe that there was never no motions at an AGA passed for new MNO citizenship cards. That was done at PCMNO level. And I disagree with this because it says new MNO citizenship card, and it's unclear what happens to people who don't have a new MNO citizenship card. So I disagree because of the title, and it's not clear.
All right, thank you. Mic number 1.
Mitch Case, President MNOIC. With respect to the previous speaker, I think that the electoral code is clear. If you have an MNO citizenship card, you are eligible to vote. This it simply allows for the fact that we have designed and I'm assuming paid for the features on these new cards, but we do not yet have the ability to actually use them. I don't think, like, there is no resolution today or tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday to, that was a joke. Anyway, there is no resolution to amend the electoral code as to who among the citizenship can vote. There is no resolution for that. And I think that the bylaws and the electoral code are already clear on that. I think that they're, I understand if people have that concern, but I think that the concern is addressed by the fact that there is no resolution to amend the electoral code. And so it is clear. It just simply says to be able to use the features on the new card for those who have the new card.
All right. Mic number 1 and then mic number 2.
Andrea Paquette, Ottawa. I was just wondering if you could speak to or provide an example in which the new citizenship cards would be used other than for voting, in which we would need to have a mag strip.
And I am looking at somebody to speak to that, please. Jennifer, our Chief Strategic Officer, will come up and speak to that.
Well, Andrea, I guess I'm not totally sure. I mean, we've had feedback on the development of the new card from the commission process, from other processes where they said it put enhanced security provisions on the card, make the card be able to be recognized as government recognized identification, and potentially other uses. What those might be, but aside from voting, I'm not sure, but certainly there was always some thoughts, and we've had recommendations back to be considering that in the development of the card.
Thank you.
Mic number 2.
Tony Belcourt, Ottawa. I'm opposed to this resolution. I don't think it's appropriate for us to introduce something like this now when we've got new citizenship cards. Some people have and other people don't have, and I just don't think it's appropriate to be mixing things up concerning elections. We got a card, your card is valid, that should be fine. If in the future we want to use the card, everybody gets a card that can be used that has a magnetic strip, then fine and dandy. But I'm opposed to this now, and I urge people to vote against it.
Okay, thank you. Mic number 1.
Luke Thompson. I do understand how this would make things easier by using the swipe and stuff like that, but I also agree with a previous talker where it's just not worded right when it says new cards and stuff. New cards being issued are saying that you're Section 35 rights holders and the old ones do not. But if you want to implement something like the magnetic strip, it should be worded in there that everybody will get a new card with a magnetic strip. Some can say the 35 rights holders, some may not. But if you want to put a magnetic strip, everybody should get a new card with a magnetic strip. So just because it's not worded quite right, I'm going to be voting against.
Okay, mic number 2.
Trish Perizzi, Georgian Bay. We all know how easy it is for a magnetic strip to be stripped if it comes in contact. We know from bank cards, driver's licenses, stuff like that. So what kind of process is in place to make sure that the magnetic strip is going to be safe? Or what happens if, say, you're getting close to a vote or anything that this magnetic strip is going to get used, and you have to, or you suddenly find out that your magnetic strip is not working and you have to send away for a new card, that could put pressure or cause problems for anybody that may need that strip for a certain feature that you're looking for it to be used. I don't know if anybody has taken that into consideration, as well as what is in place to for all your personal information not to be stolen off your card.
Point of order, Madam Chair. There's too much noise in the room. I can't even hear her.
All right, we're going to need some quiet. We're going to need some quiet, and do you want to finish your point? Because we're almost at the end of the 10 minutes. Yes? Are you done your point?
Do
Then-
I have to reiterate that?
No,
for
you don't
those
have
that
to
haven't heard
reiterate it.
I'm
No,
just
that's
asking.
fine. So she's asking on the security and the durability of the strip, and I think that is something that has been looked at, but I am putting a note that it will be looked at before any implementation of that strip, and it'll come back. How's that?
Thank you.
Mitch, I think did you speak on this motion already?
Yeah.
Can I let Rick, did you speak on that motion? Ali, did you speak on that motion? All right, you're up.
Alexandra Dizome, Region 6, MNOIC. I just wanted to say the intention of this motion is that if we have new technology, we should use it. I don't think it's meant to be exclusionary in nature. So I believe Mitch spoke to this a little bit before, but the intention is not that you can only vote if you have a working magnetic strip. The intent, I believe, is if you have a working magnetic strip and that can facilitate a process, let's facilitate a process. And if you don't have a new card or your magnetic strip isn't working, it's not saying we're only using the magnetic strip. It's saying when technology is working for us, let's use it. And when it's not, let's use the processes we have in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We have about a minute left, so I will ask Mitch to make his case quick and then Rick to make their point quick. And then I think I heard questions, so we'll go to that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, even ditto what she said, but also, like I've got my old card and my new card. Even my old card has a strip on it. These strips aren't a new thing. They're not in the last year. These strips have been around. I've got a strip that's so old it's all worn out, right? So it's not new. I think we need to, I don't think this is a hill to die on. If the Assembly doesn't want to do it, then we don't do it. But we've wasted our time with the resources that we've invested in.
All right, Rick. Please let Rick go by.
I'd like Jason's opinion on this. Rick Paquette, Niagara Region. I'd like Jason's opinion on this. If this was incorporated into our existing rules, bylaws, electoral code, wherever it would be placed, could this be interpreted in the future for exactly what the worry is here right now, that the new card could eliminate, or the old card, I guess, will eliminate your voting rights?
Jason, do you want to come up and speak to that, please? And we have about 26 seconds before we're going over our 10-minute.
Oh, good, because I'm known to be brief. So the absolutely not. Okay, so two things. One, the only thing that actually becomes the modification, the title of the special resolution doesn't get brought in anywhere. All that gets added into the electoral code is 4.3.2, policies adopted. It's very clear the entire electoral code is around if you are a citizen, you are eligible to vote. The only thing this speaks to is that those features can be used to facilitate the use of the features, such as the magnetic strip, if they exist. The comments that Ali made is exactly what it is. If it's there, it can be used, but it does not negate the ability of any citizen. It has to be, this little sentence needs to be read in the context of the entire electoral code, which says all citizens, not just those with a magnetic strip, have the ability to vote, and this and a policy of PCMNO can't trump the electoral code or can't negate the very purpose of the electoral code.
Thanks. I was just worried about the possibility of ambiguity between when you have two different articles that might say something conflicting.
So statutory interpretation goes, if you assume first in legislative drafting that there is no conflict. These two provisions can be read entirely together, and in fact there's nothing within this provision that contradicts other provisions that are still at play. So it's not contradictory in any way, shape, or form. It just says this is an ability to use that technology if available. I will say, in addition to voting, it can be used, MNA, Métis Nation of Alberta uses it all the time for registration at assemblies. They just swipe your card as opposed to looking on a list. So there's a multitude of different features that can be used, but this cannot in any way, shape, or form negate the fundamental premise of the Electoral Code that all MNO citizens have a right to vote.
Thank you.
All right. Question has been called. Do we have consensus? If somebody doesn't want to have consensus, press number 1. Do we have consensus? Anybody abstaining or opposed? Anybody abstaining or opposed? Anybody abstaining or opposed? We have somebody who wants to go into a vote, so we will go into a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on the clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on the clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1, 2, and 3, 4, and 5. Voting is now closed, and the results are 158, 74, and 2. It's carried. The motion is carried. All right, we're going to go to motion, special resolution 9. And for those who weren't here yesterday, the reason I count is to tell the people how long they have to vote. And the reason I count bilingual and trilingual is because that's who we are. And the reason I wait to make sure is my vice chair will tell me if it qualifies as a 2/3. So, yeah, go ahead. Loud. Can I have the mic here on, please?
Test.
Yes, you're on.
Can we get the movers and seconders, once your name comes up on the screen, to get to the mic? It'll cut down a lot of time trying to locate people. So if you see your name up as mover or seconder, can you please move your way to the mic? Thank you.
All right, we heard that. So we are now at special resolutions number 9, and we are asking the movers, either Sharon, Tim, Margaret, or Mitch, and I see Tim at the mic. I see Mitch at the mic, number 1.
I'll move the resolution.
All right, mic number 1.
Tim Pyle, I'll second.
We have a motion that's been moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion?
Just a point of order. Margaret
And
Fro's,
you are?
Sorry, Ron LePage, Georgian Bay Métis Council. Margaret Fro's name is marked down both as mover and seconder. It should be one or the other. The motion that was submitted, she had or, so she moved or seconded it. So just as a point of correction, it should be one of her names should be removed.
It's a typo, and you know what? She didn't move it, she didn't second it, so the point is mute. We're not going to recognize that. Further discussion, please. Mic number 2.
Deanne Kilby, Grand River. The only question I have about this is, was cost taken into consideration, was cost factored into the consideration of lengthening the time periods? And if so, do we have a cost estimate?
All right. The time factor and the cost estimate, I'm sure those will come into effect, but will somebody speak to that, please? Yes.
Thanks for the question, Diane. Margaret Fro, MNO President. So this resolution basically extends the election period. It's in response to recommendations from the Chief Electoral Officer, and it's intended to ensure that there's time to check the lists at the community council level, give that feedback back to the registry, and that there's just additional time to provide for that advanced polling, telephone polling, all of the things that we've sorted out how those things could work. So this just creates a bigger window. In terms of the cost, it's just a question of providing notices. So the first change is providing additional time for those preliminary lists to get out to community councils. The second portion deals with giving additional time for the notice to be posted for candidates and how people get nominated. And then the third change is to give more time for the posting of the names of candidates. So there's no cost associated with those things. It just provides more time for citizens to consider candidates, more time for councils to review lists, more time for us to allow for those additional methods of voting should we choose to implement them. Yeah, Marcy.
Mic number 1.
Joanne Young, Clearwater Métis Council. I was part of a committee that reviewed the electoral code a few years back, and I am speaking in favor of this motion because it also provides for the ability for candidates to travel across the province to meet in all candidates' meetings. Ontario is a huge province, and to go from Thunder Bay to the south is 2 days any way you cut it. And so for people who wish to run for elected office, this allows them to have more time to make those arrangements, to be able to speak to councils throughout the province, because there is no funding for airfare and a variety of other things for those candidates who choose to put their name forward. So I think that that's also one of the impacts of lengthening these time frames. Thank you.
Thank you. I see nobody at the mics, and question has been called. Mic 1? That's the
Madam
last
Chair.
one. We're going to recognize question.
Liz Boucher, my concern is that this is an election year. Is this something that the Assembly should be voting on in an election year, or should we, table this until elections are completed? And also, Ontario does not end at Thunder Bay. We have Region 1.
Ontario never ends, okay? And I love it that way. So who's going to speak to that? I think that it's not a problem for this thing, but I want somebody to speak to it.
In terms of passing it now versus waiting and passing it later, I mean, the benefit is we pass it now and it just provides our councils more time and candidates more time and citizens more time. So in that sense, I think it actually is a good thing to do it now as opposed to later. It'll allow us also to provide that extra time should we actually venture into that road of looking at not just electronic voting, but also telephone voting, and make sure that candidates have the opportunity to travel around the province, as was said, but also that citizens have the most ways possible to submit their vote.
All right. Question has been called. Do we have consensus? Remember, if you don't have consensus and you don't want to raise your hand, please press 1. So if you don't want consensus, do we have consensus? Do we have consensus? Oh, we don't. So we will go. Yeah. So we don't have consensus, so we will go to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Voting is now closed, and the results are 6. It is carried. All right. Resolution number 10. We were asked that resolution number 10 be read. Can we please have the minute? Yes, minute come up and get ready to read while I ask for the mover and the seconder. So the mover, either Sharon, Tim, Margaret, or Mitch, please go to the mic. And the seconder, either Tim, Sharon, Margaret, or Alexandra, go to the mic. And whoever gets there first will be recognized first. Mitch.
I'm here. I'd like to move that.
Mike 2.
I'll second that. It's Sharon Cadeau.
We have a motion that's been moved and seconded, and we will now have the man taker read the motion.
Special Resolution Number 10. Special resolution to provide the Chief Electoral Officer with options to enforce the MNO Electoral Code Part A. Whereas the MNO wishes to modernize the MNO Electoral Code Part A in accordance with the recommendations of the June 2018 report on modernizing the MNO Electoral Codes A and B June 2018 report, and whereas the MNO Electoral Code Part A currently has no mechanism through which the Chief Electoral Officer can investigate violations or impose sanctions for violations, and whereas the June 2018 report recommended that the Chief Electoral Officer be provided with investigative and enforcement authorization to help ensure compliance with the MNO Electoral Code Part A, therefore, be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the following recommended additions to the MNO Electoral Code Part A. Next slide. 1. New Articles 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4 are added as follows. 4.2a, the Chief Electoral Officer may conduct an investigation into any matter that might constitute a contravention of this code or any policies made under it. B, if the Chief Electoral Officer receives a written complaint alleging that this code or any policies made under it have been contravened, the Chief Electoral Officer must consider whether to investigate the matter. C, the Chief Electoral Officer may refuse to investigate a complaint if it appears to be frivolous, vexatious, or obviously unfounded. 4.3, if the Chief Electoral Officer, through an investigation under Article 4.2, finds that a candidate or an individual seeking nomination in an election has violated the code or a policy made under it, then the Chief Electoral Officer may impose the sanctions that he or she deems appropriate and proportional to the violations, including but not limited to. Next slide. For minor violations, for minor violations only, privately reprimanding the candidate or individual seeking nomination in writing. B, publicly reprimanding the candidate or individual seeking nomination through posting the reprimand in appropriate locations such as community council offices or on the MNO's website. C, disqualifying a candidate or disqualifying an individual seeking nomination from becoming a candidate in the election. D, imposing a prohibition on a candidate or individual seeking nomination from standing as a candidate in an election for a period of up to 5 years. And next slide. Special resolution to provide the Chief Electoral Officer with options to enforce the MNO Electoral Code Part A. E, declaring the results of an election for a particular position null and void and calling for a by-election for that position. 4.4, the Chief Electoral Officer may impose additional requirements on candidates or individuals seeking nomination as a candidate to ensure compliance with this code or any policies made under it, including but not limited to measures to ensure that MNO resources are not used inappropriately, such as providing individually watermarked documents to address confidentiality concerns. 2, Article 6.3, eligibility for nomination, is amended to add the following. K, has not been prohibited from standing as a candidate in an election by the Chief Electoral Officer pursuant to Article 4.3.
Discussion on Special Resolution 10. We have Mike 2 and then Mike 1.
Sharon Cadeau. I'm the Vice Chair of the Métis Nation of Ontario. Also, in my other life, I am an enforcement officer. Currently, we've had issues in our past elections, and the Our chief electoral officer had nothing that he could do in order to enforce the rules. So this is just putting everything down, so we're all playing on the same game. Thank you.
Mike 1.
Jonas Westlake George. I just want to point out, looking at this from a completely abstract point of view, you have a situation where the PC-MNO, who are by definition incumbents who are elected and probably seeking re-election, are the sole people responsible for appointing the chief electoral officer. And the chief electoral officer is the sole person to determine whether or not the disciplinary action is proportionate. So they're basically unaccountable under such a situation. The result is that theoretically, a candidate who violates even a minor part of a policy under the code could be barred from running or banned for 5 years. So while the intent of the resolution might be good, it just simply has no checks and balances and allows effectively banning candidates from running. And that's a power I would not want if I were the chief electoral officer or a member of the PC-MNO, quite frankly.
Mike number 2.
Rebecca Trudell, Historic Sault Ste. Marie. As stated in Special Resolution 6 that was passed, the Chief Electoral Officer is now an outside source. This means that they also now have the ability to reprimand our candidates and that they need to be knowledgeable about how we do business. Now, that brings up the concern with me having an outside source, giving them the ability to reprimand our own candidates in our own communities. Thank you.
Okay, Mike number 1.
Yes, Madam Chair, Mitch Case, President MNO AGA. Yeah, I just want to speak in favor of the motion, and I think, you know, I don't understand the purpose of having bylaws if you can't enforce them. Otherwise, yeah.
Speak into the mic and louder, please.
So, I don't understand the purpose of having bylaws, rules, regulations if you can't enforce them. If not, they're not worth. You might as well just put that tablecloth up there as the electoral code, right? I support the resolution. I think the chief electoral officer, whether they're the previous speaker had said appointed as an outside person, I don't really understand the point of having them if they're just a glorified hall monitor with a whistle. They need to be able to do their job, right? And so that's my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike number 2.
Jennifer Parkinson, Grand River. I'm not in favor of this motion for the simple reason that I think we are giving too much power to one person, whether they be Métis or not. I believe that we do require policy to enable our elections to happen, and when anomalies occur, we need to be able to handle those. But to give that to one person, I think that's giving somebody too much power. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike number 2.
Tony Belcourt, Ottawa. I'm speaking in opposition to this motion. I agree with the previous speaker that said we should have enforcement or be able to enforce our bylaws. I agree with that. But this motion, as it's written, for a few reasons is problematic. Number one, giving all of this authority to an outside person is just beyond belief. If we're going to have authority as self-governing people, we should be doing those kinds of decisions ourselves. There is no recourse for anybody who may be banned if the chief electoral officer decides to ban somebody for 5 years. There's no recourse. There should be some appeal mechanism, and that's not there. So I'm opposed to this motion as it's currently written because of its inefficiencies.
Alexandra?
Roger Giroux from Sudbury.
No, Mike 1.
Sorry.
Alexandra Dezome, Region 6, MNO I'd like to speak in favor of this motion, reminding everybody that as the Chief Electoral Officer is appointed by the PCMNO, we elect the PCMNO. So I would just like to remind everybody that it's not as though people are being chosen like willy-nilly. We elect the PCMNO to do things on our behalf, and I just think that sometimes we need to let them do them. The other thing I'd like to say is that to go back to what Mitch said, we can't have policies and say this is how we want to do business, but then not be able to do anything about it when people don't follow those rules. And the other thing is that I do think it's really important to have a third party. So I just, we're all citizens, and so obviously all of us have, we have an inherent interest in all of these things, and we support different people. So I think that this is the way that kind of elections are run all over the place, and so I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike number 2.
Hi, Roger Giroux from Sudbury Métis Council. I would like to say that I'm in agreement with the proposal because of past experience of running into the elections. I ran into a very big infraction, and I would have been as a financial secretary, but there was a big infraction, and there was no means of, it was reported, and nothing was done about it because there was no policy in place to prevent this person from still running. So therefore, the elections went on, and that could have changed a lot of things in the past, and I believe that it's not perfect, but at least it's a beginning to an end. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike number 1.
Larry O'Connor, Moon River Métis Council, and I'm going to speak against the motion. While I do believe the principle behind the motion makes very good sense, I think that it's a little bit premature. I heard one speaker say that we put a lot of trust in the PCMNO, yet when it comes to appointing our auditor, it comes to this body to appoint the auditor. I think that a recommendation maybe from the PCMNO, but I think the appointment of the chief electoral officers should come to this body. I think that we could count on this body to review what might be considered, and as we go through a constitutional process, as we start establishing our own constitution and looking at it, that would be a good time to start looking at how we mature as a nation and maybe consider those options. I also believe that there should be an appeal process so that we ensure that everything is totally transparent in the process. So I'm going to be speaking against the motion.
All right, thank you. Seeing nobody at the mic, did somebody call a question? Somebody did call question. Do we have consensus? And again, if you want to break consensus, either raise your hand or press 1. Do we have consensus? We don't have consensus, so we will go to the vote. I'm starting to think people just like to vote. All right. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining for voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Voting is now closed. The results are, I'm waiting for the results. They're not carried. So this is not carried. All right, we're going to move on.
Point of order?
Yes.
Hi, Bernadette Pico from Sudbury, Ontario. It's just come to my attention that some of the citizens have traveled here and they have been deleted from the system from voting.
And that will be fixed if we have a registrar here, and they will make sure that that is not the case. So the point of order for technical here, it will be fixed at the registry, okay? So we know that we have a registrar here. She'll look into it, and that's where they have to go. If they're not on the list, they must go to the registrar, okay?
They have, but they've been completely deleted.
They've been completely deleted?
Completely deleted.
Okay, we're asking the registry and registrar to look into that, please, and they are doing that. All right.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I speak?
Make one. Mic one.
Am I one? Okay, yeah, thanks. So Tobias Clark. I had no idea about that. I was actually coming up to ask. I understand that we are all under a lot of pressure and we have lots of resolutions, and I respect that. But my daughter is a type 1 diabetic. And I'm sure that there are other people in this room that need just a little bit of a break. And maybe because of this other situation, if we can just hold voting for like 15 minutes, get that fixed, and anybody that does have a medical condition can at least have a bit of a healthcare break. So I'm asking the Assembly if we could please do that.
All right, you're the second one that has asked for a break, so I'm going to propose that we have, and I will restate that if you need self-care, there's food on the other side. Take care of yourself. But we will take a 5-minute break. Okay. So that means that we will be here. Yeah, I know I'm mean. 5-minute break. You have to leave your clickers at the door. Don't forget to leave your clickers, and don't forget to pick them up. So at 10:47, we're coming back.
It's okay.
We'll recognize you after, okay?
Yep.
All right, we're calling the meeting back to order, and as people are making their way back, I want to state that people should not be having a sidebar conversation because I'm having complaints from citizens that can't hear what is going on. So if you keep having a sidebar conversation, we will stop the meeting and ask the people who are having that loud sidebar conversation to go out the room. Thank you. Now, I want to clarify something about the Drummond Island as our people are coming in. The tickets that you're asked to pay, that you need to pick up, include your ferry, the bus, the ferry, and the lunch. If you decide to take your own car, you'll be responsible for your bus. You won't have food, and you might not be able to make it. Vehicles will not be able to attend. There will not be room on the ferry for the buses and the private vehicles. So therefore, they will be left behind, and the tour will not be waiting up for them. Once you figure in your gas and ticket, it's cheaper to go on the bus. It's more fun too. So anyhow, I've read that note. Please make a note of it, and please go pick up your ticket. Mike 1.
Yeah.
And don't forget your passport.
Just in a note to what Francis is talking about, it really is the only way to make this happen for everyone to be able to get to Drummond Island. Otherwise, the ferry is full. You won't get there. You won't know where we are. This really is the only way to make it work. And so we're dealing with an isolated island with a ferry. We're also dealing with the American border, so make sure that you have your passport with you. Make sure you pick your tickets up. We've arranged this to really be it really is the only way to make it work. And so we really need folks to pick their tickets up. Otherwise, it won't work. So.
All right. So everybody please grab your seat. The first thing we're going to do, because I notice we don't have everybody in the room, is we're going to ask for quorum. And I want to say that if somebody raises their hands or brings it to my attention that they cannot hear the speakers because of the noise, we will stop the meeting and ask those people creating the noise to please leave the room. All right? So our vice chair has got something to say.
Yeah, no. Okay, I just want to, we have also had a complaint from the people sitting in the very back. When people are speaking into the mic, they're not speaking in loud enough that they can hear. So just to make sure that everybody can hear, to make sure you're speaking clearly in the mic and that everybody can hear you. And then we have to check quorum. So if, are we ready to press 1? Yeah, we're ready to press 1. So can you press 1, please? Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, they're still voting. It's, yeah, no, one. Yeah, we do have quorum. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's a minor technicality right now. Quorum is there, 141. So that's not quorum, by the way, that's the number of people in the room. Quorum is still 132. All right, we are at
Madam Chair.
I am recognizing Mike 2. I told I was recognizing her before. And then we will move on to resolution that we were at. I think it's 11, but I'll be verifying. Yes.
Jennifer Parkinson, Grand River Métis Council. Madam Chair, I would like to get clarification whether the citizens that have been deleted from registry are now registered, as all citizens have the right to vote that come to this assembly. I would like to, if that has not been sorted out, I would like to motion that we hold voting until those citizens are in a position to vote.
That has been sorted out.
Thank you.
That has been sorted out. And there's only one person, and that person has never received a card, so that's why she's not on any list. And that's what I was told by registry. Okay? Thank you. Mic number 1.
Paul Perry, Veterans Council. Madam Chair, a point of information. If everyone will look at the last, in their white manual, the last resolution in the manual seems to have been eliminated from the new list, amended list, and it's an extremely, extremely important one.
Okay, we're going to get to that when we get to that
why.
motion, okay? So we'll go to the motion, and at the end, when that motion is not there, you can get up and speak to it, okay? Or we'll get the Resolutions Committee Chair, when he comes back, to speak to it, okay?
So at the end, after all
Yeah.
the amended list is dealt with?
Yeah. Okay? All right. So we are going to move to resolution number 11 unless you have something that's crucial to say, Mike number 2.
Madam Chair, my question...
And your name is?
Sorry, Trish Persey, Georgian Bay Métis Council. My question is in regards to those that have just rectified their deletion problem. Have they been given significant time to receive their clickers in order to vote?
They will have. It doesn't take that long.
Thank you.
So I've been assured that that's done. Resolution number 11. MNO Electoral Code, Part A, and we're going to ask once again, and I am going to do it loudly, and I know I might hurt people's ears. The people who having the second conversation need to either have it so quietly or they need to walk out of the room and have it there, or else we will ask them to do so. Now, I would like the mover.
I'm the one that
sorry, I apologize. All right. I apologize to the baby. I'm sorry, baby. But, yeah, we apologize. So let's please try to do business in a good way. Mike, too.
Okay, I'm going to, like, this was something that the...
Are you moving it?
No.
Well, can we...
I am going to ask for it to be removed because this was something that the electoral officer in the report asked for, and the same as it was in the report before. So we had a, you know, so...
So nobody's moving it?
No.
All right. If nobody's moving it, then we will proceed to resolution, special resolution number 12. We are removing this one. Nobody's moving it. He's going to be back. Okay. Special resolution number 12. Special resolution to amend definition of list of electors in MNO Electoral Code, Part A, to ensure privacy of MNO citizens' information and provide clarity on responsibility for posting lists of elector. Can I have a mover for that? Mike 1.
Mitch Case, President, MNOIC.
Do I have a seconder for that? Either Tim, Sharon, Margaret, or Alexandra. Tim? Okay, we have Tim who is the seconder. I have a resolution that has been moved and seconded. Do I have discussion on that resolution? Seeing no discussion? Oh, we have discussion. If you want it read, if somebody asks for it, we can read it. You want it read? No. Okay, we'll go for it.
So Margaret Furrow, President at MNO. I just wanted to give a quick explanation of this particular resolution. There have been concerns raised with regard to the, as you'll know, when we're preparing for election, lists goes out to councils for them to confirm, and then those lists that are confirmed get posted in a public place. This resolution provides for ensuring that the private information of our citizens isn't listed in the public place, and that it's simply the name of the electors, the list of the electors. And then the other two provisions of this provide for more clarity around who is provided the list, so that there's clarity around who is responsible for the lists. That's the intent of this resolution.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, then I heard question. I was going to say I entertain question, but anyhow, do we have consensus? If somebody wants to break the consensus, either raise your hand or press 1. We have somebody who wants to break consensus. We'll go to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 5. Voting is closed. Results are the resolution is carried. Let's go to resolution 13, special resolution 13, and that is entitled Special Resolution to Amend Definition of Executive in the MNO Electoral Code Part A for consistency with MNO bylaws. Do I have a mover for that? Either Sharon, Tim, Margaret, or Mitch. We have a mover. Margaret is the mover. Do I have a seconder for that? Either Tim, Sharon. Sharon is moving. Okay. Seconding, sorry. Sharon is the seconder. Do we have discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion on motion, do we have question being called? Do we have consensus? If anybody wants to break consensus, either raise your hands or press number 1. Oh, we have, is this for this one? Yeah? Okay, so we will go to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 2 and 3 4 and 5. Voting is now closed. The results are 177, 28, and 5. So the motion is carried. All right, so we will move to special resolution to clarify Article 34. Special resolution number 14. Special resolution to clarify Article 34.4 of the MNO Electoral Code Part A. Do I have a mover? Either Sharon, Tim, Margaret, or Mitch. Do I have a mover? We have a mover. Sharon will move it. Do I have a seconder? Either Tim, Margaret, or Ali. Do I have a seconder? Tim will second it. Do we have discussion? Do we have discussion? Seeing no discussion, did I hear? I just heard a question. Question has been called. Do we have consensus? If you want to break consensus, either raise your hand or press 1. Do we have a broken consensus? I swear people just want to click. If someone is abstaining or opposed, then we are going to go to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on the clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. And 2. 3. And 4. 5. Voting is now closed, and the results are carried. In case you don't know, the vice chair is the one that is telling me. So whether it's carried or not, she's a quick calculator. Special resolution number 15. Special resolution number 15 says, a special resolution to amend MNO Electoral Code Part A to protect confidentiality of certain election materials. Do I have a mover? Either Sharon, Tim, Margaret, or Mitch. Mitch will move. Do I have somebody to second it? Sharon is the person that will second it. Somebody told me that seconding it wasn't a word, so. Do we have further discussion? Okay, seeing that nobody was rushing to the mic, we will recognize question. And do we have consensus? Again, if you are going to break consensus, we have somebody that broke consensus. We will move to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker.
I'm sorry, but we're just moving so fast now. I mean, I'm kind of slow to begin with, so don't mark that down, by the way. But
did you want to have a discussion on that? Is that what you're doing?
Not a discussion. I just like to have more time to actually read it. I think I got through the second sentence, and we're already here. So
okay.
What are we doing? You know,
all right.
And I thought we were reading this. No, sorry, Ray. Don't shoot me afterwards. I'm
okay.
so sorry.
I will postpone voting. I'm sorry. We will postpone voting for clarity. We will ask Ray to come up and read it.
Yeah,
and any time that you are not comfortable with voting now because you haven't read it, just speak up, but try to do it sooner. Okay. All right, Peter. I just had to do that.
So we're going back to reading. And
I am just going back to reading. We are putting a hold on it for clarity. We want to make sure that everybody knows what they're voting on. So Ray will come up and read it.
By the way, that was Region 9, Peter Rivers.
France? That was Region 9, Peter Rivers, and thank you for saying that because I forgot who you were.
France?
Teresa.
I just think because I was asked a question what this is referencing. So my understanding is this would be...
Okay, Teresa,
yes.
are you talking on the resolution? Yes. Can you wait till
just so people know what
read?
we're talking about? It's destroying the list of people after the election's done so that they know what the motion's about.
Okay, let's read it, and then I will ask you to speak to that again, please. Let's read the motion.
I don't mind reading, Peter. It's okay. Okay, 15. So special resolution 15, special resolution to amend MNO Electoral Code Part A to protect confidentiality of certain election materials. Whereas the MNO wishes to ensure the confidentiality and security of election materials, including lists of electors, and whereas the MNO wishes to ensure accountability on the part of the candidates and individuals seeking nominations in an election when election materials are shared with those individuals, therefore be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the following recommended addition to the MNO Electoral Code Part A. 1. Article 44 is added to read as follows. Article 44, Protection of Election Materials. 44.1. All individuals who receive any election materials, including lists of electors or any materials referred to in Article 34.11, must sign a declaration that they will, next slide, A, not duplicate or share these materials unless authorized by the code or instructed to do so by the Chief Electoral Officer. B, return these materials as required by the code. Or C, destroy these materials forthwith on the completion of the election if not required to return them under 44.1b. 44.2, the declaration referred to in Article 44.1 will be in the form prescribed by the Chief Electoral Officer. 44.3, non-compliance with the declaration referred to in this article constitutes a violation of this code and is subject to the investigation and enforcement powers of the Chief Electoral Officer set out in Article 4.
All right, I will ask Teresa, do you want to make your way back to the mic and state what you had said before, please? Teresa? And say who you are in case I got your name wrong.
Marianne. Teresa Stenlin, Region 1. I was just asked by someone near me what that meant. So when you're running for an election, you can request the list of people that would elect you in your territory. So it would be that list that you would have to destroy or give back after the election is completed.
Thank you, Teresa. I will recognize Mike 1.
Rick Paquette, Niagara Region. 44.3, I believe because that clause is in there, this is no longer valid. And the reason I state that is because the investigation and enforcement powers of the Chief Electoral Officer was voted down. It does not exist.
All right, further conversation? What? Jason will speak to that.
So I don't think it actually is contradictory. It can still exist. You have no ability to enforce it, but it is a direction that's put in there that people are to return it. They don't. It can still sit there and say these are what people are doing. For example, you can give direction of this is what is required under the Act. But as we just passed a resolution on, or didn't pass a resolution on, its clarity about how that enforcement takes place is not clear yet. So the idea, though, that the Assembly can't provide direction to say, well, our intention is, and let's just be, the intention is that everyone is following the Act. You don't actually have to have a stick or punishment in order to deal with it. So those other parts of the section can actually stand as they are drafted. So it's up to the Assembly. Now, one of the rationales may be, well, we shouldn't be adopting these sorts of things since we don't have an enforcement provision within it about how we actually make the will of the Assembly implemented, but it doesn't in and of itself make this resolution fail. It will have that clause in there in the resolution, and it will have nothing directing it to about how the enforcement is undertaken.
I totally disagree because this implies that they do have enforcement powers. Actually, it doesn't imply, it states that they do. And you can't change this because Tony spoke at Mike 2 about a minor adjustment to a previous one, and Fran said, can't be done. This is what we're dealing with. Yep. And because this is what we're dealing with, that is wrong. And therefore, this motion should not move forward.
Okay, we had the opinion of our lawyer. We have your opinion. We'll let it to the floor when we go into a vote to see what will happen. Mike 1. Mike 1.
Liz Boucher, Kenora Métis Council. Speaking to this motion, we had our election in April, and I refused to post the list of voters because of the confidential information that was contained in it. I'm not sure if I'm the only one who has refused to do that, but I think it's really important, and I don't know how our articles and how our code is reflected with the privacy laws, but also in the previous motion that was passed, I realized after the date of birth weren't in there. So my concern is, I realize it's only this motion or this resolution, but yes, my concern is that I would like clarification on how the privacy laws, because again, if I'm going to be held for not posting something that has a date of birth on it or other information that I am not at leisure to share by law, and then I'm just seeking clarification on the privacy laws and how our electoral code comes in, because protecting private information is paramount to me.
Okay, I have that, and somebody will answer that. I'm looking at Jason or Margaret.
Thanks for the comments, Liz. Margaret Fro, President MNO. That's precisely why this language has been added in, to ensure that all of that personal information, it's literally just the list of the electors that gets posted. So I think that's going to address those concerns. And then this particular resolution, Well, actually, I won't bother speaking to this one.
Mic number 2.
Ali Dezome, Region 6, MNOYC. I just wanted to clarify, because I could hear some kind of mutterings going on around me. The purpose of this resolution is to say that if someone is given this information, which we have always allowed, that they must destroy it or give it back. To mention, someone at Mic 1 had said that we haven't eliminated the chief electoral officer with our previous resolution. What we did is we're saying we're not giving them the power to enforce our rules, but it doesn't mean we can't give them guidance. So this resolution is giving guidance to, if you get confidential information as part of a procedure that already exists, you need to give it back or get rid of it. Thank you.
All right. Mic number 2.
Sharon Cadeau, and I'm just also just want to state that at the last election, I had moved, and I received something at my old address that was changed with the MNO. So the only reason that somebody would have had that is they kept the document from the year before. So I have an issue with that. So the stuff is not being destroyed, and it's my personal information, and I do take offense to that. So I would like this, you know, to me, it is privacy, and it's important to me, and I'm sure other people in the room.
Okay, Margaret?
So I will speak to the resolution. This resolution came forward because of those kinds of concerns that we heard from electors and some of the people that were running it as candidates. The requirement to not share, to not duplicate that information, the requirement to destroy it or return it, that's actually already in our electoral code. What this does is add that anyone that receives that information actually has to sign a declaration promising to comply with the code. That's the difference with what we've done here. And it's all part of how do we start holding people accountable. And I would just add, I would agree with the interpretation that Jason provided in terms of 44.3. Whatever that power is of the chief electoral officer, this would allow for that declaration to be addressed through that.
Yvonne at Mic 1.
Hi, Yvonne Jensen, North Channel. I just wanted to also say that I don't post it on the wall, but if anybody wants to see the list, they can. But I don't think their addresses and phone numbers should be on there, maybe just their names. I don't think it should be posted on the wall.
Okay, thank you. Mitch and Rick. Mitch, did you speak to this one yet already? No, well then you're going to go first.
Yeah, Mitch Case, President MNOYC. Yeah, no, I just speak in favor of the resolution, similar to...
Speak loud and into the mic, and people at the back quiet.
Speaker, the Vice Chair, I also received campaign material at my previous address 2 weeks before the list was even supposed to have been available. So unless somebody's got, you know, a crystal ball or something, it means they had the list from the previous election. So, or some other source. So I support the resolution.
Thank you. Mic number 1, and then seeing no other conversations, we'll entertain question.
Rick Paquette, Niagara Region. I understand the need for destroying the materials and everything, and I'm in favor of that. But this resolution is flawed because of 44.3. I've got to say it again. This needs to be dropped, rewritten for next year, and resubmitted.
All right, and we had an opinion on that, so we're going to proceed with asking if the question has been called. Question has been called. Do we have consensus? If anybody, we're going to move to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against a resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And 5. Voting is now closed, and the results are motion is defeated. All right, we are going to move to special resolution number 16, which is entitled Special Resolution Requirements for Use of MNO Resources and Behavior of MNO Employees During an Election. I have a mover. Yes, nobody on stage, please. We have a mover, either Sharon, Tim, Margaret, or Mitch.
I'm here.
You're there. Sorry, Mitch is the mover. And we have a seconder, either Tim, Sharon, Margaret, and Alexandra. Alexandra is the seconder. We have a motion that's been moved and seconded. Do we have a discussion on the motion? You want it read? We will ask for it to be read. So we will ask our minute taker to come up and read motion number 16.
Special resolution number 16, special resolution regarding requirements for use of MNO resources and behavior of MNO employees during an election. Whereas the MNO wishes to modernize the MNO Electoral Code Part A in accordance with the recommendations of the June 2018 report on modernizing the MNO Electoral Codes A and B June 2018 report. And whereas the June 2018 report recommended that the MNO implement new rules regarding the conduct of MNO employees and the use of MNO resources during elections, consistent with standard practices in elections, particularly to ensure that the same rules apply to the nomination and campaign periods. And whereas the June 2018 report recommended that the MNO provide authority to the Chief Electoral Officer to investigate the misuse of MNO resources by an MNO employee during an election and to provide recommendations to the Chief Operating Officer of the MNO regarding the same. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the recommended amendments and additions to the MNO Electoral Code Part A. Next slide. 1. In Article 7.3, MNO resources not to be used during elections, remove. MNO resources may not be used to support, endorse, or otherwise provide an unfair to any candidate during an election. And replace with the following. MNO resources may not be used to support, endorse, or otherwise provide an unfair advantage to any individual seeking to become an office holder during an election, which includes the period in which individuals are seeking to be nominated as a candidate. 2. In Article 7.A, MNO resources not to be used during election, add, or for any individual seeking to be nominated as a candidate. Next slide. Or for any individual seeking to be nominated as a candidate. Sorry, that's the repeat of the same line. That was my cutting and pasting. After, MNO employees will not, during working hours, perform any service, offer any advice, or provide any information solely for the use of one candidate. The new Article 7.8, MNO resources not to be used during an election, will read as follows. MNO employees will not, during working hours, perform any service, offer any advice, or provide any information solely for the use of one candidate or for any individual seeking to be nominated as a candidate during an election. Information provided by MNO to one candidate will be made accessible to all other candidates either through posting of the information on the MNO website, next slide, or through other mechanisms so that all candidates have equal access to the information. 3. In Article 7.10, MNO resources not to be used during elections, remove. MNO employees may work on a campaign or support a candidate outside of their work hours. MNO employees may not campaign or actively work in support of a candidate during an election during working hours unless they are on a leave of absence without pay. and replaced with the following. MNO employees may work on a campaign or support a candidate or individual seeking to be nominated as a candidate outside of their work hours. MNO employees may not campaign or actively work in support of a candidate or individual seeking to be nominated as a candidate during working hours unless they are on a leave of absence without pay or taking holiday leave. Next slide. 4. In Article 7.11, MNO resources not to be used during elections. Remove. In the event that there is any question as to the use of MNO resources in a manner that is inconsistent with this section of the code, the Chief Operating Officer may, at his or her discretion, take appropriate steps to remedy the situation. And replace with the following. In the event that there is any question as to the use of MNO resources by an MNO employee in a manner that is inconsistent with this section of the code, the Chief Electoral Officer may decide to investigate such allegations and make appropriate recommendations to the Chief Operating Officer, who may, at his or her discretion, take appropriate steps to remedy the situation.
All right, the motion has been moved and seconded, and I have a discussion. I'm going to recognize our president and then Mike too.
So just to give a little bit of explanation and background for this particular resolution, I know it may seem self-evident. The first two resolution clauses, really what they do is they seek to address the prohibitions on staff using resources or staff time for candidates in election. It just extends it to say, or for people that are seeking nomination. So instead of that rule kicking in at the point where someone's confirmed as a candidate, you can't actually work for people that are seeking nomination. So it just means that staff can't be using their time or MNO resources to support candidates seeking nomination. So that's the first two clauses. The third one speaks to really, instead of just saying you have to be on a leave of absence if you're going to be actively working in support of a candidate, you can also take holiday leave. So it allows the employee the opportunity to actually take holiday leave instead of an unpaid leave. So that's the third clause. And then the last one provides for, if there is a concern that comes forward, that we actually have the Chief Electoral Officer investigate it, and then they make recommendations to the Chief Operating Officer, and they will deal with that at an administrative level. So that's just the breakdown and explanation of why these provisions have been recommended. And again, this all comes from the report that our Chief Electoral Officer has provided to us, that's been provided to our delegates last year, and it will help to streamline and provide greater clarity for our staff come election time. Merci.
Mike, too.
Russell Green, Thames Blue Water. I'm just looking at article, the section number 1, article 7.3, the section that you're removing. I can see that, that's no problem, but I just wanted to get a little clarification. And on the part where it says it's replacing, it says MNO resources may not be used to support, endorse, otherwise provide an unfair advantage to any individual seeking to become an office holder during the election. What about the present office holders now? Does that mean that they can be provided with resources from the MNO?
I don't think so. Who's going to answer that? No, the answer is no, but I want it to come from somebody else.
Because it doesn't indicate that. It just the wording, right? Because you are already an office holder, so it's not saying that it's someone that's seeking that office. You already hold that office. You would be the incumbent.
Yeah. So now, I mean, there are other provisions in the code, and I'd have to go look them up that speak more directly to that. But I will say that no, staff aren't allowed to use their time, their work time, to support candidates in the election. But that process, this really talks about the timelines that we have in place. Nominations become open, they run for a period of time, and then the candidates are identified, and then there's an election period, and that's what this resolution covers. In terms of, I mean, until people actually seek nomination and become candidates, that process isn't engaged.
You said you'd have to seek information later. What information can you provide us now, especially me, who's trying to understand this? You said you'd have to look later. I don't have later. You have later.
This language, Russell, speaks to the nomination period and the campaign period. That's what this language speaks to specifically.
I get that.
And it
but
applies to
Are you
everybody.
not an office holder even when you're going for election?
Absolutely. So that
So
would apply
then
for
it
a
says-
current,
it
that would
says in
apply
there
for a
specifically
current
that
office
people
holder.
that don't.
I'm just going to answer your question. That would
Are you
apply
answering
for
it?
a current office holder or any people that are coming in to run for office. They will all be treated the same way.
But that's not what the wording says here.
It says anyone that's seeking nomination. Yeah. And even when
Seeking
you're
to
in an
become
existing.
an office holder is what it
That's right.
says.
So even when
Not
you are
nomination, there's a
currently.
difference.
Look, Russell, let's have one conversation at a time. Let her finish, and then we'll go to you, and then if she answers your question, then we'll move on because we have some others.
Even
Okay.
people that are currently holding office, they still have to go through that process of seeking nomination and becoming a candidate, just like everybody else. So what this provision does is treat everybody the same. MNO staff time, MNO resources can't be used to support any candidate, whether there's somebody that's already served in the role previously or they're just coming into the role.
I get that, but that does not, it's not what it says.
Okay, we're not going to go to that because some says yes, some says no. We're going to recognize Mike 1.
Teresa Stenlin. I need to seek clarification on two things, Franz, and I'm not sure who to answer me.
Okay.
So all of PCMNO have been deemed employees because we all get, for tax purposes, because we all get T4s now because of legal advice with changes. So for myself, if I want, and if someone's currently in a political position, because I'm deemed an employee now and I want to support someone that's running in my region, do I need to take a leave of absence because I'm now an employee? So that's one question. And then my second question for clarification that I need is the executive or full-time employees of the PCMNO. So if someone of the executive wanted to support a colleague that's running, do you need to take a leave of absence as well? Because the executive are the only full-time employees on the PCMO. So two clarifications, please.
And Jason is coming up to clarify that.
Thanks, Franz. I'm just trying to find it. So, sorry. I just got to look at the code to see what if there's a definition for MNO employee.
All right, we're seeking clarification, so take a pill, breathe.
There isn't. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't see a definition of MNO employees in the electoral code, but so and this will confuse it even more. Counselors are not employees of the MNO. In the same way that an employee that works in the health branch is an employee of the MNO. They are employees for taxation purposes because how they get paid, they have to be paid, they are deemed to be employees. But I'm not sure that this actually applies to counselors. I think that because counselors is a defined term within the PCMNO bylaws, I think this is applying to employees and it's not applying to counselors. Ones seeking office who aren't employees or ones that may already be counselors. I don't think that the provision applies to it. I think it's dealing specifically with employees. Again, that's my interpretation based upon, I don't see a defined term anywhere that says existing PCMNO counselors or future PCMNO counselors are employees. I also don't know how you would enforce it, because there's many, and there is a distinction, right? PCMNO counselors don't work 9 to 5. You know, they don't have, many of them don't have employment contracts. They are compensated for undertaking their roles as counselors, and as I said, for CRA or tax purposes, deemed to be employees. So I don't think that this applies to counselors, but the point, I think it provides clarity about how employees are to be dealt with, not in relation to counselors or those people that may be holding office on a community council, of whether it applies to them. I know that may be the intention, but that's not how it's drafted, based upon it not having a clear definition of who is an employee, and that it's not that elected officials are not employees of the MNO. They are counselors of the MNO, and for taxation purposes, they're dealt with as employees. So that would be my interpretation of it.
All right, I have mic number 1.
Rick Paquette, Niagara Region. This special resolution also includes the language that the chief electoral officer may decide to investigate. Doesn't have that power.
Yeah, Jason will speak to that, and then we'll go to mic number 2.
Rick, I think you have to look at Article 4. So you're saying that essentially because that past resolution, which gave some teeth about how they investigate, can be done, that somehow the CEO or the chief electoral officer is a toothless tiger and can't essentially do anything. If you read Section 4 of the Electoral Code, it sets out what the mandate of the chief electoral officer is, and I'm just going to go to it. Sure, it's under tab 4, and maybe while I'm trying to find it, if it's under tab 4, and the first...
Page 6 and 7, tab 4, Electoral Code, Part A.
And it's on A6 and A7, thank you. And it's MNO at the top of the header at the top says MNO Electoral Code, Part A, AGA approved August 23rd, 2014, A6 and A7. So Article 4 deals with the chief electoral officer, and I don't know if we're able to get it up on the screen.
I'm not sure, but they pull up here. Can I see that?
Sure.
If we can't get it on the screen, please look in your book on tab 4, Electoral Code,
So this idea that he essentially is completely handcuffed is incorrect. In fact, the code itself prescribes specific things. What he's asked for repetitively is, when it comes to enforcement, and he hasn't enforced because he doesn't believe that that's what's prescribed within it, and he wants clarification of it, that's what is missing. But this idea that you keep on saying that he can't do anything, in fact, he's expressly empowered by Article 4 to perform all the duties assigned under this code, and he has the discretion to essentially do what is necessary. So this idea that somehow he's neutered or has is not correct, and or anything that references that he's supposed to uphold the terms of the code, is not correct. What he doesn't have is, if this breach happens, you do X. If this breach happens, you do Y. He's asked for that because he knows if he does certain things in the course of the election, that could affect election. Look at the United States of, FBI releasing files or what have you. And so what he has done in the past is he's continued to say, I would like clarity on this, but it is an incorrect interpretation to say that the chief electoral officer is not obliged to uphold and perform the functions in the code. And that may require, when you put these things in there, to say, hey, if someone's doing this, I have to write a letter of reprimand, or I need to do something. That is just your interpretation of that it's an all or nothing sort of thing, and that he has no power to do these things is not based upon the text of the code.
Nothing that you read in there, as far as I can see, gives him investigative powers. You're saying that he can ask for clarification, and that's fine. That's one thing. That's not investigative powers. That's clarification.
So he has to perform all duties assigned pursuant to the code. If you are now adding in a section that says, if this circumstance happens, he's required to investigate, embedded within that, he has to conduct that investigation to perform all duties assigned pursuant to the code. If you don't want that in the code, then this part doesn't go in. But you're essentially saying that if it's not expressly stated that he has the power of investigation in 4.0 or punishment functions, then he doesn't have it. That's inconsistent with E, that says performed all duties assigned pursuant to the code. You are now embedding sections, or potentially embedding sections, in to say, look, if these situations happen, you need to investigate. So so I just want to clarify that, because you're trying to frame it as he can't do it without these other things. He can do it. What you are essentially doing is saying, this is a duty we're now embedding in the code. He has to do it. Now, as I said, it's the Assembly's choice of whether you want to embed that duty. But this tautology that you keep on raising is not true. They can decide not to put it in as a duty, but this Assembly can, and that's what the resolution speaks to.
Okay.
All right, we will go to mic number 1, and then I think I heard somebody yell out question, but we'll go to mic number 1.
Brian Goliker from Atikokan. My questions revolve around 7.10 and the changes to an employee that may work on a campaign or support a candidate or individual after their work hours. It's been my experience that we carry the mantle that we get at work with us when we're off the job. So if I was standing up asking for people's votes, and I had someone like a director standing behind me with the hand on the shoulder, even though it was after hours, or a home care worker perhaps, or somebody like that, and there was members in the audience who perceived that person as being a source of things that they needed, things that they got, say a home care worker who was after hours and was supporting me in my campaign, and members of the audience were actually clients of that aging at home worker. I believe that there would be an influence that you would carry after work from your position and from your authority when you were at work, people would still perceive you after hours as being a little more knowledgeable and perhaps carrying an endorsement for a person. So that's the problem I see is with that 7.10. Even though an employee is after hours, they're still carrying some authority that they gain from the job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to recognize question, and we're going to see. I don't know if you were waiting for an answer or if that was just an opinion.
No, my question, I don't feel that that 7.10 is correct. I agree with a lot of the rest of it, but 7.10 I have to disagree with because I don't feel that employees after hours just become anonymous faces in the crowd and that they can use authority that they will carry off the job. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that opinion. Question has been called, but I know that there's somebody at mic 2. I will recognize him as the last person, and then we will go, and you will have a name.
Mark
Do you have a name
Mantha.
tag? And
Oh, sorry, it's on the table.
Okay.
Mark Mantha, Moon River, and I concur with the previous speaker. Thank you.
All right. So we have opinions, we have answered questions. Now we will see if we have consensus because question has been called. And if you want to break consensus, which you did, we will now move to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1. And 2. Et 3. Et 4. And 5. Voting is now closed, and the results are it's defeated. Okay, before we go into Resolution 17, I will ask our Resolutions Committee Chair to come up and talk about special resolutions that who it has to be given to and what time it has to be given at, please. Yeah, what did I say? Oh, okay, I'm going to finish my coffee while he's talking. Ordinary resolution.
Thank you. This year, the Resolution Committee has decided that we will take ordinary resolutions up to 4 o'clock today. So if you can provide your written resolutions and provide it to one of the committee members, either myself, Pearl Cabona, Joseph Portras, Russell Green, Luke Thompson, Rennie Gravel, Ron LePage, or Rick Parquet, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. We are at Resolution 17. And Shirley, do you want to take it out, please? Hey, do you want to take it out and have that conversation? Let me know what the results are. Okay, we are starting. And the first thing we will do, because we've taken a long break, we will establish quorum. So will everybody please, and we're not establishing quorum, we're establishing to make sure we have quorum, because quorum is set on the first day. So press number 1. Everybody press number 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Press number 1. 5. Okay, can we have the results? Okay, we have quorum, so that means we're back on the 160. So we have quorum, so we're back on special resolutions. So I would point to the fact that we're still having more than one conversation, and I would like that toned down because my voice is getting tired. And I've been told more than once today to pipe down. So we will look at resolution number 2 allow the Chief Electoral Officer to adapt the MNO Electoral Code Part A in an emergency or unforeseen circumstance. Do we have a mover? Could be Sharon, Tim, Margaret, or Mitch. Who's moving it? Margaret is moving it. Do we have a seconder? It could be Tim, Sharon, Margaret, or Alexandra. Tim is going to be the seconder. All right. So we have that resolution. It's up on the screen. Do we have discussion on the resolution? Yoo-hoo, yoo-hoo. Do we have discussion on resolution 17? You want it read? When we'll ask for them to read it. So we'll ask the minute taker to come up and read it.
So special resolution 17, special resolution to allow Chief Electoral Officer to adapt the MNO Electoral Code Part A in an emergency or unforeseen circumstance. Whereas the MNO wishes to modernize the MNO Electoral Code Part A in accordance with the recommendations of the June 2018 report on modernizing the MNO Electoral Codes A and B June 2018 report. And whereas the MNO Electoral Code Part A currently has no provision to alter the code, including to amend or extend timelines in the case of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance, such as a postal strike or extreme weather event. And whereas the June 2018 report recommended providing authority to the Chief Electoral Officer to modify the MNO Electoral Code Part A in case of emergency or unforeseen circumstance to remedy this gap. Next slide. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the recommended addition to the MNO Electoral Code Part A, Article 45 Emergencies, 45.1, during an election period or within 30 days after it, if an emergency, an unusual or unforeseen circumstance, or an error makes it necessary, the Chief Electoral Officer may, for the sole purpose of enabling electors to exercise their right to vote or enabling the count of votes, adapt any provision of this code, and in particular may extend the time for performing any obligation or doing any act under this code.
All right. Do we have further discussion on special resolution number 17? We have a mover and a seconder, Ernie. Question has been called. Do we have consensus? Okay, we're going to move to a vote. Because question has been called and we don't have consensus, everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. And I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1. 2. 3. 4. And 5. And the results are it's carried. We will move on to resolution number. Do I have a mover? It could be Sharon, Tim, Margaret, or Mitch. All right. Sharon moves it. Do I have a seconder? It could be Tim, Margaret, or Alexandra. Yes, Alexandra seconds it. Discussion. You want to have it read? All right. We're going to ask the minute taker to come up and read it.
Okay, special resolution number 18. Special resolution to allow citizens left off the list of electors to vote in elections held pursuant to the MNO Electoral Code Part A. Whereas the MNO wishes to modernize the MNO Electoral Code Part A in accordance with the recommendations of the June 2018 report on modernizing the MNO Electoral Codes A and B June 2018 report. Whereas the June 2018 report recommended that a procedure be put in place to enable individuals left off the list of electors to vote and have their ballots counted if that individual was left off the list of electors due to an error made by the MNO. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the following recommended amendments and additions to the MNO Electoral Code Part A. 1. In Article 27.1A to add the following after: the returning officer shall ascertain whether the name of the elector is on the list of electors, and if it is not, the returning officer shall not permit the elector to vote. Next slide. 1. In Article 27.1A to add the following after: the returning officer shall ascertain whether the name of the elector is on the list of electors, and if it is not, the returning officer shall not permit the elector to vote. If the individual seeking to vote is not on the list of electors, that individual shall be permitted to vote if he or she makes a declaration that he or she lives in the area serviced by the poll. This declaration shall be in the form prescribed in Appendix B. This individual shall be given a paper ballot so that he or she may cast their vote, and the returning officer shall segregate that vote from other paper ballot cast by electors on the list of electors. The Chief Electoral Officer shall count such a paper ballot if the Chief Electoral Officer reasonably determines that the individual was left off the list of electors due to an administrative error or oversight on the part of the MNO. Next slide. 2. The following is added as a new Appendix B. Appendix B, affirmation of an elector whose name does not appear on the official list of electors. Polling station at blank. I of blank affirm: 1. That I have been an ordinary resident of blank preceding the date of the election, and 2. That I have not already voted in this election. Blank. Signature of elector. Next page, or next slide. Special resolution to allow citizens left off the list of electors to vote. MNO citizenship number of elector affirmed before me at blank this blank day of blank 20 blank.
All right, the motion has been read. Do I have discussion, conversation? Question has been called. Do we have consensus? If somebody wants to break consensus, press 1 or raise your hand. Do we have consensus? We don't, so we're going to move to a vote. Yeah, we don't, so we're moving to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 2, 3, cat, and 5. Voting is now closed. The results are carried. All right, resolution number 19. The resolution 19 is entitled Special Resolution to Amend MNO Policy 2001-002, Process for Conducting Ordinary and Special Resolutions at a General Assembly. Do I have a mover? It could be Sharon, Tim, Margaret, Joseph, Ray, which is Ray Burgee, and or Mitch Case. Do I have a mover? Mitch is the mover. Do I have a seconder to that? It could be Tim, Sharon, Margaret, Ray, or Alexandra. Ray is working his way to the mic.
I second that motion.
Thank you, Ray. Motion has been moved and seconded. Do we have discussion? Do we have discussion? You want it read? All right, we're going to ask the minute taker to come up and read it.
I'm getting my 10,000 steps in. Okay, special resolution number 19. Special resolution to amend MNO Policy 2001-002, Process for Conducting Ordinary and Special Resolutions at a General Assembly. Whereas the MNO wishes to clarify the process for conducting ordinary and special resolutions at the Annual General Assembly, AGA, specifically the appointment and composition and term of the Resolutions Committee. And whereas MNO Policy 2001-002, Process for Conducting Ordinary and Special Resolutions at a General Assembly, the Resolutions Policy, sets out the requirements for ordinary and special resolutions, as well as the requirement to appoint a resolution committee at the start of each AGA. And whereas the Resolutions Policy does not include a term for the Resolutions Committee, nor a process to appoint a chair of the Resolutions Committee. And whereas the Resolutions Policy requires that special resolutions be submitted to the MNO 35 days prior to the start of the AGA, provided ample time to review these proposed special resolutions for compliance with the Resolutions Policy prior to the beginning of the AGA. Next slide. And whereas the appointment of the Resolutions Committee at the start of the AGA does not provide much time to carefully review all proposed special resolutions, as well as to review all proposed ordinary resolutions and carry out other responsibilities of the Resolutions Committee. And whereas the MNO wishes to use the time between the submission of proposed special resolutions and the start of the AGA to review proposed special resolutions and to provide for greater continuity to the Resolutions Committee given its important work. And whereas this requires an amendment to the Resolutions Policy to provide that a Resolutions Committee appointed at an AGA will sit until the next Resolutions Committee is appointed at the following year's AGA. The Resolutions Committee appointed the year prior will review proposed special resolutions prior to the start of the subsequent AGA and make determinations on their eligibility to be brought forward to the AGA. The MNO citizens appointed as the chair sit for 2 consecutive years to provide continuity to the Resolutions Committee. Next slide. And whereas the MNO desires to implement a transparent process for the appointment of the chair of the Resolutions Committee, which requires an amendment to the Resolutions Policy as it does not currently speak to this issue, therefore be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the following amendments to MNO Policy 2001-002. 1. Section 4 is replaced with the following. At the beginning of the General Assembly, a Resolutions Committee shall be established. The Resolutions Committee will sit from the time it is selected until the appointment of the Resolutions Committee at the next General Assembly. The Resolutions Committee shall include 3 MNO citizens selected by the General Assembly, along with the MNO's legal counsel. One of the 3 MNO citizens selected will sit as the chair of the Resolutions Committee as decided by the Resolutions Committee, and this individual will sit on the Resolutions Committee as the chair for 2 consecutive years. The Resolutions Committee shall also be supported by the MNO's administration as required. The Resolutions Committee has the authority to review the proposed special resolutions to ensure they are in a form that is consistent with this policy. This review of proposed special resolutions will occur prior to the start of the AGA by the Resolutions Committee that was selected in the previous year, and those decisions are final and bind the subsequently appointed Resolutions Committee, which is responsible for bringing them to the floor of the General Assembly for a vote. Only those proposed special resolutions that are compliant with this policy will be brought to the floor by the Resolutions Committee to be voted on by the Assembly. At least one of the identified movers and seconders for, next slide, each special resolution must be in attendance at the General Assembly to act as the mover and seconder when the special resolution is brought to the floor. The Resolutions Committee cannot amend special resolutions in order to make them compliant with the policy. If a special resolution does not refer to a specific clause and propose specific wording, it will not be put forward to the Annual General Assembly for consideration. 2. Section 5 is amended to add, the Resolutions Committee appointed at the AGA is responsible to review all proposed ordinary resolutions at the AGA at which the Resolutions Committee was appointed for compliance with this policy. After, they also cannot deal with internal and individual staffing and personnel issues.
The motion was read, and do we have a conversation, discussion on the motion? Question has been called. I haven't seen anybody but, what? I'm sorry, you had your hand up, and I will recognize a few people. Margaret will speak, and then we'll get the mobile mic to Art.
Margaret Fro, President of the Métis Nation of Ontario. So this resolution, I think it explains itself as we read through it. The intent here is to be able to actually have a resolutions committee that sits for a longer term so that the following year when those special resolutions are submitted, there is a resolutions committee to vet them and then so that at the point where we come to the AGA, that's already been done. Then we appoint a new resolutions committee. They're bound by the decision of the previous one and they bring those resolutions to the floor. One of the things that came up in our president's meeting a couple of days ago was this idea of, trying to do business a little bit earlier on the agenda. And this is one of the challenges where resolutions committees are only appointed at the start of the assembly and they need time. That's really important. They need time to be able to vet all those resolutions. So this would streamline that process and it would provide for that continuity as well, because this also speaks to having a chair of the committee that stays for a couple of years so that we don't have a whole new round of people joining year to year. And of course, the appointments to the resolutions committee are made by the annual General Assembly. So that's just a quick overview of this. And again, it's to provide the committee adequate time to review the resolutions and then allow the subsequent committee to move those to the floor, and then they'll deal with all the ordinary resolutions. That's the Coles Notes version.
Art Bennett, Liaison Captain of the Hunt, Region 4. I agree with the thought behind this and having like a flow or continuity process, but in the last 2 lines of number 1, if a special resolution does not refer to a specific clause and propose specific wording, it will not be put forward. Could somebody explain more in depth what that means?
Jason?
Policy, Art, and it's just, you have to
President has in our bylaws different privileges. I'll leave it up to her if she wants to do it. Mike 2.
Okay, thank you.
Peter Rivers. Just from, I like a lot of it on there. I'm just thinking that I know with my rentals, if I have a bad tenant, it's
Do you want to speak up a little bit?
Hello, I got to bend over here and it's killing me. That's a little bit. So, yeah, there we go. Peter Rivers, Region 9. So I like a lot what I see on here, but I know dealing with my rentals, it's nice to get a bad tenant out when you can. So that way there you're not stuck with somebody, if you guys understand what I'm getting at. I've never been on the resolution committee, so I don't want to overtalk on this. So my main concern I would love to hear about what they think. The current ones right now come up and give their opinion on it, because I feel if it's not broke, why fix it?
All right, that'll be up to them. Mike number 1.
Liz Boucher, Kenora Métis Council. One of the concerns I have, again, I like the idea of more time and it not being rushed, but I have a background where I feel that I could draft a special resolution. I don't think that the majority of our citizens necessarily do have the education, have the capacity, have the understanding to draft a resolution so that it is approved by the Resolutions Committee and heard on the floor here. So my concern in passing this resolution is that if anyone is wishing to draft a special resolution, that they should have the assistance without having to pay out of their own pocket for legal counsel or somebody to provide them with that, the means to do so. So I'm not approving or in agreement with this as it's drafted, for the simple reason that I think anybody who wants to prepare a special resolution should have the ability to get legal or whatever assistance to do so, so that the intent of what changes they want to see are actually drafted in a means that it is acceptable to be brought before the Assembly.
All right, thank you. Mike 2.
Tricia Parrotsy, Georgian Bay Métis Council. I have a two-part question. My first question is, if you're electing the chair for 2 years, a 2-year term, is the MNO going to foot the bill for that person to be traveling to make sure that they're at the MNO for those 2 consecutive term years? That's my first question.
I can't answer that, but I would assume that that is only common sense. But saying that, I would like to have an affirmative. I can't. We'd have to. I mean, there would be no choice. But at the moment, I can't say yes for sure. The only thing I can say is that it would be kind of. I'm censoring my words, but anyhow, I would see that, and I think that could be addressed as a policy at the PCMNO, definitely.
The reason being is only if somebody is taking on the responsibility to take that on, I think it should be up to the MNO to foot that bill just to make sure that they can follow through on their responsibilities. My second question being, if this committee is to go through from today, say we just do this today, and then the committee that we chose yesterday to go through till next year, the special resolutions come in 35 days prior to the AGA. Is all the communication going to be through email in between all these members?
That is something that needs to be worked out, but that is still not worked out. The terms of reference still aren't worked out. All of that needs to be worked out. So if that is going to be in the bylaws, everything else around it needs to be worked out.
Thank you.
Hank is going to speak to part of the question.
Trish, with regards to the fact that this assembly, the resolution committee that they appointed yesterday, this would not affect us. This would take effect at the next AGA. So the next AGA will select the chair and select the 3 representatives.
Mike 1.
Joanne Young, Clearwater Council. I am generally in favor of this resolution because I do think that it gives not only continuity, but the fact that we had multiple renditions of the same resolution in the binders and whatever today, which was somewhat confusing, that I think that could be identified with the resolutions committee that was meeting sooner. And I also just sort of, in terms of clarification, and Hank is probably the best one to address that in his other role as community relations, that where councils or citizens have concerns regarding policies, procedures, and bylaws, that he is available and someone from the Secretariat is available to address those concerns in a general way. They won't write a resolution for them, but they can certainly clarify issues.
Okay, we're not going to put that to the specific employee. We'll put it to the Secretariat and Métis Nation of Ontario Secretariat, COO and CSO, have that question, and we'll definitely take that in note. Now, you got to understand that when these motions are carried, we always go through them and make a plan to be able to bring it forward. So that's a done deal. That's a thing that happens. So I have Mike 2.
Speaking on behalf of what Peter was saying.
Who are you?
My name is Russell Green from Thames Blue Water. Speaking on behalf of the, sorry?
Speak up louder and into the mic.
Okay, is that better, everybody? Perfect. Speaking on behalf of what Peter was saying and the content of what he was saying, our experience, I shouldn't say everybody, but my experience was it went pretty seamlessly. We were all adults. We all knew what we had to do. We had an objective. We sorted it out first, and then we went with that objective. We all nominated Hank. That made it go smoothly. So I don't think that this is necessarily needed, but that's not up for me to decide. That's up for you to decide.
All right, Mike, question has been called, but we have a lineup at the mics. Mic number 1.
Ron Lepage, Georgian Bay Métis Council. I'm also on I'm currently on the Resolutions Committee, and I agree with the previous speaker that it did work well. I have no issues with the process as it is, but I also want to speak in favor of this resolution because I think the continuity is important, and I would expect that sometime in the future the Resolutions Committee will start meeting prior to the AGA and will be able to bring forward recommendations on the resolutions and have a smoother process here on the floor because of their ability to do that sort of thing. My one concern about this resolution is that, well, actually 2 concerns. First of all, there's only 3 people to be appointed. I know that's currently the process in the bylaws, but I would suggest that probably sometime in the future, I hope that this gets adopted the way it is, but sometime in the future that it's looked at and changed to allow for more members on the Resolutions Committee. We had 7 last night, and it worked well with 7 of us, and I don't see any issue with having more people at the table to voice their concerns and their opinions. And my other suggestion is that, and again, some timing can be done in the future, is when you're running multiple years for the Resolutions Committee, you're going to probably be losing people here or there, is that we start appointing alternates as well, so that sometime in the future you can look at changing this bylaw again so that you have perhaps 2 alternates appointed who can step in the event that there's a vacancy. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Mic number 2.
Yeah, so Tobias Clark. Interesting is I do actually agree with what Peter Rivers was saying earlier. If it's not broken, why do we need to fix something? However, I do like the idea of this, but I do disagree with just 3 people. So I'll kind of mirror the speaker right before me. I think that this year worked really well with the 7 or 8 committee members. It had lots of different experiences. I think that adds to it. I would support this if it was worded differently and had a different amount of people on it, especially considering, I also kind of somewhat disagree with the fact that if posting our resolutions or special resolutions, the way that we post them with the dates, with it being available online, is enough for our citizens to look at, review, and have a good kind of ground and base on deciding, should be good enough for the resolution committee as well. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mic number 1. decide, because I didn't see who was there first.
Okay.
Having a little dance.
I told her she could go first because I had already spoken. So.
On this? You spoke on this?
No. But
Okay,
I've
well then
spoken
go
other
ahead.
times.
Go ahead.
Okay.
And
so,
who are you?
Teresa. So I agree with the continuity and having the people there. I agree with those things. But what I want to speak to is a previous speaker, and we need to create an equitable process. So for a number of the resolutions in our kit, we've had legal counsel draft these up. The citizens don't have access or didn't have access to our legal counsel drafting these motions on behalf of the PCMNO. So we need to create a process so it's an equal playing field for all citizens, not just PCMNO, that we create a process that citizens can contact our legal counsel to draft the motions as well. It shouldn't just be PCMNO getting that access.
Okay,
So.
but we are going to keep to the point. Thank you for that, Teresa. Please speak to the motion that's on the floor now, please. Mic 2.
Rebecca Trudell, Historic Sault Ste. Marie. Like many before me, I like the idea of having a resolution committee for many, 2 years. However, like Tobias said, I also say that if it's available to our citizens at a certain date, that should be good enough for the resolution committee. Because like an exam, if you have the answers or the questions too far in advance, you overthink things. And then also, this opens up the opportunity for those on the committee to bully those who are handing in the resolution, and for the nitty-gritty detail for them to be, oh, this would be great, but let's change this bit, let's change that bit, to twisting their words into what an individual who was not initially writing the resolution would want. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number 1.
Kate Stewart McNeil, Ottawa Region Métis Council. I just have a question. So this doesn't specify whether the committee chair, after sitting for 2 years, can immediately sit again a third and fourth year. So I'm wondering if that's left unspecified intentionally, or what opinion is on that. That's my question.
Does anybody have a very quick answer on that? I think it wasn't specified for. It just wasn't specified. It's something that'll have to come out in the terms of reference.
Okay, thank you.
Mic number 1, then mic number 2. Mic number 1.
Marlene Davidson, Atikokan. I don't know why you came up with this resolution, but I really would like to say that if we put this in place, you might prohibit some of our younger people from having the opportunity to sit on a resolutions committee, because young people never know what next year might bring, and they might not be able to sit on that committee the following year. But to give them the opportunity and to work with other people, I think that's really important for us too. So, like I say, I don't know where you came up with this idea, but I think that the way it is now is good.
Okay, thank you. Mic number 2, and then I think we will recognize question.
All right, Luke Thompson. I've had the privilege of sitting on 2 consecutive resolutions committee. I do like how it runs right now. Some of the issues if this goes forward is it doesn't state in there how early before the AGA Special Resolution Committee would have to meet, or how they would be compensated, because they're going to have to take time off work and all that kind of stuff, and people can't do that. People plan for the AGA, and now they're going to have to plan for something else. 2, citizens live all the way across Ontario. It's going to be very hard to make a time that fits for everybody. Also, 2, if you get to do the resolution committee ahead of time, and if by some mistake or some error the information gets out that somebody's resolution isn't hitting the floor, you're going to have an uproar even before the AGA even hits the floor. And also to say, if you point it the year before, what happens if that person cannot make the next AGA? There's nothing in there saying that they can replace them with somebody or not. So I say it's working great as it is. We went through without a hitch last night. The only change I would make for a special resolution next year would probably just, since we did it this year, was make sure that a mover and a seconder cannot sit on it.
All right. Now, I did say we were going to recognize question. But I will recognize the last two speakers. No more speakers at the mic, please.
So,
I cannot hear what people are yelling at the back, and I would appreciate they do not do that. Mitch.
so good morning, or good afternoon, Madam Chair, President of MNO AGA. I support the resolution. I do have one concern, just based on what has sort of transpired in the last 24 hours, I guess. I just want the Assembly to be aware that this is the first Assembly, by my count, in 14 years where we've not had a youth representative on that Resolutions Committee. And I don't think that that's I hope this year is not the start of a trend. So I think we need to take that into account when whether we approve this or not, whether this goes through or not, we are going to have to appoint a Resolutions Committee at the Assembly next year, whether it follows this process or the currently existing process. And I think, I certainly hope we don't go down the road of starting to exclude young people from decision making.
All right, thank you. So, do we have, the question has been called. Do we have consensus? If you want to break consensus, either raise your hand or click the clicker. Do we have consensus? No, we don't have consensus. And by the way, in the Rules of Order, I got to ask 3 times before I definitely say something. So, since we don't have consensus, we are going to go to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on the clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1 and 2 et 3 and 4 and 5. And voting is now closed. Okay. Voting was, you read it while I write
Okay, there's a shuttle for the youth, and it's leaving here in 5 minutes, going to the Sioux Canal.
All right. We will now move on to Special Resolution 20. The Special Resolution...
Point of order, Madam Chair. Could I get some clarity on that announcement?
I can't give you clarity because I didn't write it. Joanne, did you write that? Who?
So who, there's a bus for who and why are they leaving?
Oh, okay, we've got clarity, and here it comes.
Because I'm not going anywhere.
It's just for everybody who wants to go enjoy the canal. It's not
Just
necessarily for youth. It's not necessarily for older youth. It's not necessarily for short or tall people.
Nice shot there, nice shot.
All right. We will move on to resolution number 20. Resolution number 20, special resolution to amend the MNO Electoral Code Part A, Article 6.9, to allow for the creation of a new provincially elected youth chairperson on the Métis Nation of Ontario Youth Council. The mover.
Jordan Plain, Region 7, MNO AGA. I move this.
The seconder, either Caitlin or Samantha.
Sorry.
Caitlin.
Caitlin LaCroix, post-secondary rep.
Okay, and before somebody yells it out, we're going to ask for it to be read.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Can we find out verbally what happened with the last resolution? The numbers went up on the screen, but it wasn't.
Oh, I said it was defeated.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't say it. I thought it. No. It was defeated. I apologize for that.
I have a housekeeping question.
What?
Please. My name is Yannick, and I'm from Sudbury Métis Council. When we vote yes, no I believe yesterday sustained votes does not count, so why do we keep reminding people to do sustained vote?
Abstain vote, it's because that is a tradition, and it might not be there next year. It would be easier, but I have to do it now because it's always been done.
But if it doesn't count, why even mention it? 'Cause
Well,
it was
that you have
decided yesterday.
that it didn't count. You
That's
have
right.
a good point, but we still have to ask it this year. Let's hope that we don't have to do it next year.
And
Okay?
my second housekeeping is
Yes.
that this morning we read all the the resolutions.
Mhm.
This afternoon, after the 5-minute break, started not reading. Now it's whether we yes or no. So I would request that we read every resolution. Some people.
Right. Okay. Okay, listen, I'm not going to waste time on this. I'm not going to waste time because time is precious. We're going to read the resolution and that's it. And they're going to be read in the minutes, and we're not going to entertain more conversation on that. I will ask the minute taker to come up and read resolution number 20.
Special Resolution Number 20, Special Resolution to amend the MNO Electoral Code Part A, Article 6.9 to allow for the creation of a new provincially elected youth chairperson on the Métis Nation of Ontario Youth Council. Whereas the Métis Nation of Ontario Youth Council advocates on behalf of Métis youth across the province, and whereas due to their hard work and ingenuity, the Métis Nation of Ontario Youth Council has significantly expanded the number of programs and supports it offers to benefit the Métis youth community. And whereas the administration, volunteer organization, and communication of these initiatives requires an increasing level of time and commitment from the Métis Nation of Ontario Youth Council members, and whereas it is important for regionally elected youth representatives to focus on advocating for and supporting youth within their region. Next slide. And whereas the Métis Nation of Ontario Youth Council chairperson is currently appointed from among regional youth representatives, and whereas the chairperson position focuses on uniting regional youth representatives to address provincial level issues of importance to Métis youth, therefore be it resolved that the 2019 Métis Nation of Ontario AGA approves the recommendation and additions to the MNO Electoral Code Part A. 1. In Article 5.3, electors add "and for the chairperson of the MNOYC" after regional youth representatives, and delete "or for" where it appears prior to regional youth representatives. The new Article 5.3 will read, "Only electors who are between the ages of 16 and 29 years of age may vote for the youth representative on the PCMNO, the regional youth representatives on the MNOYC, and for the chairperson of the MNOYC." Next slide. 2. In Article 6.9, nomination of candidates, add chairperson of the MNOYC after MNOYC regional youth representatives, and delete "and" where it appears prior to MNOYC regional youth representatives. This new Article 6.9 will read, "All nominations for youth representative on the PCMNO, MNOYC regional youth representatives, and chairperson of the MNOYC shall include the following." 3. In Article 6.9D, nomination of candidates, remove. Candidates for youth representative on the PCMNO require a minimum of 4 signatures of electors who are at least 16 years and under the age of 30 from 7 of the 9 regions. Final slide, and replace with the following. Candidates for youth representative on the PCMNO and chairperson require a minimum of 4 signatures of electors who are at least 16 years and under the age of 30 from 7 of the 9 regions.
All right. The motion has been moved and seconded and read. I have mic number 1.
Yeah, just very briefly, Madam Chair, Mitch Case, President, MNOYC. I just want to speak in favor of the motion. Things have grown to the point now where resolutions are coming that I find out when I read them in the paper. So it's really good to see the MNOYC preparing and recognizing the needs that they have and the needs that are sort of as we continue to grow the movement. It's more and more work, right? And so adding another hard worker at that table is really important. And I just commend the mover and the seconder and the council who put that forward. I think it's really important, and it shows that they're thinking about governance. They're thinking about how do we do good governance, and they're thinking about building a council of the future that respects and supports the voices of young people across the province. So I just commend them, and I support the resolution.
All right. Any further discussion, conversation on that motion? Seeing none, did I hear question being called? Question has been called. Do we have consensus? If anybody wants to break consensus, either raise your hand or click the clicker, and the clicker's been clicked, so therefore we have a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Voting is now closed, and the results are motion's carried. Special resolution number 21. Special resolution number 21, titled Special Resolution Amending Section 6.5C of the Métis Nation of Ontario Electoral Code, Part A. Mover. Mike 2. Are you moving it?
Yes.
Okay. Seconder, Mike 2.
Yes, Jerry Clark.
All right. We have a motion that's been moved and seconded and will be read by the minute taker. She's got double duty, so it's pretty good. She only slept 2 hours last night. And so, by the way, has Christine and Sharon. Sandra. Sorry. Sharon, I don't know.
Sorry, wait 1 sec. 21. Okay, Special Resolution 21. Special Resolution amending Section 6.5C of the Métis Nation of Ontario Electoral Code Part A. Whereas the Métis Nation of Ontario Electoral Code Part A contains the rules governing the elections for PCMNO, MNOYC, and the MNO-VC, and whereas Article 6, Nomination of Candidates, sets out strict guidelines outlining the notice, nomination, and eligibility requirements which an MNO citizen must comply with in order to be a successful nominee for PCMNO positions. And whereas Article 6.5C of the MNO Electoral Code Part A currently reads as follows: a minimum of 7 signatures of electors in 7 of the 9 regions, and next slide. And whereas the geographical size of Ontario can become an obstacle for obtaining nominee signatures, and whereas reducing the number of required regions and increasing the required number of signatures for nominations is a fair, acceptable, and reasonable revision, therefore be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the recommended amendments to the MNO Electoral Code Part A to read as follows. Section 6.5C, a minimum of 10 signatures of electors in 5 of the 9 regions.
The motion has been moved and seconded and read. Do we have discussion on that motion? Somebody's making their way to mic 1. And that canoe person will identify himself.
Brady Hupert, Northwestern Ontario. Madam Chair, I disagree with this motion on the sense that anybody wanting to run for the president's position should be able to, without having to get signatures, period.
We have to get signatures now.
Exactly, and I don't think that should be, you should need to have the signatures. If I wanted to run for president, or if anybody else wanted to run for president in this room, shouldn't have to have signatures from other regions.
Okay. Okay, your point is understood. That's your opinion on this motion. We're going to keep our thoughts to the motion. Mic number 1.
Is that me? Okay. Courtney Vaughn, Historic Sault Ste. Marie Council. I do not support this resolution because I don't think having support from 5 regions is enough. If you're going to be the president of the Métis Nation of Ontario, you should have support from across the region, from people across the homeland. I do think you need to have signatures. You know, adding more signatures I don't have an issue with, but having less regions, I don't think that's appropriate. If you're going to represent our people, you need to represent more than just 5 regions.
Okay. Mike 1.
Mitch Case, President, MNOIC. Yeah,
Speak up, Mitch,
Sorry,
please.
yeah, I speak against the resolution just because I've always thought that 7 out of 9 was too low. I don't agree that I think it contributes to the thing that we already know exists, which is in sometimes a north-south divide and whatever other sort of things. And I think this just is going to contribute to it. I think it just adds to it. I think there's nothing. I would vote in favor of raising it so that you know. And I take the point from the earlier resolution about the geographic size of Ontario when it comes to campaigns, but most of this stuff is done over email anyway. That I don't think that really is a factor when it comes to getting signatures. So that's just my perspective, Madam Chair. I don't support the resolution.
Thank you. Mic number 2.
So,
and who you are,
Sorry, Tobias Clark. So just to clarify, this has nothing to do with just being about the president. So just because I'm the mover doesn't mean that this is to line me up for the presidency. So with that previous statement, this is regarding all positions within the executive. And also to further clarify, absolutely I agree, email is a lovely thing. It can be very easy, but when there are individuals that are looking for nominations, building relationships isn't through email. Building relationships is through face-to-face interactions for individuals, and the geographical area, the size of Ontario, can be quite pricey. There's to travel, so there's lots of times that individuals are deterred by this particular already restricted stipulation. So once again, this has nothing to do with just running for president. This is about the executive and the PCMNO. Thank you.
Mic number 1.
Caitlin LaCroix, post-secondary rep. So similar to some of the previous speakers, I have to speak against this motion. In my opinion, in my role as post-secondary rep, it's imperative that I show a commitment to communicating and connecting with people from all regions. And I think that's an important commitment for all people involved on the executive. To restrict this is going to be leaving people out, and I don't agree with that. We already have a divide between the north and south, and I think that this would just further add to that divide. So we as people who are representing an entire province need to show a commitment to connecting and voicing the opinions of people from all over Ontario. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Mic number 1.
Jonas Westlake George. Just a couple of observations. I agree. I'm speaking in support of this motion. I agree with the fact that, well, first I'd say that it is important that once somebody is elected, they are committed to representing every region. That's obviously the case, but prior to being elected, having to gain signatures from a large number of regions does impose a potential financial barrier, and it does potentially favor incumbents, neither of which is particularly good for democracy. I'd also state that people have talked about getting support from each region, but these motions and this provision only requires getting a single signature from each region. And one person is hardly support from the region. So if that's the goal, it should be met through another means. And if we want to make it easy for people who can't afford to travel as much to participate in these types of elections, we need to build processes in the long term which allow more lateral communication within the MNO. So until then, I would say that this is an improvement in the interim. Thank you.
Mic number 2.
Pandora Wilhelm, Grand River Métis Council. I just want to mention that I am speaking in support of this motion simply because when you have to travel to 7 of the 9 regions if you are wanting to run for the PCMNO, not everybody that wants to run for the PCMNO may be from a financial background where they can afford to travel to the 7 regions. And what it's doing, in my opinion and from my observations, is it's creating a disparity where the upper echelon members of our Métis community and the older members of our Métis community are able to run for these positions, whereas younger members or other members of the community who may not have the financial stability and the extra money to be able to do so are not being afforded the same opportunity. So I do believe that if we were to pass this resolution, it would provide a bit of an easier opportunity for those who come from lesser financial backgrounds to be able to run to help represent our Métis Nation. Thank you.
Mic number 1.
Guy Mandeville, Senator for the Veterans Council. I totally disagree with this motion. We are an unfunded council. We go as where we're called to go on our own expense. We're a small council, but we come from different regions. There's quite a few regions in this province that do not have veterans. We try to contact those that are single veterans, like in Thunder Bay, there's only one that we know of. We're in contact with him because of his post-traumatic stress syndrome condition.
Okay, let's stick to the motion, okay, Guy?
But I disagree with the motion, and I think it should be shot down. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mic number 2.
Luke Thompson. I don't think it's that big of an issue if this goes through, because this is literally just to be nominated. You're not. The decision will be election day. Like, say, if you're going for PCMNO, you got to get support from the region. The region alone is going to vote you in. If you're going for presidency, then it's the whole MNO. And then if that person decides not to visit the north or visit the south, that's their discretion not to get their support. But this is literally just to be nominated. And as for emails, you can't get a signature on emails, so they have to be in person.
Mic number 1.
Coleman 5, Timmins Métis
Speak
Council.
up, Monsieur Lefebvre.
Coleman 5, Timmins Métis Council. I'll speak against this motion because it's the first sign of organizational skills. If you can't get signatures out of all these districts, then it shows that you're not capable of being a good member.
Thank you. Mic number 2.
Speaking on behalf of, my name is Russell Green, sorry.
Russell, did you speak already? And Mitch, did you speak already? Russell,
No,
on this one? First time on this one?
Motion.
All right, then I will recognize Russell.
Speaking on behalf of what the gentleman just said, that makes you not a active participant. I don't think that's the case at all. I think of maybe people that are have physical challenges that can't get around everybody. That doesn't make them want to be or not want to be an active citizen. They have a physical...
Speak to the motion and don't speak to the people. You speak to the chair and you speak to the motion. So go ahead.
Okay.
You did say previous speakers, so that I appreciate. Yes.
Okay, so I'm just thinking about the people that have physical ailments that can't get around to be able to go to every single region. That's my concern.
Thank you. Mitch, and mic number 1 and who you are, I don't know.
Mitch, President of MNO AGA. I just, again, I have to reiterate my opposition to the motion. I just don't think that I feel, I don't know who's watching online, but I feel like we have the potential here to be creating within the MNO, the voting structure that we despise so much at other levels of Métis government. Where you don't need any input from some regions. You just wouldn't need to even bother trying to reach out to.
Can we have, please, a little bit of decorum? So we are listening to speaker number 1. I recognize that question was called. We have a few speakers that haven't spoken yet, and we'll get to them first.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, you're not at a mic, Pete. No.
So I think, I just don't think that this is healthy for our democracy. And that doesn't negate from the very legitimate points that were made earlier by previous speakers about individuals with financial barriers or physical disabilities or anything like that. Those are incredibly valid points. I just don't think that this solves that issue, and I think that this creates a bigger issue that is fundamental to our democracy, that I just think is a bigger problem. So I again cannot support the resolution.
Thank you. Mic number 2.
Jan Kilby, Grand River. I'm rising in support of this resolution. I believe that part of what is happening in this room is that there's a question of a resolution being judged on the basis of personality. I may be wrong, but it seems to me that that might be the case. Regardless of whether or not I agree with that, I do agree with this resolution. And the reason I agree with this resolution is because it does, in fact, afford the opportunity for people with disabilities, people with marginal incomes, youth. It gives them the opportunity to actually seek a nomination. Whether or not they are elected as a result of seeking the nomination is an entirely different subject. But this opens up the governing of the Métis Nation of Ontario to all possible potential candidates. And it is in fact non-discriminatory, and it is in fact in the benefit of the Métis Nation of Ontario.
Mic number 1, please.
Brian.
I'm going to recognize mic number 1, then Peter, and then that's it. We're calling, a question has been called. Mic number 1.
Brian Goliker, Atikokan. Much the same problem is distance here, and this is directly tied to distances that you have to travel, and it can be as much as a difference of 700 miles. And I don't think that we have, if we're going to be democracy, it's all the people, all the Métis people, so we don't want to miss one. Even to miss one is too much. And I don't think we have too many people being nominated right now, and with a bunch of frivolous nominations. You still got to get elected. I don't think we're getting 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 people for sure. So the geological distances are a problem. They can be a matter of 100 miles or less down here. In the north, it can be a matter of 700 miles. And it does cause a financial burden on people. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number 2. And
This-
Peter, that floor mic is
Madam
for people
Chair,
who can't make it.
I got
Your
sucked-
name is?
Peter Rivers, and I got sucked into it by the youth over there. And then I got
There
the
you
Dickens
go.
for it.
All right. We know you're quite capable to walk
Anyways,
to the mic.
I'll be quick. Everything's already been said. This is not the end of the world. This just gives a good level playing field. What happens if somebody from up north, and I'll use that instead of down south, somebody from up north is trying to get signatures down south, and we don't like them, and we say, no, we're not going to help you out. There's still lots of people down south that will sign, but if they don't have the community open to have them sign, it's not going to work. This year, it could be even less as far as I'm concerned. It's not the vote. It's just allowed them to get in to do the vote. It's not the end of the world, people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. We're going to, question has been called loudly. We are going to ask if we have consensus. Again, raise your hand or click the clicker. We don't have consensus, so we will move to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 2. 3. 4. 5. Voting is closed. The results are Sharon, the results. Defeated, but I still have to have her voice saying defeated. That's the process. All right, so we will go to resolution number 22. Resolution number 22, special resolution number 22, amending the Métis Nation of Ontario Electoral Code, Part A. Do we have the mover?
Yes.
Do we have a seconder? Jerry is making his way. You're going to second it?
Jerry Clark, yes, I second.
We have a mover and a seconder, and I will ask the minute taker to come and read it, please.
Special Resolution Number 22, Special Resolution amending the Métis Nation of Ontario Electoral Code Part A. Whereas the Métis Nation of Ontario Electoral Code Part A contains the rules governing the elections for PCMNO, MNO-YC, and the MNO-VC. And whereas Article 6, Nominations of Candidates, sets out strict guidelines outlining the notice, nominations, and eligibility requirements which an MNO citizen must comply with in order to be a successful nominee for PCMNO positions. And whereas Article 6, Section 6.3G states any citizen of the MNO is eligible to be nominated as a candidate if on the day his or her nomination papers are filed, he or she is verified according to the process set out by the MNO registrar as amended from time to time. And whereas, despite Article 6.3G of the MNO Electoral Code Part A, the MNO has set precedents with past practices verifying MNO citizens based on whether they had an MNO card in good standing. Next slide. And whereas since the inception of the Métis Nation of Ontario, its now non-verified community members, formerly known as grandfathered citizens, have strived to advance the rights of our Métis communities and citizens. And whereas many of these citizens dedicated knowledge transfer, teachings, and remain a vital and integral part of our community's health and growth. And whereas many of these citizens have been classed as our community's voyagers and trailblazers for what our current community thrives and benefits from. And whereas there has been a common community understanding and acceptance of all of these citizens. Next page. And whereas the MNO Secretariat bylaws affirms that there is to be only one class of membership, there shall be one class of membership in the MNO, individual members. Individual membership is a voting membership. Individual members of the MNO shall be known as citizens. Individual membership shall be known as citizenship. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the recommended amendment to the MNO Electoral Code Part A, Article 6, Nomination of Candidates, Section 6.3G, to state as follows. G is verified according to the confirmation that they have an MNO citizenship card.
Thank you. We have a motion that has been moved and seconded and read. Do we have discussion? I see people making their way to the mic. We will keep our discussion to the motion, please. Mic 1.
Senator Rainey Gravel, I have to speak against this motion. I just want to say that we have a really fair playing field right now. We ask all of our citizens for the same requirements, and I don't think it's fair for us to allow any other citizens that don't meet our requirements to come up and to be able to just step in with missing in documentation or whatever the rules are. The rules have been set out for everybody. It's a fair playing field, and I just feel that, and I feel really bad for a lot of people. Don't get me wrong, and I was one of those people also. But the thing is, I can't go with this because it's an unfair system. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think, and I hope I was wrong, if I heard heckling or comments coming from the floor about a speaker, I will ask that person to leave the room. So let's not have that, and I hope that's not what I heard. Mic number 2.
Pandora Wilhelm, Georgian Bay Métis Council.
You might have to speak up a little bit.
Pandora Wilhelm, Georgian Bay Métis Council. Or sorry, Grand River Métis Council. Whoops, Georgian Bay is my historic homeland, I apologize. So I'm just speaking in support of this motion because yesterday when No History was here and they were talking about all of these new lines that they're currently looking, and many of those lines affect people that are currently unverified. If No History is still continuing to look at verifying these lines and they have 17 or 16 lines that they believe they have enough documentation to be verified, this may not be happening before our next election. So I do have to speak in support of that just because if the work is still being done and they're pretty sure that these people will be verified, it's not really right in the interim for us to be like, no, you can't, when we're in the process of trying to help them in the first place. So thank you.
Mic number 1.
Yeah, Mitch Case, President at MNO AGA. I just have to rise to speak against the motion. I think that we know that there have been issues with the registry in the past. We know that we have had to do that work to ensure.
Mike, Mitch, you want to speak up?
Yeah. Okay. So I just speak against the motion because I think that we know that there have been issues in the past. I have here a written statement by the previous registrar who says that she deliberately defied the will of the General Assembly, defied the direction that was provided post-2005, and decided not to enforce what this Assembly had set as a definition. That has nothing to do.
No, she's speaking to the motion. Yes.
Every time I speak, Madam Chair, there seems
let's
to
go.
be a
Yes, and
I don't know what that is. But
just keep going.
So there have been issues in the past with the registry, and that wasn't created by anyone here. If there is an issue, I suggest it be taken up with the individual I'm referring to, who chose to defy the will of the General Assembly, who chose to defy the will of the Métis Nation, and I suggest it be taken up with her, and so I can't support this because we have to ensure that we are representing Métis rights and that we are fighting for those things that were handed down to us for 200 years. We have to ensure that. We cannot let everything that we have worked on just go by the wayside. I do not support the resolution.
Thank you. And for those who want to call point of order, don't yell it from your seat. Please get up and wait that to be acknowledged. So thank you. Mic number 2.
Carol Levy, Grand River Métis Council. I'm strongly in support of this resolution, and I speak strictly from a personal level, emotion. I'm the only original person that's on our council. I helped to found the council, and now being in jeopardy, I have to appeal to everyone to please accept this motion, this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number 1.
It's not easy.
And who are you, Caitlin?
Oh, sorry. Hi, for those that don't know me, I'm Caitlin. Surprised if you don't know me. I've been around for like ever.
And remember, we are speaking to the resolution. Okay.
It's with a heavy heart that I have to speak against this resolution because I take what the previous speaker said to heart, and it breaks my heart that we are put in this situation, that we were put in a situation where people are being given, you know, a piece of paper that purports to show them who they are, and now it's coming to light that that's not necessarily true due to the actions of somebody in the past. And I am a person that usually leads with my feelings and my emotions, but when it comes to generations of people that are going to be affected by these decisions, we can't think with just our hearts. We have to also think with our brains and our minds. And the truth of the matter is, the people that should be making decisions about these rights should be the rights holders. I mean, I must admit, I'm also quite a strict feminist, and I think that decisions about women's health should only be made by women. And in a similar fashion, decisions about rights need to be made by the rights holders. So although it breaks my heart, I cannot support this motion.
Thank you. Mic number 2.
Hi, Laura Lee Kearns, Bedmer, Marchidon Leduc. My ancestors are from Georgian Bay, and I'm with the Oshawa Durham Métis Council. I would like to strongly support this motion. I think this morning we talked about our not having first-class and second-class citizens, that we can all vote. So if we can all vote with whatever, if we have an old citizenship card or a new citizenship card, then I think we should be able to run for council. And I think that is using our brains, because many of our ancestors were illiterate. And so we're talking about colonization this morning, and a lot of our ancestors didn't write down things about themselves. And a lot of our ancestors were French-speaking or spoke Indigenous languages. Our family's very lucky. A British woman talked about us. So she named our ancestor Leduc. She loved the way he sang. But there were 7 other people in the boat, voyageurs, unnamed, illiterate, half-breeds. Those are probably long-standing community members from Penetanguishene. Like Tony Belcourt said last year, I don't think we made any mistakes on the registry, and I think lots of people have worked for years and years and years building this nation, and we've just named a lovely scholarship in Joseph Paquette's honor. He would be one of those people that don't have a piece of paper saying that he is Métis. And
We're not
all-
talking about, we can't talk about personal issues,
right.
so please don't name people and don't talk about their files.
All right. Well, we would be leaving behind lots of people who have helped build this nation for years and years and years. So I think if we are saying that citizens all are equal, whether you have an old card or a new card, and you have the right to vote and continue voting, then it would stand that you can continue volunteering and be on councils and represent the Métis in a good way. So thank you, Chimigwich, all my relations.
Mic number 1.
Teresa Stenlin, Region 1. I'm not going to reference previous comments. There's been lots of previous speakers that I agree with. But what I will say that our registry has evolved over the years. And we've had different policies and guidelines. And that, you know, for current day, everyone should be following the same policy and guidelines, not something from, you know, yesterday or 5 years ago. Everyone should be under the same qualifications. So I would also add, there's a reference in the motion about voting, and everyone can vote. It doesn't matter if you've got an old card or a new card, everyone can vote.
All right. Mic number 1. Then mic number 2, Roger.
Trish
Mic-
Paradzee, Georgian Bay Métis Council. Speaking on one of the previous speakers, saying that you know, a lot of our ancestors were illiterate and so on and so forth. Looking for that particular missing document because your last name was spelled wrong, or because they didn't know how to spell their last name and they signed it with an X. That makes a big, you know, makes a big difference on trying to find that one missing piece for your incomplete file. So I'm actually for, I support this only because of the fact that, you know, the ancestors were exactly that, ancestors that worked hard, and, you know, education back then wasn't as important as it is now, so they were workmen, not educators.
Mic number 2.
Hi, my name is Roger Giroux. I'm a Sudbury citizen. I've been a member of the MNO since 1995, so that's 25 years this year. I'm a founder of the Sudbury Métis Council, and I'm still working on my ancestry. I'd like to make 2 points here. 1 point, in my 25 years, the MNO has changed the requirements for the registry probably 5 times in my term, in my 25 years.
Roger, you're speaking on the
Okay,
motion.
that is on the motion.
Speak on the motion.
That is concerning the motion.
Okay.
Because it just goes to show you that in the next year or two, after the elections, things could be changing for the definition of the registry again. And on the second motion, they've already implemented for the harvesting, which is, I find it's fine, that they meet the poly case and that they can do whatever they can, but that doesn't take you away, because there's a lot of issues as a citizen. It's not only being a rights-bearing Métis. Thank you.
All right. Mic number 2 and then mic number 1. Mic number 2 again.
Cecile Wagar, Oshawa Region Métis Council. I am full-heartedly for this motion. And I won't repeat all of the yeses, the why fors. But the big one is, yes, fine, we said everybody can vote. But in those statements, you didn't say everybody can run for office on your council, on your region, or for the MNO, PCMNO, if you don't have the new card, if you don't have that complete file. Many citizens are excellent people, excellent volunteers, and excellent people to run their councils, but because the file isn't complete, they're not allowed to. And sure, just work. You can work on the activities of the council, but it's a different feeling for wanting to do that job if you've been elected. And so it's very important to have this particular resolution accepted.
All right.
Miigwech.
Thank you. Mic number 1.
Hi, Andrea Paquette, Ottawa. Can everybody hear me? I would just like to speak in favor of this motion. I think that we are all forgetting how last year we all stood together and voted down that special resolution that wanted to basically perform a cull on our citizenship.
We're
And-
talking about this year's resolution, please.
Yep, I'm getting there. And I'm surprised that everybody has forgotten that and that we're creating this two-tiered system. I mean, if we were good enough for your councils before, and now you're saying, oh, you're not Section 35, we really just don't want you. Actions speak louder than words, and if you feel so badly about this, I think that you should vote in support of this resolution.
Mic number 1 again, please.
Cassandra DeZome. I have to speak against the motion because it's not only our relationships between the citizens and our elected officials that is important. Our representatives also speak on behalf of us with other nations. And we've seen in the past year how our citizenship and registry issues has affected our relationships. So I think it's very important that our elected representatives are in fact citizens with verified files, thank you, so that they can properly represent us and not use their position to represent their own personal interests, that they actually represent the Métis Nation of Ontario.
Thank you. Mic number 2.
Lynn Golliker from the Sudbury Region Council. Thank you. I just want a point of clarification, but also in terms of the last speaker, I think we need to recognize, and we'll be a stronger Métis Nation of Ontario if we recognize and accept all of our citizens as full card-carrying citizens. I'm having a hard time with this resolution because of last year and now again this year, because in the point at the end you say that they have an MNO citizenship card. I do realize that now for people that have incomplete or whatever kinds of files that are not recognized, are they going to lose their old card? Because that's going to make a difference how I vote on this, because if they no longer have a card, they will not be a citizen. So I need to understand what is happening and how I can then vote properly on this resolution. Thank you.
And I'll ask Jason to correct me if I'm wrong, but we do not have the ability to remove the old cards or anybody off the list right now. And I am right, he nodded. So there you go. Hey! One voice. All right. Mic number 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Margaret Furr, President of the Métis Nation of Ontario. We've had a lot of speakers speaking today, and I think speaking from very emotional places, and I can appreciate that. This is something that touches people very personally, and I respect that. Speaking to a couple of things, I wanted to respond to one of the comments that a previous speaker made with regard to the verified Métis family lines and concern about will those be done in time, those kinds of things. And I want to assure people those verified Métis family lines are used for the purposes of confirming harvester card applications. They don't actually impact a citizen's ability or a person's ability to apply for citizenship. What they do is facilitate a person's...
Listen. What did I say about point of order? I don't want it yelled, and if it's yelled once again, we'll have to take a pause and ask for that person to either remain quiet or walk out. All right, you're speaking to the motion, and she is.
Yes. So I wanted to provide that clarity so that people didn't get that issue confused with what we're talking about. Because what we're talking about, and the reference to the bylaws and this notion of not creating two classes of citizens, the bylaws also say, and again, the bylaws have been adopted by our citizens in Assembly, that citizenship in the MNO shall be limited to individuals interested in furthering the objects of the MNO and who are Métis within the definition adopted by the MNO, which is as follows. Métis means a person who self-identifies as Métis, is distinct from other Aboriginal peoples, is of historic Métis Nation ancestry, and is accepted by the Métis Nation. And it provides that a person is entitled to be registered as a citizen of the MNO who provides sufficient documentation that he or she is Métis within the meaning of our definition, and that they're not enrolled in any other Aboriginal registry, and that they've applied for admission through that registry process. So I will say that the verification process that we have simply confirms whether or not a citizen's file is complete. That's all it does. It's not applying any new standards, it's applying the bylaws, it's applying our registry policy, all of which have been developed and ultimately adopted by our previous assemblies. So we're not applying any new criteria. We are simply confirming that a person has a complete file. And I will say that I appreciated the comments earlier about people, one of the previous speakers talking about, I'm still working on my genealogy, I'm still doing that research. And in fact, I've had the opportunity over the course of the last few days to talk to people who came up to me to say, you know what, we've been working for a long time and we finally succeeded. We've got a complete file, and that was a thing that, and I've heard that again last night. I worked really hard, I completed my file. This is not an impossible task. In fact, 3/4 of our population have done that or are very close to having those documentations complete. This is something that I think we need to applaud, how hard people have worked, and I totally respect that, how hard people have worked to complete their files and to get that certainty, that recognition that they in fact have complete citizenship files. With regard to that notion of classes of citizens, we already have citizens who are regular citizens and citizens who also hold harvester cards, and that's part of our reality as well. Ultimately, every MNO citizen, unless they've had their rights suspended, do have the ability to vote. But this fundamentally comes down to a question of, for the people that are going to be in leadership positions, for the people that are going to serve on the Provisional Council and make decisions like the decisions we made recently to actually enter into a self-government agreement on behalf of the rights-bearing Métis people in Ontario, that leadership need to be Métis, fully completed, fully verified, rights-bearing Métis people. That's fundamentally what we're talking about, is the leadership at the provincial level Do we want them to have complete citizenship files? Do we want them to be verified as rights-bearing Métis people so that they can make those decisions on behalf of all of us and represent us with respect to our rights in Ontario? That, I believe, is actually not just reasonable, I think it makes really good sense. And I would ask you to reflect on that notion. This is not about dual-class citizenship. This is about applying those definitions that we've already adopted and putting those into action in terms of when we choose the leaders that are going to represent us at those tables. Merci.
Thank you. Okay, I think I have to recognize Mike 2 before Mike 1 because he was there before.
I agree.
Thank you.
You haven't spoken, right?
Not on this one, no.
Okay.
Thank you. Luke Thompson. You talk about people with old cards and new cards, and you allow us to vote. We're going to have a major part in the election next year. We have all the authority, but yet you don't let us sit on council. And I think that hurts the MNO more than it benefits, because there's a lot of people that are being removed for, like some people said, small things like there's an X for a signature, or their ancestor went by their middle name instead of their first name. But these people are already on council. They met some of the criteria already. They self-identified, and they had the community acceptance already. And then if you talk about Tobias's other resolution where you're talking about dividing.
Let's talk about this resolution.
It goes. It's just, I'm just
Okay.
putting a point. You talk about getting 5 signatures rather than 7, and that's going to divide the north and the south and the right bears and the non-right bears. That didn't. If this doesn't go through, this will divide the nation. This will put discrimination between one and the other. Thank you.
All right, we have mic number 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tony Belcourt, Ottawa. I will vote in favor of this resolution because I believe in it, but I fully understand that it's very divisive, and it will likely fail. Yesterday, I talked about the need for a community acceptance process. I stated that the MNO registry policy was established as an interim policy because we didn't have an opportunity to put in a community acceptance process. To me, community acceptance begins with acceptance of communities. Which ones are accepted? We've had language come into the MNO in the last few years about being rights-bearing Métis. That's because of Pauli. It's because only certain rights are recognized because of Pauli. But that doesn't mean other rights can't be recognized too if challenged. Or, in fact, if Pauli itself can't be amended in the future, but that would take a big legal battle. A point I'm trying to make is that we as people should be deciding who belongs, not the courts, not governments that say we'll only deal with rights-bearing people. If we are a nation of people, we decide who belongs. The definition of Métis, when I was president of the MNO, I agreed with this definition. It says Métis means a person who self-identifies as Métis, is distinct from other Aboriginal peoples, is of historic Métis Nation ancestry, and is accepted by the Métis Nation. There's nothing wrong with that. But that is not the sole determinant of who may be a citizen of the Métis Nation. And when I was president, I had concerns about is of historic Métis Nation ancestry. what would that mean? So I insisted at the time, and everybody agreed, that we have a clause that said that people may be registered as a citizen who provides sufficient documentation that he or she is Métis within the meaning of 4A, is not enrolled in any other Aboriginal ancestry, and applied for admission as a citizen and has been approved through the registry process of the MNO as amended from time to time. To me and to us at the time we approved this, that meant all the Métis citizens that had been approved up to that time in 2004. Now, legal opinion will say otherwise, and I don't know why the lawyers didn't write what it is we intended at the time. But we did intend at the time that everybody who was registered was an MNO citizen. We had gone through the time in 2004 through a great struggle and fighting with the MNR. We had demonstrations and we defied the government at the French River. Who were those people that came and supported us the most? It's the people from Region 5, who are the ones that are most affected, because it hasn't been determined yet that they are an historic Métis community in the eyes of the Ontario government. But why can't we as a people say they are an historic Métis community in our eyes? And I say that because they've been with us from day one. They were with us before day one. These are people whose ancestry and history and development of their communities is no different, in my opinion, than mine at Lac St. Anne, Alberta in 1780. The only difference is the time period. Those communities emerged as Métis communities. The people have culture and tradition as Métis people. And so therefore, they should be regarded as an historic Métis community. I don't see any downfall in the approval of this resolution. I do know it's divisive. And if it's defeated, so be it. That cannot be the end. We must have a community acceptance process. We must have this debate in our communities, and not just because we have a resolution, we've got 10 minutes to discuss it.
I agree.
Thank you.
I thank you for that. And I definitely, this is not the end of it all. I know and I realize that question has been called, but we will recognize the people that are at the mic. Mic number 1.
Trish Parody, Georgian Bay Métis Council. I just
Whoa, hang on, Chris. Have you spoken on this issue? I was told you did.
Yeah, but I...
Okay, well,
Okay,
I will
that's
ask,
okay.
no, I'm not saying you can't speak, but I will ask Claire, she hasn't spoken yet,
Absolutely.
and anybody in that line that
Yep.
hasn't spoken. Mic 2.
Hi, I'm Claire Kearns of the Oshawa and Durham Métis Council. I would like to speak that I do agree with this. I agree with what Tony has said. He's given a lot of good background. I believe we cannot have dual citizenship, and if we don't vote for this, it's very close. That you can't run for council if you don't have your new card. You can't do so much. And those who had their cards and were grandfathered or promised to be grandfathered were at, like last year, it doesn't count anymore. if
We
you
have
were
to stay
grandfathered.
to this
Okay.
resolution, please.
So we have to be in control of our own citizenship and communities. And I think it should be the Métis Nation and the citizens of the Assembly that are going to decide the rules. And I think this resolution, number 22, will help us to have support to decide the rules and not be put off track. And those who have always been Métis and lived as Métis, known as Métis, will not be told you're not Métis, and we don't have any records. After 1917, the government of Canada did not let you identify in the census as Métis. So where are you going to get all your information? And also, churches or baptisteries,
Okay,
the records were not always kept, and some
Claire?
places had no churches. So I think we should be in control, and we should follow and vote yes for resolution number 22.
Okay, thank you. Mike 1.
Jonas Westlake George. I'm speaking because I perceive what I would interpret as an inaccuracy. It has been said that this situation is a result of a rogue registry officer that was put forward. It was also put forward that the current situation is simply a result of enforcing the 2004 definition. And I'd like to draw attention to the fact that the definition which was adopted in 2002 by the Métis National Council and in 2004 by the Métis Nation of Ontario is actually fairly vaguely worded. Particularly, I would draw attention to the phrase historic Métis Nation. Historic Métis Nation is not defined there, either geographically or temporally, in terms of time. So until we have a clear idea of where the borders are, which we agree upon, until we have a clear idea, which we agree upon, of when it ceases to meaningfully exist as a historic entity, which we agree upon, then there are actually different interpretations of that definition, and those different interpretations are in play. And, you know, as an example, there's a suggestion that as soon as there's a police officer, 20 kilometers downstream of you, or as soon as it hits 1900, all of a sudden, these communities are under effective European control, and anyone who joins them it's a meaningless action, in a sense, and they can't have citizenship. So if someone in 1901, if there's a marriage between a Quebecois or Franco-Ontarian and an Ojibwe person, and they join a Métis community, they don't have a right to participate in that community meaningfully. So there's this real question, where we draw that boundary? Is it 1901? Is it 1905? Do we ever have that happen? Where we draw it geographically? What the historical research shows in terms of what actually was effective European control and how we define what is effective and how effective it has to be for it to be meaningful. These questions are all currently unaddressed from a research perspective. And I'd just like people to keep that in mind when you go to vote on this resolution, that there is ambiguity in that definition, and that should affect how we approach whether or not to exclude people at this point or include them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike number 2.
Roger Lemieux from the Sudbury Métis Council. I'm in favor with this resolution, and here's why. I'm the Roger Lemieux from the Lorraine court case in North Bay. All right? And my file is marked incomplete now. I've been with MNO since the mid-1990s. My family support MNO. We played a lot of music. We gave a lot of our music donation to the court case. Today, I'm wearing the Steve Pauli memorial signature shirt because Steve did a lot of things for us too. Now, my file being incomplete, the court says I, Mac Lorrain, Roger Lemieux, and Sean, we are Métis. And today I'm being told my file is incomplete when my file used to be completed. It was passed around the MNO registry for a long time. They were using my file to register.
We're
my
not
complete
talking
family.
about personal things, please, Mark. I talk about the motion, not your personal
Okay,
file.
right now, I feel that I have a noose around my neck, and it's tightening every day. And what you guys are doing to us, well, it's the same thing what the government has done to Louis Riel. How many of you
Mark, you're going to have
think
to
that they
talk.
will be losing their cards?
Hey, you're going to have
Stand
to
up.
talk. No, Mark, you're going to have to talk about the motion. You talk about
It's
the
Roger.
motion. Sorry, Roger. You're going to have to talk about the motion, and that's all, or else we'll have to move on. Please.
Well, right now it's still incomplete, and it seems like there's no help from the MNO. So please vote in favor, because there's a lot of good people that have done a lot. If it wasn't for them, you probably wouldn't be sitting here.
All right. I will recognize mic number 1, but before I do that, Peter, did you speak on this issue before? Okay, because there's somebody behind you. Yes, mic number 1.
Liz Boucher, Kenora Métis Council. The first thing that I want to bring up is that this resolution is specific to rules governing elections for PCMNO. I think that's where people really need to keep their focus on. These are for elected officials to represent the MNO in other forms of government. We've seen, as other speakers have indicated, we need rights-bearing, verified citizens representing the MNO. Regardless of what your citizenship status is, MNO is not going anywhere if we do not have verified citizens standing for us at every level of government and representing every single citizen of MNO. Citizens are different. This came up at the President's meeting on Thursday. There are, yes, different, however you want to describe it, classes, whatnot. My family is a Treaty 3
Well,
adhesion.
we're not talking personal.
We have different citizenship makeup within the MNO. That is true, but it is because of the rights of the Section 35 holders. It is because of the Treaty 3 adhesion. It is because MNO has stood up at all those levels of government, has been at the MNC table to get the funding that MNC, with all the other provinces, have stood up and fought for. So if we have people who are not verified citizens fighting for our rights with other levels of government and representing us, we're not going to have the respect, we're not going to have the power that we've fought so hard and built up over 26 years to get there. Please consider that this resolution is only for elected members of PCMNO.
Thank you. I have mic number 2.
Peter Rivers. First thing for housekeeping, I hear point of order every once in a while. How would you like that handled?
Point of order, going to have to come up and stand by the camera and go to the mic. I don't want point of order being called, and you got to make sure that point of order is only called on technicalities. So Peter, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to get that out there.
Yeah.
So anyways, thank you very much. I'd like to say that we've done very well for ourselves. We're a very big company right now, and because that's what we still are. We get completely signed, $50 million a year payroll, basically out to everybody, program services, and we've built that up over all these years with, I guess, half-bloods and non-full-bloods that we're trying to kick out now. So even at the PCMNO level, we've had 3, if not 4. Can't remember.
Peter, on the motion,
I'm
please.
talking on this motion because it was already brought up over there, Madam Chair. So we've already had these non-full bloods at the PCMNO level, and we're still doing very well as far as I'm concerned. There's no issues with this whatsoever. With the definitions completely getting changed constantly, it's going to be next year, 2 years, it's going to be done again. Nothing is written in stone. Nothing is coming from the government for us to do this except us doing this to ourselves. I ask you again, please, think of where we came from. That's family. That's where we have to go. Everybody in this room has best interest for the MNO.
Thank you, Peter. I'll recognize mic number 2 because he hasn't spoken yet. That's you.
Hi there.
Jeff DeZome, Penetanguishene. I'm staving off the MNO plague, so you're going to have to bear with me. My throat's a little sore. I think we need to remember that just the same as the MNO is not the Métis Nation, in that this is never how we historically ruled ourselves as essentially a corporation. We need to also remember that citizenship doesn't and is not ever how we defined ourselves, in that over the last few days I've gotten to know Dylan Miner, who of course lives across the state's border where they deny that Métis people ever existed. And I look at him like an older brother.
Motion.
Sorry?
Make sure you stick to the motion and we don't talk about specific people, please.
Okay, sorry. So in the same way I look around and I see aunts and uncles and cousins that I maybe never know, but that doesn't define the kinship. I have cousins who are unverified, but that doesn't make us any less. But that doesn't remove the need for, in any nation, people that represent them need to be citizens of that country. That's true for any nation state in the modern day. And so I hope that people look at this and see not, family and kin trying to tell people that are not Métis, but just that there needs to be a process in order to verify that, because without that, we open the doors for anything and anyone to infiltrate. And, we've all really worked hard over the course of the last, maybe not me, 20 years, but all of us. And I suppose that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Question has been called, so I have those last speakers and that's it. Mic number 1.
Marlene Davidson, Atikokan. I believe that the homeland only extends a wee bit into Ontario, and there is a reason for that. I just want everybody to think about that. To be or not to be, that's the question.
All right, mic number 1.
Trish Peardsey, Georgian Bay Métis Council. My question being, we have verified family lines that MNO goes by in order to verify these families. Now my question is, currently I have heard that there is a verified family line that is not...
We are not talking about... We are talking about the motion.
This is having to do
no,
with the motion.
No, it doesn't. We cannot talk about family lines and history. We will talk about the motion.
But this is causing somebody to not get their it's an incomplete
It's got to
file.
be on the motion, please.
It is on the, because they've been verified. There's other people that have been verified, but they're not being verified because this current family line is being pulled.
This, and I will say it again.
If nobody knows about that.
Please stick to the motion, and if you can't, we'll ask the next speaker to speak.
Absolutely, I'm just saying it does have to do with the motion, because these I don't know how many people are tied to this verified family line that is currently being pulled.
Next speaker, please, and please keep your comment to the motion, and that will be the last speaker, and we will recognize question.
So, Madam Chairman, Mitch Case, President of MNO AGA, I just have to say I'm struggling to, I've always said that I think we need to sit down and have a deeper discussion about how we're going to resolve this issue that we know divides this room. And I think we need to have a deeper discussion where we can just discuss things rather than be discussing it with a motion about to be voted on, right? I think we need to do that. I think that needs to come in the coming years with our constitution development process and all of those things. But I do, Madam Chair.
You're on the motion, as long as you're on the motion.
No, I know, but It seems like
Oh, you can hear.
everybody
Sorry.
else has more important things to say than I do.
I am sorry. I apologize for that. I will ask for people to be quiet, or people will be asked to leave. So please be quiet, and he's the last speaker, and then we will go to vote. Yes.
So
Wait a minute, Mitch. Peter, it better be on a technicality. And let's go to the mic number 2, though.
you get to speak twice. This is my second time.
Okay, that's all I was asking. If you
All
want to
right,
speak
and
twice,
and
I
please, before you call point of order, make sure that it is a technicality, because we're stretching this out
what
for
it's
nothing.
for. Thank
This
you.
is the last speaker.
I have a point of order, Madam Chair. When you call point of order, could you explain to everybody that when it's called, you can't keep getting up? I've been watching from the back, and people keep coming up, and there's like 5 people that have been asking their questions when point of order was called.
All right.
Once you call it, you cannot get up and fill up the lineup again.
Okay. We are at the last speaker, and no more points of order. I will keep him on track on the motion, and then we will vote. So point of orders, and a lot of point of orders are called not on technicalities.
I think it's
Mitch.
also important that we
And,
understand what.
Can I interrupt you one more time, Mitch?
Everybody
I'm
else
very
did.
sorry.
Why not?
Yes, thank you. But at least I can. I want everybody to be quiet, and if I hear too much rumbling, it'll be the same thing. Floor is yours, Mitch.
I think it's also important to point out that point of order means that the rules of the assembly have been violated. Not I don't like you. I don't like you, and you don't get to
Please
speak.
have a seat. I said we are listening to this. The point of order have been settled. The point of order has been settled. Sit down, and please respect the chair's decision, and we will listen to him one last time.
I don't even know where I was at, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, like,
Mitch.
Seriously. So we have to have this discussion. We have to come to a resolution on this at some point in the future. And I personally believe that the constitutional development process that will be coming in the coming years will be the way to do that. Because I take 100% to heart, and I agree in most ways with previous speakers, including our founding president, that those people who were there at day one, that there's something special about that. There is. And I fundamentally agree with that, and I said that last year. I say that everywhere I speak. But we know that there was a fundamental problem after the Assembly made a decision on the national definition, after we accepted the Métis Nation of Ontario definition. We know that there was an individual who chose not to follow the will of the Assembly. That's fundamentally different. That is fundamentally different. And if we don't think that decisions of the General Assembly mean anything, then what the hell are we doing here? Because it doesn't, like, I'm starting to sound like my friend Joe, right? If the Assembly makes a decision and then it doesn't mean anything, what's the point? And so there is a difference. There is, in my mind anyway, a fundamental difference between somebody who showed up in 1993 and worked to build this thing, and someone who showed up after the Pauli case, after Lemieux-Lorraine, after whatever, and one individual chose to defy the Métis Nation, our leadership, and our General Assembly, and impose their definition. That is fundamentally wrong in any government anywhere. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mitch. All right. I'm going to ask a stupid question, but I have to ask it. Do we have consensus? Is anybody abstaining or objecting? And the clicker went on, so we're going to move to a vote. Okay? Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. Aye. 2. 3. 4. Signed. Voting is closed. Can I have the results? Sharon, I need the results. Motion is defeated. Hey, I will not tolerate heckling. We had trouble last year. We're not going to have trouble this year. We're doing special resolution number 23. Special resolution number 23. And it is, I will tell you, it is now 2:18. So, okay, we got a 5 o'clock deadline, so we will move to this. I will drink something after, not alcohol, but water. Special resolution number 23. Can I have silence in the room, please? Would people like a 5-minute break? Okay, 5-minute break, so it's 20, we're going to be here at 2:25, and we will deal with special resolution 23. is speaking at the mic and not one call. All right, we're calling the meeting back to order. So make sure you have your clicker, make sure you have your mouth closed, and I will recognize, hello. Yes, I know. Hello. Awesome. All right. Please, I will ask people to stop talking. I was approached by youth at the break, and I'm devastated by what I heard. So we have a youth that will speak while everybody quietly is getting their clicker ready to confirm quorum. Now I want everybody to listen. This is our future youth that are speaking. Yes. Mic 1, your name?
Hannah Bazinet, Infinite Reach Facilitator, Region 9. I would like to remind the Assembly that there are many youth present. Myself, I'm 22, but I know that there are many high school students that came to our youth conference and are present at the AGA right now. Mitch has been our leader, and a fantastic one at that, and when he gets up, he stands to represent the youth and our future's voice. It is extremely discouraging, as someone who hopes to run for MNO AGA this upcoming election, to listen to the adults in the room heckling and berating him, knowing that it will fall on our shoulders to take his responsibilities next year and be treated as you are treating him at the next AGA. So please, as a reminder, there are people in the youth kind of category that are listening to how you're treating him and are nervous to stand up due to the way that you are treating him. If you want to silence that voice, continue. But if you want us to grow and become more confident and have a say in what's going on in the nation, remember to respect him, respect his opinions, because he's representing the youth, and that's what he's trying to do, so let him do it.
All right. Having heard that, we will not tolerate any bullying or disturbing behavior. If you are unable to conduct yourself in a professional manner, the meeting will be stopped and you will be asked to leave the venue. If you refuse to leave the venue, and people will be upset, but I've got this from a person who is always in difficult situation with the Indigenous people. And he says, I have to be frank and honest with you. If you refuse, the police will be called and you will be escorted out. So we hope to never get there. We have a line of conduct. We will not tolerate bullying, heckling, and we will move on to resolution number 23. Special Resolution number 23, amending Métis Nation of Ontario Electoral Code, Part A, Article 6. The mover.
Yes. Tobias Clark.
The seconder.
Point of order, Madam Chair. You were supposed to establish quorum.
Yes, I will. I will be after I have the mover and the seconder, okay?
Jerry Clark, seconder.
We will establish quorum before we move on any further. So, for those who are in the room, press 1, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, And I'm going a little faster because I'm looking at the response and then we have quorum, but we'll wait. Vote is counted. We have 183 in the room, so therefore we have quorum. All right. We have a motion that's been moved and seconded. And it's a seconded, people tell me is not a word. We will have discussion. Anybody? No, we won't have discussion. We'll have the minute taker read it, then we will have discussion.
Special Resolution number 23, Special Resolution amending the Métis Nation of Ontario Electoral Code Part A, Article 6. Whereas the Métis Nation of Ontario Electoral Code Part A contains the rules governing the elections for PC-MNO, MNOYC, and the MNO-VC, and whereas Article 6, Nominations of Candidates, sets out strict guidelines outlining the notice, nominations, and eligibility requirements which an MNO citizen must comply with in order to be a successful nominee for PC-MNO positions. And whereas the Métis Nation of Ontario Registry has gone to great lengths in establishing the current list of MNO root ancestors for the MNO Citizenship Registry files. And whereas the Province of Ontario has officially confirmed the 7 historic Métis communities for Ontario. And whereas the MNO community needs to ensure its Provisional Council of the Métis Nation of Ontario, PC-MNO leaders, are invested historically and biologically to furthering the objectives and rights of the Métis citizens whose identities are fundamentally targeted by the Métis National Council and some of their affiliates. Next slide. And whereas the Métis communities require additional eligibility requirements to ensure the PC-MNO is free from any outside biases that may have been developed based on their ancestral communities or their own loyalty to the Métis National Council. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA accept the recommended additions to the MNO Electoral Code Part A. 1. In section 6.3 on eligibility for nominations, add K, must not solely connect to a historic Métis community in the following provinces. 1, Roman numeral 1, Manitoba. 2, Saskatchewan. 3, Alberta. 4, British Columbia.
All right. We have a motion that's been moved, it has been seconded, and it has been read, and I will recognize mic number 2. On the motion, we're going to keep all our comments on the motion.
Senator Rainey Gravel. Wow, this is loud. I want to just get a little bit of clarification on the wording about the different areas here. I don't really quite understand that. We went through that last night on the Resolutions Committee, and I don't know if I grasped it then or not. Is this motion saying that anybody from out west cannot run here in Ontario? Is this what this motion is saying? Or is it saying the contrary to that?
I will ask, I think I know what, but I don't want to repeat it. Margaret or Jason, please speak to that. Or Jennifer, somebody will have to speak to this, please.
So it's exactly saying that if someone is, their sole ancestral connection to the Métis Nation comes from Manitoba, Alberta, Saskatchewan, or British Columbia, they couldn't hold office within the MNO.
Okay. Okay, I am going to speak against this motion. I'm not in agreement with this motion, and I'm going to give you a little analogy about that.
Quick though,
okay. It's about the Métis people in the canoe, and they were going down the river, and when they came over the imaginary line, the people in the front of the canoe were brothers with the people in the back of the canoe. There was no division between the two of them. So I'm speaking strongly against this motion.
Okay, thank you. Mic number 1.
Is that me?
That's you. And you are who?
Joe Patera, Senator. Madam Chair, I apologize, but I still don't have an understanding of what Jason said. Did Jason say that if a Métis connection lies in another province, solely in another province, that you are not eligible to hold up? So
That's what he said.
Okay, I'm a Manitoban. That's where my roots are. Our president is from Saskatchewan. Does that mean both of us go?
That's what it would mean.
So both of us are going to
And
be
we
down.
can't talk about personal, please,
Okay.
I'm sorry, but we can't talk about
Okay,
personal
thank you.
issues.
Well,
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Well, can I speak against the motion?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I find this totally surprising. I find it incredible. How can anybody support a resolution like that? We're being kicked out, and I'm going to use that word, and I'm probably going to be chastised for it, of the Métis National Council for reasons that I can't understand. And now we appear to be doing the same thing. So maybe it is time that I got kicked out because I no longer understand what's happening here.
All right, thank you. Mic number 2.
Derek Pont, Niagara Region Métis Council. I rise to speak against the motion. There are citizens in Ontario that are from the Western Province that have lived in this province for generations, have grown up with the Métis way of life, the Ontario Métis way of life. This motion is putting Métis against Métis, is putting a hierarchy saying that the Métis in Ontario are better than the Métis from the West. In 2018 in Peterborough, a resolution was passed against lateral violence. This motion promotes lateral violence, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to ask people because it's already past 2:30 and we still have a fair amount of resolutions to go, to be concise and short like everybody has been.
So, Jonas Westlake George, I just wanted to point out that historically, Métis did not recognize borders. We crossed them regularly, including moving back and forth to live in these different provinces and moving over the American border. And these provincial boundaries were redrawn by the colonial authorities on multiple occasions. And my basic criticism of this motion is buying into the myth that somehow these colonial boundaries make us fundamentally different, even to the point of talking about being biologically different. And that is a myth which I think is conceding too much to the Métis National Council and people who would try to produce that division. So I understand the intent, and perhaps it would be good to do something like have an expanded candidate oath to help ensure loyalty, and to ensure that people look after the cause of all Métis in Ontario, which we were discussing earlier. But I don't think that this motion in its current form is advisable from a technical perspective.
Thank you.
Thank
Mic number 2.
Mary Jane Buttonham, I'm a senator for Clearwater's Council. I've always found MNO and the Métis people to be warm and welcoming, and this is pure and simple discrimination.
Thank you. Mic number 1.
Caitlin LaCroix, post-secondary rep. And also I'm Caitlin LaCroix, the post-secondary rep, and I'm also in Georgian Bay, Métis Council. That's my home. I'll try not to repeat too many of the previous statements, but I have to speak against this motion. As someone that's worked with youth from across the homeland, I think it would be a travesty to exclude those people. They have so much to offer. And similar to the previous speaker, I disagree fundamentally with the idea of adhering to the colonial boundaries that have been set forth. Our people didn't recognize the boundaries. They went where they needed to. They went where the food was. They went where the trade was. This is just listening to the white man, and I disagree with that. Thank you.
Mic number 2. And
Hi.
question has been called, so I would like that nobody lines up anymore, please. Okay? So the last ones, I think, on that line is Brian, and on this line? Okay. All right, and I'm doing that because I don't remember, and I've been told that some people go in after we say no more. All right.
Hi, Tracy Green from the Thames Blue Water. I'm in support of this resolution. You can see the very clear divide even in this room, the very clear divide in the PCMNO's decision making. And I would like and I'm not saying everyone else has to agree with me because you're going to vote however it is that you're going to vote, but I would like someone who stands for all Ontario Métis.
Mic number one. Mic number one.
Ron Lepage, Georgian Bay Métis Council. I'd like to speak against this motion as well, for most of the reasons that have already been mentioned. That we have some excellent talent and people with knowledge that currently sit on our the provisional council, as well as the executive members. And I think it would be a travesty if we not continue to try to, I guess, tap into that knowledge and that experience. So thank you.
Thank you. Mic number two.
Jennifer Parkinson, Grand River. I speak against this motion. We are one nation. We need to band together as one nation. You cannot be held responsible for where your ancestors were born. We all care about where we live, where we've decided to raise our children, and we decided to raise them in the Métis Nation of Ontario, and that's who we represent. It's like if your ancestor was a horse thief, that doesn't mean you should be condemned as one. So wherever your ancestors were born, that's irregardless. We are Métis Nation of Ontario.
Thank you. Mic number one.
Joanne Young, Clearwater Métis Council. I am also speaking against this motion. Other speakers have commented on the number of people who are Métis Nation of Ontario citizens who trace their ancestry outside of this province, but who have worked long and hard for the Métis in this province. I also have issues with the whereases that refer to the Métis National Council, the MNC. We are the Métis Nation of Ontario, and I think that our leadership has come out strongly against some of the policies and actions of the MNC, and that is regardless of where their ancestry is from or where they are from in the homeland. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number two.
Verna Porter Brunel, Senator. I'm going to disagree with this motion, and I'm not going to take your time because everybody has said it, but it is a form of discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number one.
Hi there, Amanda Pond-Shanks, Niagara Region. I'm speaking against this motion because fundamentally it is perpetuating lateral violence within our own community. I do find it somewhat ironic that the previous motion was about, trying to keep us together, not creating a two-tier system, but then this motion right after it is creating a two-tier system with the East versus the West. And we need to look forward beyond that. We need to look that we are the Métis Nation of Ontario. We need to understand that the people who are from the West who live in Ontario support Ontario. And if you don't believe that and you think they might have a Western narrative, then don't vote for them. Vote for somebody else who you think will hold that Ontario narrative. But I think a lot of the leadership in this room, a lot of the great community council presidents that I know that are from the West, speak with their Ontario heart. And you need to respect that, and we need to come together as a community and stop doing this north-south divide, east-west divide. We need to come together, and resolutions like this further divide. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number two.
Larry Duval from the Boone River Council, and I'm embarrassed to even have to vote on something like this. As Métis, we're nomads. We should be glad that we can get people from wherever we can. We're all Métis. Thank you.
Mic number one.
Madam Chair, Mitch Case, MNOIC President. I just have to, the resolution specifically mentions also the MNOIC elected positions. And I think that it's fundamentally flawed because we have young people who are moving for school, and we know that there are young people who move from Ontario and they're not able to get cards in other provinces. And it's fundamental. We know how messed up that is, and we know how much we fight against that. And then we would just impose a similar system here, and then claim to be better than. It's not correct. It's not. I don't think it's the way that we should see ourselves governing. And I as an Ontario Métis person, come from 5 minutes down the road, I am incredibly proud that we have so many people who have come from Western Canada and see us as their relatives and want to be part of the thing that we're building. I think that's incredible. I think that shows a testament that there is a link between the Ontario rights-bearing Métis communities and the rest of the homeland, and that there is a connection between this thing that we all fundamentally believe in. I think that's incredible. I think that's really important. If though this resolution does pass, I'd like it noted for the record that I oppose this because I do believe it is a human rights violation, and I would like to be on record as having opposed it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, mic number 2.
Pandora Wilhelm, Grand River Métis Council. I'd like to speak against this motion because I don't agree with it. I don't think that it's fair that we would limit those who happen to have ties to other provinces, because back then we didn't recognize the borders. We didn't recognize Canada and the U.S. I do find it ironic that that we're talking about this, and there's many of us talking about the fact that we didn't have borders back then, yet we have been finding borders within our own agency and registry, but that's a totally different conversation. I also wanted to mention too, because I've heard a lot of rumblings just in my walking around to stand at the back of the line, that we have to remember that some of these motions that are brought forward by people, it may not necessarily be brought forward by the specific person that's written it. There have been a lot of people that have reached out to numerous of us in the community and asked us to write something for them because they don't have the capacity to do it themselves. So I would just ask that all of us as Métis citizens respect that and to take that into consideration when we're talking about those around us in the room as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number 1, and then we'll go to...
Brian Black, Veterans Council President. I'm speaking as a veteran. First of all, we all serve all across Canada, and then we decide to live where we want to live once we're finished our service. So the fact that I wasn't, my heritage isn't in Ontario, that it's outside of Ontario.
We're not talking about personal heritage.
Okay, sorry. My council or my membership, if they have been outside of this province and they're not allowed to run for an elected office, is completely wrong. And I'm glad my son's not here to see this, because he'd be really traumatized knowing that because he wasn't born in, or his heritage isn't in this area, that he wouldn't be able to have a future in this youth council that he's been watching all day. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, question has been called. And once again, I'm going to ask this question because I have to. Do we have consensus? If anybody wants to break consensus, either raise your hand or click the clicker. Okay, the consensus is broke, so we will go to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on the clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on the clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1 and 2 and 3 and clicker problem and 4. We're getting there. Our youth are doing good. And 5. Voting is now closed, and the results are... Motion is defeated. Now we will move to motion number 24. Motion number 24, special resolution number 24, amending section 14 of the Métis Nation of Ontario Secretariat bylaw. Do I have the mover?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, can we just verify, because I know that there were 3 that were put in place. Can you please verify what
3
order
what?
they're in? 3 of the very similar special resolution amending that particular section?
I will ask the chair to speak to that, but if...
But I'm here, yes, Tobias Clark.
You are moving, after he does that, you are moving it, and the seconder is?
Jerry Jerry Clark.
Okay. And before he answers that, because I'll give him a chance to look at it, I will ask to have the motion read, and then he will speak on it.
You're talking about... Oh, okay.
It's just, Madam Chair, I would like to pull one of them, and I just need to know which one it is. I'd like to withdraw one of them.
Well, let's have her read it first. And
Okay. Thank you very much. Yep.
We are going to read it first, and then you can decide whether you want to pull it or not, but...
Thanks.
Okay, read it. Just read it.
Okay. Special Resolution Number 24, Special Resolution amending Section 14 of the MNO Secretariat Bylaws. Whereas Section 14 currently reads as follows: the PCMNO shall make decisions and act in a manner consistent with upholding and advancing the MNO Statement of Prime Purpose, and shall take its direction from and shall report to the General Assembly. The property and business of the MNO shall be managed by a council of 19 elected citizens who shall be called councillors and shall sit on the Provisional Council of the MNO, PCMNO. The PCMNO shall consist of President, Chair, Vice Chair, Secretary, Treasurer, 4 senators, 1 representative from each of the 9 regions, 1 post-secondary representative, and 1 youth. And whereas all current MNO community councils consist of 1 president, 1 chair, 1 secretary, 1 treasurer, 1 senator, 4 councillors, 1 youth, and 1 women's representative. And whereas the PCMNO does not reflect the MNO community council structures and should be more reflective of equal representation and community voice. Next slide. And whereas reducing the current number of senators on the PCMNO is a fair and reasonable revision, therefore be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the recommended amendment to Section 14 of the MNO Secretariat Bylaw, effective immediately, to read as follows. Section 14. The PCMNO shall make decisions and act in a manner consistent with upholding and advancing the MNO Statement of Prime Purpose, and shall take its direction from and shall report to the General Assembly. The property and business of the MNO shall be managed by a council of 16 elected citizens who shall be called councillors and shall sit on the Provisional Council of the MNO, PCMNO. The PCMNO shall consist of President, Chair, Vice Chair, Secretary Treasurer, 1 senator, 1 representative from each of the 9 regions, 1 post-secondary representative, and 1 youth.
That's a motion that's on the floor.
I'd like to withdraw.
So you're taking away your moving of it, and how about the seconder? Is he doing that too? You're withdrawing it? Jerry, where are you? Yeah, okay. So the motion is withdrawn. So we will move to resolution number 25. Resolution number 25, special resolution amending Section 14 of the MNO Secretariat Bylaw number 2. We have a mover. Is a mover in the room?
Yep, Tobias Clark.
Tobias, we have a seconder. Is the seconder in the room? Jerry. We will, I have a motion that's been moved and seconded. We will have it read, please.
Special Resolution Number 25. Special Resolution amending Section 14 of the MNO Secretariat Bylaws. Whereas Section 14 currently reads as follows: the PCMNO shall make decisions and act in a manner consistent with upholding and advancing the MNO Statement of Prime Purpose, and shall take its direction from and shall report to the General Assembly. The property and business of the MNO shall be managed by a council of 19 elected citizens who shall be called councillors and shall sit on the Provisional Council of the MNO, PCMNO. The PCMNO shall consist of President, Chair, Vice Chair, Secretary Treasurer, 4 senators, 1 representative from each of the 9 regions, 1 post-secondary representative, and 1 youth. And whereas most MNO community councils consist of 1 president, 1 chair, 1 secretary, 1 treasurer, 1 senator, 4 councillors, 1 youth, and 1 women's representative. And whereas the PCMNO does not reflect the MNO Community Council structures and should be more reflective of equal representation and community voice. Next slide. And whereas there are currently individuals identifying as women on the PCMNO, however, their gender identity does not check off a box as a women's representative. And whereas there are currently no veteran representatives on the PCMNO who add value and experience and who have the ability to provide a unique perspective. And whereas structuring the PCMNO to be reflective of the community voices and the citizens it serves is a responsible and fair revision. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the recommended amendment to Section 14 of the MNO Secretariat Bylaw to read as follows. Next slide. Section 14, the PCMNO shall make decisions and act in a manner consistent with upholding and advancing the MNO Statement of Prime Purpose and shall take its direction from and shall report to the General Assembly. The property and business of the MNO shall be managed by a council of 17 elected citizens who shall be called councillors and shall sit on the Provisional Council of the MNO PCMNO. The PCMNO shall consist of one president, one chair, one vice chair, one secretary treasurer, one senator, one representative from each of the 9 regions, one women's representative, one veteran, and one youth.
The motion has been moved, seconded, and read. We have discussion. I will recognize Mike 1.
Senator Rainey Gravel, PCMNO. I would like to know why you would even entertain a motion where this procedure that we have now has been in place from the very beginning and has worked very well. But I want to speak something about the motion. First of all, I am totally against this motion. First of all, it speaks about veterans there. We are 3 veterans on the Métis Nation of Ontario PCMNO right now. Lee Riva, Ray Burgee, and myself.
Okay, but we're not going into personal issues, right?
But that's part of the motion. It's part of the motion, and part of the motion was women also. And we seen yesterday how Sharon Kiddo was given and commended.
Renee, we're not going to name people, please.
Okay, all right. What I'm saying is that this motion. Okay, we're talking about senators on this motion. I want to tell you that senators do not just say prayers, and I want to speak on that a little bit. I'm just gonna, and I don't want to brag for myself. I'll tell you a few of the things that I sit on. My colleagues sit on as much, maybe more. I'm on the finance committee. I'm on the Northern Ontario School of Medicine.
Renee.
I was in the hydro negotiations where you got $27.5 million.
Renee.
And the work that we do around the PCMNO table, plus, we do prayers. And that's what I got to say. I'm going to be really strongly against this motion. And I would ask all of my colleagues here to defeat this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike number 2.
Jordan, Plain Region 7, MNOYC. I just wanted to say I speak against this resolution. I've noticed that in the new amendment, it excludes a post-secondary representative, and as someone who has just spent 7 years in a post-secondary institution, I can say that having the post-secondary representative on PCMNO has been so valuable for someone who's had so many struggles, and to have someone at a PCMNO level to bring up those struggles that many Métis youth, and not just Métis youth, Métis people in post-secondary institutions face. I think having that representation there is so valuable moving forward, and I think that we should not be removing post-secondary rep from PCMNO.
Thank you. Mike number 1.
I'm going to do my best not to make
Please.
any comments on personal level, but that's going to be difficult. I'm sure you understand. I'm Caitlin. I'm the post-secondary rep on the council. I actually do agree with a lot of this resolution. I definitely think that it would be valuable to have a specific representative for women. And I can see the value in having a specific representative for veterans issues. But I don't think the answer is to eliminate an entire cohort of our population, which is students, specifically post-secondary students. I think that a lot of the students that I know they need to have someone representing them because what they're doing is so important. Educating ourselves and taking those roles in our communities that are so important. I've met, just at this youth conference, I've met doctors, I've met doctors in the making, lawyers in the making, social workers in the making, and to eliminate their voice and to eliminate their concerns from being brought forth to our table at a provincial level, I think that would be a huge disappointment and a huge loss, because these students are the people that are going to be taking care of us in the future. And so to eliminate that would be a huge loss. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number 2.
Verna Porter Brunel, Senator on the PCMNO. I'd just like to, I'm going to go against this motion, of course, but I'd like to maybe educate people on what 4 senators do. And we represent the 4 corners of Ontario. If we move it down to 2, where are we going to have our senators? Right now, when a regional director is appointed, they have a section, they have their region. The 4 senators represent all the senators in Ontario. So we travel all over the place, and there's only 4 of us, and we represent different sections of Ontario. And we, like one of our past speakers said, we don't only say prayers. We go to schools, we go to communities. We're asked to go and do speeches and talks, and we're there to go to children's camps. If you knock down 2 senators or 1 senator, whatever you're going to do, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the senators that will be appointed within the coming years. So I would say think of it very carefully. We represent 32 senators of Ontario and travel all over. We don't get a wage, we get an honorarium, so it's our own time. We are volunteers, and we're in it because we love what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number 1.
Kate Stewart McNeil, Women's Rep for Ottawa. I'm going to try and state this clearly, but I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to, so I hope that I can. I'd like to speak specifically to, I believe it's the 4th whereas in this resolution, the one that contains the gender identity piece. And I'd like to state that at best, I'd say it's severely unclear. At worst, I'd say it's potentially deeply offensive. And I personally believe that it's the former and that it's severely unclear, but regardless, since we can't make any changes to these, I wouldn't feel comfortable passing this with that in it alone. So I'd just like to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number 2.
Larry Duval, Moon River, and I'd like to speak against this this resolution too, because I do go to my senior senator for advice sometimes, and I know they know what they're doing, and they know a little more than me. So I look forward to getting guidance from them when I need it sometimes. So I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Question has been called. So who's the last person on this line?
Ray Burgee.
Ray? All right, who's the last person on that line? Okay. All right, those are the last people. Mic number 1.
Yeah, Mitch, President MNO AGA. I want to say I support the intent of where this resolution is trying to go, but I don't support it at this point in time. There's a few reasons for that, and I think I heard somebody in the crowd say that post-secondary students are represented by youth, but that's actually not the case. And I think it's important that if we're going to make these decisions, that we do them based on facts and information. And up to this point, because we've not had any real access to post-secondary education funding, a lot of our students are actually not young people, right? That's a lot of people who have been able to go back to school, and so that's a whole other constituency that is really important. I do support the idea of the dedicated women's representative position. I support the idea of the veterans representative having those conversations. I'm all for that. I don't necessarily support the removal of the current complement of senator seats. And all of that is to say, because I don't think, I just don't think that this is the time. I've had these discussions and debates with others at the PCMNO. I don't agree. There's some talk about if the PCMNO is too big, it needs to be smaller and streamlined. I don't know how we made it this far with no money to get to self-government, where we're finally going to have resources, and all of a sudden we can't afford to, you know, have people at the table. I don't agree with that. I've said that at PCMNO, and I'll say it again. But I don't think that now is the time. If we're going to be beginning a constitution development process in the next year, 2 years, 5 years, whatever it is, then I think these decisions should be made on consultation with the communities, going out and discussing what should our constitution look like. Not, and with all due respect, not just replicating what the PCMNO looks like now or tweaking it, which was just a replication and a tweak of what the OMA board used to look like, which was a replication and a tweak of what the OMSIA board used to look like. We finally are going to have a possibility to build a constitution that I think could go beyond what our imaginations have created at this point. And this is imaginative, it is creative. I support that, but not in this way and not at this time. So I speak against the resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I know I wouldn't recognize anybody else, but I will recognize them if they have something new to add. So in the interest of time, if you don't have anything new to add, maybe you can give your space up. But anyhow, I will recognize number 2 if he's got something new to add.
Thank you. I hope you find that it is something new. I appreciate the last speaker because I felt that he covered a lot of areas that I would like to have covered off, so it shortened up my time appreciably. I think one thing that the conversation today has been remarkable. I hope that our constitutional debate that goes on over the next couple of years will be just as engaging. I think that we have an opportunity to take a look beyond where we've been in the past. I think we need to take a look at one of my nieces spoke at a couple of community consultations in a former or past AGA about the twin-spirited, lesbian, gay, transgendered, a community that doesn't seem to have a voice within the MNO. And I think we should be taking a look beyond where we are today. So I think we have an opportunity to look forward, and I think we need to do that. There were a lot of recommendations that came out of the Missing Murdered Indigenous Women's report, and in there, you know, there was a lot of conversation about the sex trafficking, the transgendered, and I think that needs to be included in it. So this resolution, I think, falls short in that regard, so I'm not going to be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, before you leave the mic, did you say who you were, Larry?
Larry O'Connor, Moon River citizen.
Thank you. Mic number 1.
Brian Black, Veterans Council President. I just want to address one of the previous speakers who mentioned that there is a couple of veterans already on the PCMO, and I'll acknowledge that. But being inexperienced, being on the council, I don't know how many times we've asked for information or support or help or something from the PCMNO, and I've got nothing, no voice, nothing heard back. And so when we don't hear that, we have to go out and get it ourselves, and then we ask for some support, and then we don't get it again. So maybe there are veterans on the council, on the PCMNO, but they have been no help to us. So we need a sole veteran for that sole purpose. Thank you.
All right, maybe we could have put that a little differently because they had their own region to take care of or something, but I see your point and they see your point. All right.
Ron LaPage, Georgian Bay Meeting
Yes,
Council.
Ron, I was looking for the number of your mic. I only have 2 mics, but still, mic 2.
Mic 2. Ron LaPage, Georgian Bay Meeting Council. I want to speak against this motion for a lot of the reasons that have already been mentioned, but I just want to highlight 2 of them, I guess. Decreasing the senators, I believe, is not in keeping with being able to teach our youth and teach our communities, and the senators are very important to us for their knowledge and for their record keeping, and I would disagree with lowering that number, as well as the youth representative, the secondary or the post-secondary youth representative. We need to foster and foster our youth and help them to move into positions, and this is one way of doing it. By eliminating that role, then we're taking a step backwards. And my very last comment was that I haven't heard that there's any issue with the current structure, but if there is need to revamp it, then I think it should be the PCMNO that's looking at it themselves and coming back to the Assembly next year with recommendations as to how they see that the PCMNO should be formed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number 1.
Liz Boucher, Kenora Métis Council. I don't support this resolution, and I encourage everybody to consider looking at our actual governance structure. Every single one of you, or the majority of you, are citizens of the MNO. The first step in our governance structure is voting for your community council. Your community council represents all of you. Yes, we do have the special interest positions. Your president and all the presidents of your region then give your direction to their PCMNO counselor. Those 9 PCMNO counselors represent every single citizen across Ontario. Now we have, and I don't mean to offend anyone, but when I say special interest group, if we have post-secondary youth, veteran, women, now those people are essentially getting 2 voices. And I know if I was a male who is not a youth, a post-secondary, or a veteran, I would be outraged that really I only have 1 representative there while other people are having 2, potentially 3 representatives, maybe more. I really think that people need to consider when they are electing their community councils, they need to get out. Citizens need to tell their councils and give them the direction to give to their regional councillor on PCMNO, and those 9 regional councillors should be speaking for every single citizen in their region, regardless of what demographic they come from.
Thank you. Mic 2, and I want to remind you, please, if you have something new to add, we'll entertain you speaking, but I had those people at the end, and that was it. So mic 2.
Lynn Goliker, Sudbury Métis Council. This feels like a filibuster resolution where you're piling in a number of changes that doesn't allow our citizenship to properly vote on them, decrease the senators by 3, increase here and increase there. And the point that I want to make is, and we've been sending messages to our membership by voting on previous resolutions on who we want to allow to do what and do this and do that. By decreasing the PCMO by 3 senators, we're sending a very strong message to our senators, to our elders, to our knowledge keepers, to our traditional knowledge carrier holders and the work that they do. And do we want to send this message to our elders? We live in a society, a Canadian society, that doesn't respect our citizens, our senior citizens as it is. So what are we going to do with the Métis Nation? Are we going to fall in footstep with the Canadian society and devalue our seniors, devalue our elders? I admire and I hold strong that they are going to provide a lot of information to the PCMO, and I strongly suggest that we don't change the structure at this time, and that you start introducing maybe 1 step at a time in the next resolutions.
Thank you. Mic number 1.
Joseph Poitras, I am a senator. I am a PCMNO senator, so my comments might sound a little self-serving. But I don't think anyone has said yet the reason for doing this. Is the reason for doing this economics? Is the reason for doing this because the senators are not perceived to be doing a job? The senators appear to be going the other direction. We're trying to build a council so that we'll have the clout to lobby for things that we think should help old people, not just senators. So if I could get a better understanding, there might be some merit in this resolution for all I know, but I haven't heard any yet that tells me that. It just says it's comparing the PCMNO structure to council structures, and that assumption being made there is that council structures are quite okay. So to summarize, if someone can give me a reason why, a logical reason why, an acceptable reason why, perhaps we could have a serious look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question has already been called, and I limit. Sherry, Shelley. Sorry, Shelley. Shelley.
Trish gave her spot up to me.
Okay. We can't normally do that. I will accept it this time, but it's don't want it to set a precedent. Normally, when we say this is it, this is it. Shelley.
I honestly did not hear question called other than
Okay.
you said question's been called.
Question was called.
Okay, Shelley Claus, Veterans Council. I just wanted to make it clear that we are not a special group. We are the Veterans Council in the province of Ontario. We are not a community council, and we are responsible to reach out to every veteran in the province on our own dime. Whether that's phone calls, visitations, whatever that veteran's needs gets. I respect that we have veterans on the PCMNO now. They are not registered with our Veterans Council, so they are not our voice. We are busy. We go into the schools when requested, as mentioned, friendly family visits. We're seeking funding from outside the MNO because, as previously mentioned, that we ask for assistance and we don't get it. So I'm requesting today that not only support any veteran or your Veterans Council on Remembrance Day, that you need to support us 365 days a year. You come up to us and you tell us, oh, my great-grandfather was this, my uncle was this, we accept it. We're publishing a book acknowledging those veterans, whether they've passed or not. Presentations from the MNF has been made to our veterans for the fight for our two older veterans, 106-year-old Alex Boucher and 93-year-old Wilfred Rouchon. Just received checks for $20,000. That was a fight that the veterans put on. So I strongly suggest that not only on Remembrance Day or a photo op, that you support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley, and I'm sorry about the name. I know you're Shelley, even though you didn't bring me my boots. Mic number 1.
Brian Goliker, Senator in Atikokan. I'm not a veteran. I would like to thank the veterans for everything they've done. I support the veterans as a senator. I support the women, I support everybody on my council, and I work for every citizen of the Métis Nation of Ontario, whether they live in Atikokan or they live in the other end of the province. When I meet them, when the phone rings, I don't care if they're a veteran or not, I don't care what their gender is, I am there to support them. Your senators work tirelessly for you, and we represent 100% of the Métis Nation. We want to continue to do our work. We want to continue, we don't just read some prayers that we look up in a book. They come from the heart. They come from the history, and they come from the past of the Métis people. We want to continue to do that. I'm flabbergasted that I would even have to get up and speak to a motion like this. I have nothing against people getting representation on the PCMNO and would support a resolution to put a youth rep, a veterans rep, and a women's rep on there myself, but please don't put the senators who have worked so long and hard for you out to pasture to do it. There's got to be other ways. We want to continue to do our job. We love our jobs. We love the Métis Nation. We hold the knowledge. We try to hold the knowledge. I try to hold the knowledge to the best of my ability, and I do every single thing I can to help that council. I try and reflect that council in every day and everything I do. So please, say no to this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker, your name, sir, please.
Ray Burgee, PCMNO Senator. I'm here to kind of support the four of us that are now PCMNO senators. Like, we do a lot of work. I can speak to for myself. As I look around the room, I'm looking at senators that I'm constantly in touch with. I think it's not on a daily basis. I want to know what their concerns are. I send them information. And that includes, with all due respect, the senator from the Veterans Council. He's in touch, so if there was any concerns when I am calling around that I could bring to PCMNO, it would be my pleasure to do so. As I said, I'd like not to see our numbers not self-serving. I know what I put in terms of work, and the rest of the other 3 senators as well. So, you know, I'm speaking, needless to say, against the resolution. I would like to see it say that we'd like to add another senator to PCMNO instead of reducing the numbers. Then I wouldn't have to make as many phone calls. Anyway, thank you for your attention, and vote against this resolution. Thank you.
All right. Here comes the questions. Do we have consensus? If you want to break consensus, please raise your hand or click the clicker. Do we have, no, we don't have consensus, so we will go to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1 and 2 and 3. A cat and 5. Voting is now closed. All right, the motion is defeated. We will now, before we move to resolution number 26, I want to remind, I got a note from the chair of the Resolutions Committee, and it's a reminder that ordinary resolutions need to be in by 4 o'clock today, and that is in about half hour, okay? And the people who are on the Resolutions Committee, please stand up so people know who they give the resolution to. All right? And we also have Hank. He's not going to stand up, but he's in the front. Okay? So give your resolutions to these people. Thank you very much. Now it's 3:30. We have a hard close of 5 o'clock. We're almost done. We have 10 resolutions left to go. So we will entertain special resolution number 26. And special resolution number 26 is entitled Special Resolution Amending Section 14 of the MNO Secretariat Bylaw number 3. Do we have the mover?
Yes, Tobias Clark.
Do we have the seconder?
Yes, Jerry Clark.
Can we have the motion read, please?
Special Resolution number 26, Special Resolution amending Section 14 of the MNO Secretariat Bylaws. Whereas Section 14 currently reads as follows: the PCMNO shall make decisions and act in a manner consistent with upholding and advancing the MNO Statement of Prime Purpose, and shall take its direction from and shall report to the General Assembly. The property and business of the MNO shall be managed by a council of 19 elected citizens who shall be called councillors and shall sit on the Provisional Council of the MNO, PCMNO. The PCMNO shall consist of President, Chair, Vice Chair, Secretary, Treasurer, 4 senators, 1 representative from each of the 9 regions, 1 post-secondary representative, and 1 youth. And whereas all current MNO community councils consist of 1 president, 1 chair, 1 secretary, 1 treasurer, 1 senator, 4 councillors, 1 youth, and 1 women's representative. And whereas the PCMNO does not reflect the MNO Community Council structures and should be more reflective of equal representation and voice. Next slide. And whereas there are currently individuals identifying as women on the PCMNO, however, their identity does not check off a box as a women's representative, therefore be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the recommended amendment to Section 14 of the MNO Secretariat Bylaw to replace 1 senator with a women's representative on the PCMNO. And further, be it resolved that Section 14 of the MNO Secretariat Bylaw to read as follows. Section 14. The PCMNO shall make decisions and act in a manner consistent with upholding and advancing the MNO Statement of Prime Purpose, and shall take its direction from and shall report to the General Assembly. The property and business of the MNO shall be managed by a council of 19 elected citizens who shall be called councillors and shall sit on the provisional council of the MNO PCMNO. The PCMNO shall consist of President, Chair, Vice Chair, Secretary Treasurer, 3 senators, 1 representative from each of the 9 regions, 1 women's representative, 1 post-secondary representative, and 1 youth.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion on this motion? Okay, so...
I got discussion.
Okay, just a minute. Okay, so first of all, do we have, is anybody abstaining or objecting? Is anybody abstaining or objecting? So press your buttons if you don't, if you want to go to a vote. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is there no discussion?
Yeah,
now?
no, we are going to have discussion, but I just want to see, is this going to pass without the discussion? But no, okay, go ahead.
Well, I see it's a lot like the last motion we just read, and I can't agree with this motion also. And I think that if you wanted to have other people on the PCMNO, that's what should have been asked for on the motion. But because it's not asked for on the motion, it's trying to replace somebody to put somebody else in. I'm totally against this motion. We are up to our necks with work at the PCMNO. We do not, we can't take anybody off of there. If they have a willingness to put somebody else on and bring it before this floor, I would probably be in favor of it. But I'm not in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Number 2?
Russell Green, Thames Blue Water. I'm in favor of this motion. I think it encapsulates everybody across the board. I see nothing but positives when it comes to this, especially with the youth having the opportunity to use the experiences of the senators. And maybe a mentorship could happen with that. And they could learn what the senators do, and maybe they can pass that along. And I'm very pleased to see a woman's representative in there. I think that's something that we as a community need, and I'm hopeful that other people will think the same way. Thank you.
Okay, Mike 1.
Kate Stewart McNeil, Women's Rep for Ottawa. I'd like to express, respectfully, I'd like to express the exact same comment from the last one, and I would like to ask for a specific articulation on how this is different from the last one.
Okay, we'll ask the chair of the Resolutions Committee to discuss that. Like to talk?
It's different because it speaks to the structure. The last one had 1 senator, 1 veteran, 1 women's representative, and a youth. This one here is 3 senators, a woman's representative. It doesn't have a veterans representative, and it has a youth. So the structure is what's the difference between this resolution and the last.
Thank you very much for stating that side by side. Thanks.
Okay, yes, and then it's only going to be the people that are speaking at the mic right now. Okay, yeah, and right now the people standing there, we're going to allow them to speak, and then we'll go to a vote. So number 2.
Gary Laframboise, Senator for Niagara Métis Council. I still see a weaning process going on here by senators. I totally disagree with weaning anybody out, especially in the process of starting new self-governance, which is coming up. We're going to need all the knowledge that we have now. We're going to need more knowledge down the road. Like Ray Burgee said, maybe adding another senator would probably be a good idea and go to 5. Because when you got to look at the senators, take a look at their age. The senators are all, we all got to be over 55. I don't look 55, but I am. And as we get older, traveling sometimes becomes a little bit difficult, and if you start weaning us out, and you leave it at shoulders of 3, then 2, then 1, then none. So I'm totally against this resolution.
Okay, thank you. Mike 1? Mike 1?
Brian Goliker, Senator Atikokan. At least half, if not more, of the senators are women. So I hope that you got as much voice as you need. We're there. We want to hear from you. We want to take up any issues that you have. We want to take up the issues for anybody in the MNO. And it's not just me and Atikokan. You can talk to any senator. They do tireless work. They've did it for years. So please don't take it. We don't want anything taken away. Additions I don't mind, but I don't want to vote for a resolution that takes even one senator away. We've worked and worked and worked and worked. We've worked for the people that we represent, and we represent you all. If anybody has an issue of any kind, they can approach any of their senators. That's why we have 4, because there's that much work to do and that many issues to raise. And we want to raise them for everyone. We want to work with the youth continuously. We applaud the youth, and we want to help them. We want to teach them and give them the lessons of the things that we've learned along the way. So I can see why groups want representation on the PCMNO, but not at the price of taking away even one senator position.
Okay.
So I'm asking you to defeat this resolution, please.
Thank you. Thank you. And just to note that, Mike, too, that the mover had the opportunity to speak and at the beginning, and I know you didn't take that up, so I'm just letting people know. So go ahead, Tobias.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So Tobias Clark. Just to add some clarity, because I'm listening to what everybody's saying about these, I offered a service to write resolutions for people. That's why you're seeing some doubles, is because people had submitted in their idea, and I offered that for free because I was going to be here. So just to add some clarity, when I know that there was some clarity coming over from some other folks, just so you understand why there's some doubles and why there are some of these resolutions here, because these people weren't here and they asked for me to write them for them on their supervision and to present them. So just wanted to add some clarity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mike 1? Then we're going to vote. Go ahead, Mike 1. I mean, no, Mike 2? Sorry.
Sorry, I can't see if there's.
I was looking at you, and the person there is kind of invisible, so go ahead.
All right, Laura Lee, Benamar Kearns from the Oshawa Métis Council. I would just like to speak out against this, and I feel really bad that some of our elders, some of our senators feel personally slighted by this, because I think that is very hurtful, and I think we want to bring people together and have more voices, especially moving forward, and we're having lots of rich conversations about all those nuances. So I think a really significant difference here is that there are no veterans representatives here. And I think we heard a lot of good reasons why there could potentially be more voices added. So I like to thank people for planting the seeds of perhaps growing the PCMNO, but certainly not reducing it. So having a women's rep, having a veterans rep would be really important. So thank you for planting those seeds, and maybe we could write it a little bit better next year. So thanks.
Okay, so question has been called. Is anybody abstaining? Okay, we're going to go to a vote. So for the special resolution number 26, press 1 if you're voting yes, press 2 if you're voting no, and 3 if you're abstaining. Yeah, you can start now. Yeah, I'm voting right now. Oh, well, vote. Yeah, well, I did. So you have to do it again then. Okay, redo.
All right, we're going to restart the vote.
Okay.
And this is what you say.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can't. So if we have to restart it. I forgot. I can't. Just a minute. There. Okay? It's just a habit. Okay, so now we're going back to the vote. So if it's special resolution number 26, 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 if you're abstaining. So vote now. Yeah, I'm waiting though for a sec till I see them. Okay, so it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's closed. Okay, it was defeated.
Thank you. The motion was defeated. We will now move to motion 27. Motion 27. 27. It's special resolution amending section 22 of the MNO Secretariat bylaw. Do we have a mover?
Yes, Tobias Clark.
Do we have a seconder?
Yes, Jerry Clark.
All right. We have a mover and a seconder. I will ask for the motion to be read, please.
Special Resolution 27, number 27. Special Resolution amending Section 22 of the MNO Secretariat bylaws. Whereas Section 22 of the MNO Secretariat bylaws currently reads as follows: councillors shall be elected for a term of 4 years by the citizens through a process established by the MNO Electoral Code as amended from time to time. And whereas the Statement of Prime Purpose aims to establish democratic institutions based on our inherent right of self-government, which in turn empowers the MNO citizens to actively amend, update, and/or repeal any policy or bylaw that directly or indirectly affects them. And whereas there is no restriction regarding term limits for any of the PCMNO executive and PCMNO councillor positions within the MNO Secretariat bylaws. And whereas a term limit is a legal restriction that limits the number of terms an office holder may serve in a particular elected office. Next slide. And whereas term limits are found in presidential and semi-presidential systems, they act as a method of curbing the potential for monopoly where a leader effectively becomes president for life. And whereas advantages of term limits provide fresh ideas and new perspectives for the future community and leaders, therefore be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the recommended amendments and additions to Section 22 of the MNO Secretariat bylaw, effective immediately, to be changed to read as follows. Section 22. Councillors shall be elected to 4-year terms and are eligible for election for up to 2 consecutive terms by the citizens through a process established by the MNO Electoral Code as amended from time to time. Councillors may be re-nominated after 2 consecutive terms have passed from holding an elected position.
Ooh. Motion 27 has been moved, seconded, and read. Any discussion? And we're going to try to hold our discussion short because of time. Please, it's past 3 o'clock and we have to be out of here at 5. Mic number 1. Mic number 1, and we'll recognize the people up to Mitch.
Teresa. So I have to vote against this motion. We're always looking to get people out to run for positions and leadership positions. It's been, we've had situations where people on PCMNO have been acclaimed because no one's actually run against them. And the process, you know, and so then to discourage people if they are getting acclaimed from continuing in that position, which could leave a position vacant. And the process of election itself
is a process of elimination. So if the candidate is not doing a good job, they are not going to be elected in by their people, and that's the process of elimination themselves. But in turn, if they are doing a good job, the people then re-elect them back in because they are speaking and carrying that, that region's or constituent's voice forward. So I think it's a process of natural elimination, so I vote against the motion.
All right. We're only got two more speakers because question was
One
called,
here.
Ernie. So, were you?
I was here before they
I'm sorry, my peripheral vision is lacking. So I will recognize you with the floor, Mike. And you are?
Art Bennett, Liaison Captain of the Hunt Region 4, and thank you, Madam Chair. If it wasn't for the last part of this motion, I would probably consider voting in favor of it. But on the last part, to suspend somebody for 8 years from running for elected office, that's pretty severe. And I know up in our area, we actually have a hard time finding people to run for elected offices. So this is going to be very difficult to implement. So therefore, I'll have to vote against it.
Thank you, Art. And I hope people heard you because I can hear a hum in the room, so please be quiet. Okay, I am recognizing people only up to Mitch because question had been called. Sorry.
Liz Boucher, Kenora, Ontario. In recognition of what the two previous speakers have said, in case somebody didn't hear it, is the issue of not having enough people running. Oftentimes we only have one person, so it is not even a real election. They're acclaimed, and this would prevent us, different regions from even having a representative. What I also wish to bring forward is that there have been, and I am speaking to the motion, but I have spoke with, and other people have, and it's been raised at other forums, where there are people who are new to PCMNO, have just come on. It's an incredibly steep learning curve. So to force somebody new into a position where the electors, the citizens, are content and happy with the person that they have had in there, if they are happy, they should be able to continue to elect that same person and not force someone new into there who is going to be essentially forced to take on a huge, very steep learning curve. Anyone who's held any position within the MNO, when you first come on, even as a community councillor, it's an incredibly steep learning curve. So to essentially force our PCMNO government to have new people on there who may not truly want to be doing it just because somebody has to do it and get pointed to it, I think is definitely not good governance, or the way our citizens would really want their government run, by people who are forced to be there without wanting to do it, without having the passion, the knowledge, the background, the experience.
Thank you. Mike number 1, and this is the last speaker.
Yeah, Mitch Case, President MNOAC. I speak against the motion. To quote President Bartlett, we have term limits. They're called elections.
All right, thank you. That was the shortest you've ever spoken, Mitch. But they were heavy words. All right, I'm going to ask the question. Do we have consensus? If you want to break consensus, please raise your hand or do the clicker, and the hands are raised. So we will go into a voting. And everyone? Special resolution number 27. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 5 and 4 and 3 and 2 and 1. Voting is now closed. All right, the motion is defeated. Next motion. Next motion is resolution number 28. Special resolution number 28 is entitled Special Resolution Deleting Section 10 of the MNO Bylaw. And we have a mover,
Yep, Tobias Clark.
and we have a seconder.
Jerry Clark.
And we will ask the minute taker to read it, please.
Special Resolution Number 28, Special Resolution deleting Section 10 of the MNO Secretariat Bylaws. Whereas the MNO has recently signed a Métis Government Recognition and Self-Government Agreement between Canada and Ontario Métis, and whereas the MNO will be moving away from being a typical corporate entity, and whereas in order for the MNO to be respected as a self-governing community, there needs to be an elimination of fear of repercussion and loss of community based on a difference of opinions and personal associations. And whereas an Ontario resident who is governed under provincial and federal laws has the right and freedom to express their opinions without repercussion or threats of exclusion and limitations of participating in the community. And whereas the Supreme Court of Canada has held that even if a Canadian citizen has committed a criminal offense and is incarcerated, they retain the constitutional right to vote. Next slide. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA accepts the recommendation to remove Section 10 of the MNO Secretariat Bylaws that reads as follows. Citizenship may be granted on a conditional basis, and the rights and privileges of a citizen to participate in the affairs of the MNO may be limited by the MNO pursuant to the MNO policy, conditions or limitations that may apply to citizenship, these bylaws, or the MNO Electoral Code as all as amended from time to time. A, the fair processes for setting out conditions or limitations on citizenship, removal or reinstatement of limitations, requests for reconsideration and appeals of MNO decisions with respect to citizenship shall be according to the rules of natural justice and as set out in the MNO policy, conditions or limitations that may apply to citizenship as amended from time to time.
Special Resolution Number 28 has been moved, seconded, and read. We're going to entertain a conversation, but in the interest of time, please make it concise, short, and to the point. Mic number 1.
Ali Dezome, Region 6, MNOYC. I'm just wondering if maybe the mover or seconder could, I'm just a little bit confused by this, so I'm just looking for some clarification. Thank you.
All right, mic number 2. And the mover is going to make her way to the mic.
It was similar. I'm just not quite understanding context or what exactly it means. So.
All right, we're going to have the mover speak to it.
Yeah, so Tobias Clark. So what it's about is that we've always kind of had this underlying issue where you can potentially have your citizenship kind of revoked, to the point where you can no longer vote. So if you're not in good standing, you have that taken away from you. So these limitations are put on you as an MNO citizen if, in the eyes of a particular group of individuals, they deem that you're working against the best interest of, say, the MNO. However, when we're looking at self-government and looking at ourselves and representing ourselves as a government, if I'm in Ontario, I live in Ontario, right? So if I do something wrong in Ontario, say I have a megaphone outside of Parliament and I'm, having a peaceful assembly, they don't come up to me and say, hold on a second, you're working against the best interests of Ontario because you don't like this particular bill that's coming across the floor. Guess what? We're going to suspend you in the next Ontario vote. You're not allowed to vote anymore in Ontario. So that's what this one is specifically about, because it's to the point where, well, let's be real, okay? Tobias Clark, I'm the one that posts stuff. So people have come out to me and say, don't do that, don't do that, don't say that, because you'll have your voting stricken from you. You won't be allowed to, you won't be allowed to do that stuff. So this is ultimately taking those types of fears out. If we're going to be a government, we have freedom of expression. We have freedom of opinion, and it's okay to disagree. So I hope that clarifies a little bit.
All right, thank you very much. Any further? I see mic 1.
Joanne Young, Clearwater Métis Council. I seem to recall that the reasons that someone may have issues with their citizenship or their voting privileges, not their citizenship, was related to financial issues and things that the, what's the word I'm looking for? Things that were definitely to the detriment of the Métis Nation of Ontario, but not in terms of freedom of speech. And I'm not trying to, I'm just trying to figure out, don't have time to go through all the stuff to read the fine print, but it seemed to me that the policy was very specific in terms of the kinds of actions that would result in that. And I'm wondering if that could be clarified.
I think the President will clarify it right after Renee speaks.
Renee Gravel, Senator. I was just going to ask for legal definition from our legal.
Sorry, do you want to repeat that, Renee?
I'm just going to ask the legal definition from our legal, because I think it'll be explained so that everybody will understand it. I don't clearly get it all yet.
Okay, Margaret will speak, and then where's Margaret? Don't sit down. You become my height, and I don't see you. Margaret will speak to that, and then if it's not clear, we're going to get our lawyer to clarify. And then I think I heard question, but I'm not sure. It was, eh? Okay.
All right, Margaret Froh, President of the Métis Nation of Ontario. So I did want to speak to this point and provide that clarity around what I think the intent of this is to take away the ability of the Métis Nation of Ontario to suspend anybody under any circumstances. So that if you have a card, you have a card, period, regardless of your conduct and your actions. That is not the decision that has been made in terms of here within the Métis Nation of Ontario. And the policy that applies talks about an administrative suspension of rights and privileges. The policy doesn't actually strip citizenship away. There is no provision actually right now for us to do that outside of direction from the Assembly to change that. And so it's an administrative suspension. So that happens when there's credible documentation provided to the registrar that citizen has either first registered as a citizen, member, or beneficiary of another organization or group that claims to politically or legally represent the rights, interests, and claims of Ontario Métis at the local, regional, provincial, or national level outside of the MNO's governance structure. So they've hitched their wagon to another entity claiming to represent Métis. Secondly, or holds a leadership role in another organization that claims to politically or legally represent the rights, interests, and claims of Ontario Métis at the local, regional, provincial, or national level outside of the MNO's governance structure. So now, not only are they hitching their wagon, they're actually holding a leadership role in a competing so-called Métis organization. Or the third one would be if they have written correspondence to government or another third party indicating that the MNO does not politically or legally represent the rights, interests, and claims of Ontario Métis at the local, regional, provincial, or national level. And in those cases, and if that's the case, if the registrar is provided with credible documentation to proof of this, then there's a whole process that's set out. They write a letter to the citizen. It gives them a chance, so many days for them to respond. And so there's a whole process before that person actually has their rights suspended. In the event that they do have their rights suspended, it means that, and so this is after all of that proof, after they've been given notice, after they've been given time to respond and answer to those things, then if there is a suspension, it means they cannot be a candidate for office at the local, regional, or provincial level. They can't hold elected office. They can't participate in decision-making processes like our annual general assemblies or community council meetings. They can't vote in elections. And they can't receive benefits that are self-funded by the MNO or that we negotiate with third parties for the sole benefit of MNO citizens. And finally, their harvester certificate, if they have one, will be canceled. So that's what happens in the event that you are suspended. But again, it's after an entire process. And then the other thing that I will mention is there's a process built right into the policy for an appeal. So if you think that this hasn't been done properly, there's a process built in for an appeal. And then furthermore, after 3 years after the effective date of a suspension, the citizen can actually request to have their suspension reconsidered. So there's sort of a, I haven't been doing those things and I want to get my citizen suspension reconsidered. So the policy actually has provided for a great deal of leniency. It's provided an opportunity for citizens to respond to the allegations, and in fact doesn't strip away their citizenship in any way. So that's what the policy says. Now, I do want to speak to this resolution in that the conversation has been around this is about self-government. And I don't know what is more fundamental about self-government than being able to actually hold your citizens accountable for their actions. So if they are going to choose to be a member or a vocal advocate for some other Métis organization, some other competing organization, then they have made their choice. And it is up to us as a people, as a nation, to actually say, no, you actually don't get to participate within our democracy when you make those choices. That is what self-government and being self-determining is all about. Merci.
All right, now the only one I have on the list, Russell, I'm sorry, is Renee. Whoa, is Renee, but before that, Jason will clarify that, and then Renee, and then that's it.
So, yeah, I think we also need to recognize within this policy, and I think what the mover brought forward is saying, oh, well, this is kind of used as a veiled threat. It is not in any way, shape, or form. There's actually a policy and says, look, it only follows into these three things. And the policy itself says, for greater certainty, nothing in section 1, A, B, or C, and those are the sections that Franz read out, means or should be interpreted to mean that MNO citizens do not have the democratic right to advocate for changes in the MNO's governance structures, its policies, or its elected leadership. The intention of this policy is to ensure that democratic debates and decision-making occurs within the MNO as the Government of Ontario Métis, not through third-party organizations or groups that seek to undermine the MNO's recognized mandate and self-government. MNO citizens have the right and are encouraged to pursue changes they personally believe are important to the MNO within the MNO's democratic structures and institutions. Throw as many rocks as you want, but throw it inside the tent. And that's the point of this whole part of self-government. So that interpretation that somehow this is sitting out there as people shouldn't criticize the existing administration, shouldn't criticize decision, the policy itself says exactly the opposite. It just says the idea of undercutting the MNO or cutting the legs out from under it and forming the Red Squirrel Métis or the Métis Federation of Canada, it's saying, well, go in that pond, not essentially in our pond. And that's the point of the policy, and that those provisions don't contradict the ability of any MNO citizen from criticizing, making changes, etc.
Okay, Renee, and then we're going to see if there's consensus.
Renee Gravel, PC MNO Senator. I will be voting against this motion. I think that we have policies in place to cover, to already cover us. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll proceed to ask if there's quorum. If you want to break quorum, please use the clicker or raise your hand. And do we have consensus? We don't, so we will move to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1. And 2. And 3. And 4. And 5. Can we have the results, please? It's defeated. All right, the motion is defeated. Next motion, and I have to tell you, we only have 1 hour left, and we have 9 motions. So we can do it. We're going to speak to the motion if we have anything new to say, okay? So, we're going to deal with Special Resolution 29, amending the statement of prime purpose of the Métis Nation of Ontario. We have a mover? We don't have a mover. It's been withdrawn, so we will leave that one and go to motion number 30. Motion number 30, special resolution amending, can we change that? Special resolution amending 30. Special resolution amending the statement of prime purpose of Ontario. Special resolution amending the statement of prime purpose of the Métis Nation of, that's 29. I want 30. No, it's not 30, it's 29. Okay, all right. The chair of the resolution committee as saying, there you go, I knew it was 30 and the other one was 29. Special resolution amending the statement of prime purpose of the Métis Nation of Ontario, number 2. Do we have a mover? We don't have a mover, so we're going to move to resolution 31. Resolution 31 is entitled Special Resolution to amend Section 6.0 of the Métis Nation of Ontario Secretariat Harvesting Policy, August 2016. Do we have a mover? Tobias Clark. Do we have a seconder? Jerry is the seconder. We have a motion that's been moved and seconded, and it will now be read. Special Resolution number 31.
Special Resolution number 31, Special Resolution to amend Section 6 of the Métis Nation of Ontario Secretariat Harvesting Policy, August 2016. Whereas Section 6 of the Métis Nation of Ontario Secretariat Harvesting Policy currently limits the voice and democratic right of all MNO citizens who possess a valid harvester certificate or card. And whereas the MNO citizens who possess a valid harvester certificate or card have the right to nominate and elect their deputy chief captain of the hunt. And whereas the MNO citizens who possess a valid harvester certificate or card have the right to nominate and elect their regional captain of the hunt. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the following recommended amendments to Section 6.0 of the Métis Nation of Ontario Secretariat Harvesting Policy, August 2016. Next slide. 1. In Section 6.2, Deputy Chief Captain of the Hunt, remove. The President of MNO may appoint a Deputy Chief Captain of the Hunt who shall be responsible to implement this policy throughout the province in accordance with the objectives in Article 3. The President may, at his discretion, delegate some or all of the management of the Métis harvest to the Deputy Chief Captain of the Hunt, and replace with the following. The MNO citizens who have valid harvester's cards shall nominate and vote the Deputy Chief Captain of the Hunt, who shall be responsible to implement this policy throughout the province in accordance with the objectives in Article 3. The President may, at their discretion, delegate some or all of the management of the Métis harvest to the Deputy Chief Captain of the Hunt. Next slide. 2. In Section 6.3, regional, remove. The President of MNO shall appoint a Captain of the Hunt in each MNO region who shall be responsible to implement this policy in accordance with the objectives in Article 3, and replace with the following. The MNO citizens who hold a valid MNO harvester certificate or card within each of the 9 MNO regions shall nominate and vote a captain of the hunt in their MNO region who shall be responsible to implement this policy in accordance with the objectives in Article 3.
Thank you. Special Resolution number 31 has been moved, seconded, and read. We're going to entertain discussion. I have mic number 1.
Rainey Gravel, PCMNO Senator. This resolution at one time, when I first started years ago, I would have been interested in that. But after I seen the way that things have gone over the years, I'm going to speak against this resolution because I think things are fine when it comes to the captain of the hunts and the way things are distributed. So I feel very comfortable with the way we're dealing with captains of the hunt right now. So I'm going to speak against the motion. Thank you.
Okay, can I have the floor mic for Art, please? I'll recognize mic number 2 in the meantime. Mic number 2, and then it'll be Art.
Tricia Peardsey, Georgian Bay Métis Council. I am in support of this special resolution. I'm not a harvester. I don't hold a card, but I agree. I'm in firm belief that the vote for any position such as that should lie within its citizens and not be appointed. And that's why I support this.
Thank you. Art.
Art Bennett, former captain of the Hunt Region 4, now the liaison.
Do you want to speak a little bit closer to the mic?
Okay, there we go. This thing is wrong in so many ways. Even in the whereases, it says, who possess a valid harvester certificate or card have the right to nominate. I don't know where it says that in our harvesting policy or any policy. And furthermore, it's wrong to elect those who govern you on harvesting. It would be like citizens of a small town electing the local sheriff. You know, he gets the popular vote, so he overlooks everything. And that makes it wrong. And we have enough wrong with our harvesting policy now. We have no teeth to enforce. So why go this way and create a hodgepodge of more problems? And it's in the cost of it too. And yeah, it's not a vote of popularity being a captain of the hunt. It's, you're there for a reason. And again, this is undermining the president and the deputy captain of the hunt. This goes way back to the 1800s, days of Riel, when the captains of the hunt were appointed. And he appointed people who he thought would handle the job. You don't elect people who you think might handle the job. That's it.
All right, thank you. I will recognize mic number 2, and then I will go to mic number 1. Mic number 2.
Marcella France, Region 3, PC.
Get closer to the mic, please.
Okay. No problem.
One conversation, please. Starting to get loud.
Yeah, it's good. Is that okay now?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank
All right,
you.
Marcella France, Region 3, PC MNO. I'm going to go against this motion just for the fact that the people that put it in place don't understand really what the captains of the hunt do, because they do more than just the harvesting and that. Some of them are on our consultation committee and part of it, and they working with proponents and whatnot. And if somebody, they get voted out and somebody comes in and right off the bat they don't know what they're doing, I think it's just going to harm us more than help us.
Thank you. Mic number 1.
Sandy Driscoll, Region 1, Captain of the Hunt. I'm going to vote against this. I don't feel that the captains should be out there making promises in a political scenario, and I think it'll just dilute what the captains are supposed to be doing. We're there to enforce, not make promises. It's as an election, right? So I feel that this is not the way to go. I understand what they're trying to do. Maybe we need to look at that process in a different way.
All right, thank you. Mic number 2. Question has been called, so I won't recognize anybody in this line past Margaret and anybody in that line past Brian or Mitch. Who's there? Mitch. And I want to remind people before I recognize whatever mic I was going to recognize, not to leave their clickers at the table when they quickly run out, but to hand it in. Okay. And I was recognizing mic number 2, I think.
Ronald Lepage, Georgian Bay Métis Council. I'd like to speak against this motion for a couple of reasons. First of all is the current system works well, and the president of the MNO, when she does her appointments or when the appointments are done, the citizens who are appointed are experienced, knowledgeable, and are familiar to the MNO. The second thing is there's nothing in here to explain when the election is held, where the monies are coming from to hold that election. It'll be very costly to hold a provincial election for this. There's no election process defined in here for how that's going to happen or where the money is coming from. And the third thing is that the way the article number 2, or section number 2 reads, is it's possible, if this passes, that somebody who does not hold a harvester's card can become a captain of the hunt, and that should not be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number 1.
Greg Garrett, Region 7 Captain of the Hunt. I primarily want to speak to the section 6.2. We've had an entertained discussion about knowledge and how significant it is to hold on to that, i.e. our senators and keeping 4 of them on the PCMNO. Our elected officials have support mechanisms behind them in COO, CSO, and the value of that knowledge and the continuity of it with the captains of the hunt will be washed away significantly if that disappears, and especially right now with the rights that we're moving forward with, losing the value of the knowledge that the deputy chief captain of the hunt has would be a significant loss and set us back. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number 1.
Liz Boucher, Kenora Métis Council. Some of the points that people have made, yeah, our captain of the hunt sits on our consultation committee. We value their expertise, their background, their knowledge. They bring to our consultation committee thoughts and opinions that are not necessarily had by the general public. Those are things that people, when they're voting for that, may not be aware of. Also, they are making very difficult decisions. Decisions on whether somebody should not have their harvesting certificate renewed, whether it should be revoked. Are they following the laws? They also have to liaise very closely in some circumstances with MNR officials, with other governmental officials. They're talking to the community councils, they're out there. I would like to hope that all MNO citizens who have a harvester's card are law abiding, both by the harvesting policy and by other, gun laws, things like that. That isn't always the case. So these have to be people who are well respected within the community by the MNO, by the MNR, by the consultation committee. It's not something that just should be elected at the whim of who is going to do the best for somebody's personal gain. And it's also crucial that I'm not exactly sure what is in place now, but perhaps there should be a mechanism, if it's not already there, that if these appointments come up, that the presidents and the PCMNO rep in that region also be consulted, and that might be something somebody wishes to look at in a future motion if they're going to bring it to the floor, so that there is community input and ensuring that all those pieces do fit together.
Okay, thank you. Mic number 1.
I'd just like to question why mic number 2 doesn't get called and gets the anchor position when they're speaking to the
Because I
resolution.
try to do them in order of when I see them. That's the way it's done.
We've had 2 people that weren't elders, and I've stood up well behind Mrs. Froh.
So do you have something to say?
Protocol of a gentleman would say that we were all day we've been going from speaker 1 to speaker 2 and back again.
No, we are doing it as I see them, and sometimes we'll be doing 2 and 3 from one speaker and 2 and 3 from another. So I recognize you, speaker. If you want to speak on the motion, please do.
Yes,
Do you want to speak on the motion? Thank you. Do you want to speak on it, please?
Yes, I'd like to speak to the motion. Our statement of prime purpose charges us with having democratic institutions. That doesn't speak to appointments. The word appointment doesn't exist that I've noticed in the statement of prime purpose, and the PCMNO is charged with following the statement of prime purpose as much as we possibly can. So we have veterans councils, we have women's councils, we have a senators group, we have all these groups who do their business and conduct their business inside that group. So I can't see anything that would be more democratic than letting the holders of harvest cards decide who their hunt chief is going to be. And I'd like to charge the PCMNO to please see us have a democratic way of choosing our captain of the hunt, please.
Thank you. Last one at mic 1, and then I will go to mic 2. And I apologize, Margaret, I did not see you before Mitch. So there you go.
Mitch Case, MNO AGA president. I don't think anybody will like what I have to say, but I don't support the resolution, but I don't support the current system. And the reason for that is because I fundamentally agree with what I think it was Art who said, you know, we'll all get together and vote for the guy who won't hold us accountable to the rules. But I worry that that's the situation that we're in anyway, because I think if not all, most of the captains of the hunt are elected to other positions. So you can do the same thing, right? I'm running for community council or PCMNO or whatever other position and say, well, I'll sign your harvester's card for whatever, or I won't, whatever. I don't know, I'm not saying that happens, but there is the potential for it, right? So I don't support the resolution, but we also need to come back to this and revisit this, because we know we are in a situation where declining moose population and things like that, and we know there's people out there wasting, and we can pretend like it's First Nations and we can pretend like it's American hunters, but we know some of our people are breaking the rules too, and we need to give the captains the ability to enforce that. So we need to have a bigger and deeper and tougher conversation about this going forward. So I don't support this resolution. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Margaret,
Thank
Madam
you.
President.
Margaret Fro, President of the Métis Nation of Ontario. So some of my fellow captains have already spoken. I wanted to echo the comments that they've made, and also just to flag the point that Mitch has raised, there are 2 captains that also serve in other elected positions, and I think that is something that I take note of in terms of how we go about doing that in the future. So under our harvesting policy, it says that the president shall appoint captains. And so this process historically has been a bit different than it is now. And since I've come into office, I've set out an expression of call for expressions of interest to see what citizens are interested in serving in the role of harvester, chief captain of the hunt in their area. And we got good responses from that. And so in terms of the process, and I think it's important for people to understand how that actually works, because you're talking about a different one, through conversations that I have as chief captain of the hunt with my deputy chief captain of the hunt, we look at candidates, and then we reach out to regional leadership to talk with regional leadership about who are appropriate candidates in the region. And then once we have that conversation, we're actually going to be adding a second step to that, where we bring candidates back to the captains as well to get a sense from among the captains if there are any concerns. And then based on all of that consultation, we take then a joint recommendation from the regional councillor and myself to PCMNO to get PCMNO to basically approve the appointment. And that's the process that I've established. And I think it actually provides for a great deal of consultation and guidance. It's not an arbitrary thing that's done, and it has a lot of accountability right back to the regional leadership. And so that's the process that's been established. And then the only other thing that I wanted to add is just echoing some of the comments that have already been made about when you elect a position, you actually politicize that position. And this is, as some of the previous speakers have spoken to, this is a challenging role, because you are in a position where you have some ability to make decisions with respect to harvesters. And I know that it is oftentimes a very unpopular position to be in. And I think at the point where you create that as a politicized position, I think it does create the risk for influence and people thinking more about being reelected as opposed to doing their job as captains. And I wouldn't want to see our captains being in that position. So I wanted to say I would agree with those comments. When you elect, you politicize. And fundamentally, what we've been talking about for quite some time now is as we move forward with self-government, you see that framework agreement on Métis harvesting that we signed a year and a half ago with Ontario. And we know that we are going to continue to grow stronger and stronger and stronger in terms of our assertions around jurisdiction, around lands, and around harvesting. And with that is going to come increased responsibility for our captains. It's going to be truly self-determining. We really have to have teeth behind our harvesting policy, and our captains of the hunt have to have the backing to be able to actively enforce our laws. And so in that sense, it really does become more of an enforcement conservation officer type role. And that's something that I don't think we ever want to see politicized. I've watched what happens in the United States when they elect their judges and their sheriffs, and I just don't think it's a good road to go down. So, Marcy.
Thank you very much. All right, I will ask the question. Do we have consensus? If you want to break consensus, please either raise your hand or use the clicker. Do we have consensus? Does everybody agree with, oh, we don't have consensus. So, everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker.
We need a clicker?
We have a clicker issue. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1. And 2, is the clicker issue fixed? And 3. A cap. A sign. Voting is now closed. All right, the motion is defeated. We're doing good. Our chair for the Resolutions Committee has got an announcement for the Resolutions Committee to make, please. Can I have the mic, the table mic, please? Sorry.
Just to let everybody know that the time is closed for reception of ordinary resolutions. I would ask all of those, most of them that we've received are have been typed out. So I would ask to save us a lot of time, if you can send your resolutions to my email so that we don't have to retype every resolution that we've received. My email is hankr@métisnation.org. It would save us a great deal of time. Thank you.
All right, Hank wants to party tonight, so make sure you send it to him. Special.
information pertaining to territory restrictions and losses. Next slide. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the following recommended addition to Section 7.0 Communications of the Métis Nation of Ontario Secretariat Harvesting Policy, August 2016. 7.5. The captains of the hunt in each region shall communicate all harvesting information and updates related to their duties of managing and administering the Métis harvest in their region to all Métis citizens who, A, possess a valid MNO harvester card, and B, are part of the Métis community who harvest in the specific region.
We have motion, a special resolution number 32 who's been moved and seconded and read. Do we have discussion on the motion? We have mic number 1.
Brady Hupert, Northwestern Ontario. I'd like the mover to speak on this, please. I'd like the mover to speak on this.
So you want clarification?
Clarification, yes.
Okay, Tobias, can you do clarification? And after you, it'll be Art.
Yeah, so what it's all about is, so I'm Georgian Bay, right? So that's my traditional territory. I don't have a harvesting card because I just don't kind of comply to that. But if I did have a harvesting card, I would like to have the captain of the hunt, so say Greg, who's the captain of the hunt, whenever there's any communication regarding that particular area, because he's governing it, to also add me, if I had a harvester's card, to part of the communication. So kind of having like an email list of all the harvesters for each region and ensuring that the captains of the hunt of that territory also add their communication to the emails of those people who live outside of that particular region.
Okay, thank you. Art.
Art Bennett, North Channel Métis Council. I'll have to speak against this motion. There's way too much communication in here for a captain. If you read it all, there's more communication going on than what was just stated. You probably don't realize just how much the captains do, and there's a few captains here in the room. We don't just go out 1 or 2 days a week in the harvesting season. We're out there pretty well all the time monitoring what's going on, and the cost is astronomical. We get paid a pittance towards our expenses. For example, my truck, tank of fuel cost $160. I go through that in a week. That's not counting my ergo, my boats, and other machinery I use in administering the duties of captain of the hunt. So to add this expense onto us, it's unreasonable and unneeded. So I think that's enough said on the cost. So it's just, yeah, got to go against it.
All right. Mic number 1.
Sandy Triscoll, Region 1, Captain of the Hunt. I'm also speaking against it. I have some issues with, depending on what's happening in the region, there might be privacy issues of certain citizens that, we don't want to release this information. It's just, and it's also not very feasible for us. Like Art said, that we don't get the money or the resources. We can look at maybe something in the future on the website, but that's something that's in the future. Okay.
All right, thank you. I heard question being called, so I will recognize up to Ray on mic 1 and up to, who's behind Jerry? All right. Okay, mic 2.
Is that me?
Yep.
Margaret Froh, President of the MNO and Chief Captain of the Hunt. So I just wanted to echo the words of both previous speakers with regards to the work that the Captains of the Hunt currently do and the capacity that we have for them. We actually had an opportunity as captains to actually discuss all of these resolutions relating to Captains of the Hunt, and this one in particular is extremely problematic in that it's worded that the captain shall communicate, so it's not you actually have to do it, all harvesting information and updates related to their duties in managing and administering. And as has been stated by the previous speaker, there's actually a lot of personal information that captains deal with, so it would be impossible for them to do that. And then the other thing that I would say is, if the intent behind this resolution is to increase communication, we actually had a really good conversation last night about how we can start doing that. And so we're going to start to turn our minds to additional ways for captains to reach out to harvester card holders in their territories. Merci.
Thank you. Mic number 1.
Teresa Stenlin, I need to speak against this motion as well. I think the intent in the and whereases is different that what is stated in the therefore be it resolved. I think in the whereases they were getting, what I speculate the mover and seconder were getting to was, you know, extending information to people who live in that area but live outside of the area. But the therefore be it resolved doesn't speak to that. It speaks to all harvesting information in regards to anyone that possesses a valid MNO harvesting card. So you may not connect to that region, and the way it states is that the captain would then need to relay information and updates to a person to anyone that possesses a valid MNO harvesting card. My concern also would be for the captains do deal with the MNR on forthcoming charges, criminal charges or harvesting, and then that information should not be extended as an update to all anyone that has a harvesting card. The other thing that concerns me is sometimes they get information, and I'll use Region 1 for instance. We have a crisis on our hands with our moose population where they're almost, they're eradicated. I think they issued maybe 1 moose tag. And if that population were to come back in, let's say, this corner, you know, that the MNR has reported that, oh, yes, we've spotted 15 moose over there, that's still an update, and then that information, that update shouldn't be put out then to, you know, make that population extinct. So I do worry about how it's worded. I think there was a different intent of the motion, but it didn't carry through into the bottom of the therefore be it resolved.
All right.
So I'll have to vote against.
Thank you. Mic number 2.
Yeah, thank you, Teresa. The intent was not to gather any personal information. This was written so that there is general information via possibly email, so that people that are out of that region but that's their rights-bearing area, so that they had some information. Because as it stands now, there is no kind of communication. Margaret just indicated that they're looking at possibly doing some information, but that's after the fact of this. It seems like we always get after the fact communications that they're going to do something and it's never done. So again, at this point in time, it's just nothing personal. It's getting information out to our harvesters, just basic information. We would never want anything that has anything to do with criminal charges for people or anything. So I think you're taking it way out of context.
Mic number 1.
Ray Burgee, Senator. I'm here to speak against the motion. I think that would put an undue stress on our captains of the hunt, certainly down in our area, because it, excuse me, we account for probably 50% of the Ontario hunters, and that would put an awful lot of work on our captain of the hunt. Because it's not a paid position that I'm aware of. So anyway, I'm speaking against the motion. We're fine, we get all the information down there. I can speak as a harvester, I get all the information that I need from my captain of the hunt. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number 2, and then we'll go to...
Hi guys, it's Pamela Robitaille, Georgian Bay. I guess I still need a little bit of clarification because I'm just kind of new into this format. But, so I guess Margaret answered part of my question that I had, and then Jerry answered the other part. But I also have a third part of it. So when there's the captain of the hunt, is it not the president of the region?
No.
Not necessarily?
No.
Okay. So do they give updates to the harvesters that are on the hunt?
Margaret's going to answer that. Come here, Margaret, and answer it.
Sorry, I just want a clarification.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question, Pam. And I think that's important and I didn't mention this earlier, but our captains actually do communicate out to the harvesters, and they're using different methods in their areas. Some are using a lot of social media, some actually like to do phone calls. So they all take a slightly different approach. But the point that we had in our discussion last night was we can continue to improve that and continue to do more. We're just going to have to make sure that we come up with some great ideas and we properly resource it. And then the other thing that I would add, just in response to the previous speaker's comment, is that the intention may have been with this resolution that some information be provided related to the harvest. That's not the way it's worded. The way this resolution is worded, it would put an obligation on every captain to do that communication and on all information related to their job, and that's why it's too broad. It can't be sustained.
So with this resolution, then it's, I mean, the base is there, it just needs to be tweaked and redone at another time.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Thank you. So do we have consensus? If somebody breaks a consensus, please raise your hand or use the clicker, and we've used the clicker. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. Aye. 2. 3. 4. A 5. Voting is now closed. The results are the motion is defeated. We have half an hour left. That's it. So we're going to move right away to motion number 33, and special resolution number 33 states amending section 3.5 of the Métis Nation of Ontario Secretariat Harvesting Policy, August 26, 2016. Do I have a mover for that special resolution number 33? I have no mover. No mover, so that is pulled. Special resolution number 34. Special resolution number 34 regarding the presentation of resolutions at the Annual General Assembly. Do I have a mover for that one?
Present.
Jonas?
Yeah.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that one? Okay, and that is Vida? Okay. We have a mover and a seconder, and it's special resolution number 34 that I will ask to be read.
Special resolution number 34, special resolution regarding the presentation of resolutions at annual general assemblies. Whereas democratic discourse, discussion, and grassroots involvement have long been a strength of our political organization and of our traditional culture. Whereas several otherwise valid resolutions moved at the annual general assembly of the Métis Nation of Ontario were tabled in 2018. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA directs the following: that following deferment of resolutions provision be added as the new section 6 to the annual general assembly AGA process found in MNO policy 2011-002, process for conducting ordinary and special resolutions at a general assembly. Next slide. 6. All special resolutions and ordinary resolutions which are consistent with this policy and which are submitted in writing to the annual General Assembly will be presented to the General Assembly for a vote in the year in which they are submitted, unless one of the following 2 conditions are met. A, the Resolutions Committee presents one or more ordinary resolutions of deferment listing the resolutions which will not be presented, along with the reasons for them to not be presented. And after discussion, the Annual General Assembly passes such resolutions of deferment, or B, the mover agrees to retract or table the motion.
If I may,
The motion has been moved, seconded, and read. We're going to have a short discussion on the motion. Yes.
okay, I'll speak to it very briefly. I'd like everyone to, this is the worst possible time for this motion to come up when we're all tired and exhausted and have had too many resolutions for one evening, right? So I'd like everyone to try to set that aside. I'll just explain the basic intent behind this, which is based off of last year where a number of resolutions weren't brought to a vote. And it seems to me that it makes sense. This would do two things. It would produce an obligation for the organizers of the Annual General Assembly to ensure that enough time was given to hear resolutions so that they weren't prevented from happening that way. And it also requires the Resolutions Committee to come back and report to the Annual General Assembly as to why resolutions weren't heard, why they disappeared or were deprioritized, and give a list of reasons which would then be passed. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on that? Question has been called, and I don't see anybody lining up at the mics, so we'll ask if we have consensus. If you want to break consensus, either raise your hand or use your clicker. We don't have consensus, so we were going to go to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1.
Hi, sorry, France, Laura Lee Kearns. Can we get clarification on just exactly what it means?
He spoke to it, so...
However the people understand.
2. 3. I notice I say 3, not 3. 4. 5. Voting is now closed. So, can I have where's Sharon? Okay. We have 2/3? It's defeated? It's defeated. We don't have 2/3. Thank you for that. Okay. Motion is defeated because we need 2/3. Special resolution number 35. Special resolution number 35 regarding the minimum requirement for ratification of long-term binding agreement. So do I have a mover for that?
Still here.
Jonas? Do I have a seconder for that? Vida? All right. We have a motion that's been moved and seconded, and it will be read. And fair warning, we have 15 minutes left.
Can I speed read? You want me to speed read? Okay. Special resolution number 35. Special resolution regarding the minimum requirements for ratification of long-term binding agreements. Whereas Section 23.03 of the Métis Government Recognition and Self-Government Agreement states 23.03, the ratification process will have established rules, procedures, age of eligible electors, and requisite support levels for its conduct. Whereas most other governments around the world require significant levels of support from citizens, as well as other safeguards to approve or enact major decisions such as constitutional changes. Whereas the more rigorous minimum standard presented in this resolution, which would require that long-term binding decisions be approved by 33% of citizens, is still more rigorous than the current threshold in the bylaws for signing such agreements. Whereas most working documents and interim agreements are in place for less than 10 years prior to being reviewed and updated. Next slide. Whereas a minimum standard can be changed in the future should this standard be found to be either too onerous or of insufficient strength. Whereas including a minimum standard in the bylaws ensures that future changes to this standard will have to take place at an annual General Assembly where they can be publicly discussed and voted on. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA directs the following. In Section 46 on execution of documents of the MNO bylaws, remove 46, contracts, documents, or any instruments in writing require the signature of the MNO shall be signed by 2 officers who are duly authorized as signatories by the PCMNO, and all contracts, documents, and instruments in writing so signed shall be binding upon the MNO without any further authorization or formality. Next slide. And replace with the following. 46, contracts, documents, or any instruments in writing requiring the signature of the MNO shall be signed by 2 officers who are duly authorized as signatories by PCMNO, and all contracts, documents, and instruments in writing so signed shall be binding upon the MNO without any further authorization or formality, provided that they are binding for a period of 10 years or less. Contracts, agreements, documents, and instruments which are binding for longer than 10 years shall require a vote of citizens which returns ballots from at least 50% of citizens and which has a 65% or more of the returns ballot clearly indicating the citizen's support of the contract, agreement, document, or instrument in question in order for the contract, agreement, document, or instrument to be considered authorized and valid.
All right, motion 35 has been moved, seconded, and read. We will open it up for discussion, and I have people at the mic. So I will recognize mic 1, then mic 2.
Okay, so to clarify, I'd like to draw attention to the statement contracts, documents, or any instruments. So far as I can tell, an instrument could include something like a comprehensive claim or a modern treaty, or some other form of agreement with a government which would ultimately have some bearing, direct or indirect, upon our rights as Métis. And there seems to be a lack of mechanisms in the bylaws to ensure proper consultation in that. The suggestion here is essentially that if it's something which is 10 years or less, the PCMNO can just decide to do it in terms of an agreement. But long-term agreements which are more than 10 years should be put to a vote. And with the appearance of with the introduction of electronic voting, it becomes possible to consult with the entire citizenry for some of these decisions. So, yeah, it's establishing a minimum standard. There's one more thing I should probably speak to, which is the 2/3 requirement. 65% is similar to what's currently required for special resolutions, and the fact that 33% appeared earlier is due to the fact that half of 66% is 33%, and it only required that 50% of citizens actually return their ballots.
All right, thank you. Question has been called, so I will recognize mic 2 up to Ernie and mic 1 up to Mitch. Mic 2.
Jan Kilby, Grand River. I stand in support of this resolution. There's been a lot of talk at this particular AGA about decisions being made by Métis citizens for the benefit and the good of Métis citizens. This seems to me to be a reasonable compromise because it's saying that if it's a contract, an instrument, etc., that is for 10 years or less, the PCMNO has the authority and the right to sign on behalf of the citizens. But if it's something that's a longer term than that, then that is something that bears a direct impact on this generation, the next generation, and generations to follow. It therefore seems to me that we should have the right to vote on those before they are implemented and taken place and bind us, so that we then find ourselves in the position of having to try to attempt to renegotiate terms and conditions. And the one thing that I can think of is those First Nations people who were considered First Nations people, and those First Nations people who were considered non-status, and the attempts that have been made to renegotiate their status over the last 150, 160 years have been less than fruitful. And that is a warning, I think, for us. So we should very carefully consider this, and I believe that we should pass it.
All right, I will recognize Ernie, and who's behind Ernie? I'm sorry, I put the stop at Ernie because question had been called, so.
Ernie Gatchin, Region 4 Councillor. I just need a clarification maybe from Jason on if the regions sign our impact benefit agreements and the consultation committee signed those agreements, how this would impact that, because it's not normally put out to the citizenship for signature or for approval.
Yeah, that's right. I think the implications of this resolution haven't quite been thought through. So agreements like your harvesting agreement, I can tell you, I'm going to court on September 11th and 12th about governments canceling agreements on the Métis. Sometimes you want a longer agreement, you know, because you don't want to essentially, you want to be able to negotiate with the government quickly. We, in the harvesting agreement, negotiated quickly because we knew an election was upcoming and we didn't want the next government to essentially unilaterally amend that. The other thing the other thing too is this would bind impacts and benefits agreements that the regions decide whether they will sign those impacts and benefits agreements, and those are multi-year, 10-year plus agreements that go on for sometimes durations of the process for the project. The other thing too is I just want to flag, you know, our firm negotiates self-government agreements, modern day treaties. The idea that sometimes you will get 50% uptake or voting participation is not necessarily the case, and also you've essentially, you know, created a structure that you may not ever be able to realize some of these agreements. So I agree with, I think it was the mover's statements about some thought needs to be put into this so you are not put in a position where the MNO can't negotiate on rights or can't effectively move on things. But I do agree, and I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding. The MGRSA, or the Métis government, Métis self-government, so many acronyms, and it's late, but expressly state a full ratification of that agreement needs to take place. And I think that if that's what's driving this, that agreement itself has a built-in requirement for ratification. So I want to raise those because you will not allow the regions to negotiate the impacts and benefits agreements because they would fall within these terms. And and the harvesting agreement would have fallen within that. And there's a whole host of other agreements that are more than 10 years that would be arbitrarily captured by this. So I think you just want to consider the broader ramifications. I agree with the premise, but I also think that there's a better balancing that needs to be done.
Yeah, so I cannot support this resolution at this time because the authority has to stay with the regions and the regional consultation committees for doing our own MOUs and our impact benefit agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. Mic number 1.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Mitch Case, President MNO AGA. I have to speak against the motion, but not the intent of the motion, for just a few reasons. And I think, in my mind anyway, this would create a situation where we've always understood that this assembly can't pass motions that would create a financial obligation on the Secretariat. As we move ahead out of being a Secretariat and being a government, that problem is going to eliminate itself. But for the time being, that still applies, that those 19 people on the PCMNO are the ones who can be held legally responsible. And others, General Assembly members, can't. And so, so long as we are still the Secretariat, which those days are coming to an end, but as long as they're here, I think that this is premature in that regard. My other concern, actually it's not my concern, it was the woman who was at the other mic had mentioned it to me while we were standing here. She is concerned that it says all citizens, which could potentially go outside of, like, we've got from 16 up as your voting ages, and so that could potentially be an issue. And additionally, just here in Sault Ste. Marie about a month or so ago, anyone who lives locally will have seen the news about our relatives in Garden River who have tried to approve the ratification of their western boundary claim. The vote, I think, was 84% in favor of it, but only 63% of eligible voters voted, and they needed 65, and it failed. And so it was clear that the will of the people who voted wanted it, and it was within a hair of where it needed to be, but it didn't pass. And so I really worry about those sort of implications. I support the intent and where it's trying to get us, but again, I think these are the sort of things that need to be part of constitution building, not trying to, with baling wire and twine, hold the Secretariat to the way we want it to be. And so I support the intent, I just don't support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, Jonas, you can't talk to the motion anymore, but if you got something to say not concerning the motion, because I'd said Mitch was the last one, then we're going to go to a vote.
You want to ask a question of clarification, or?
No, it's gone. Okay, so we're going to move to see if we have consensus. Do we have consensus? If you want to break consensus, either raise your hand. Oh, we got it. The clicker. They're getting quick on the clicker. So we are going to vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against the resolution will press 2 on the clicker. Everyone abstaining from the voting will press 3 on the clicker. And I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Voting is now closed, and the results are it's defeated. Now, I know it's almost 5 o'clock. We only have one motion left to go, so we're going to entertain that motion, and then it will be done. Motion number 36. Motion number 36, option 1. Special resolution amending objection and appeal procedure in MNO Electoral Code Part A1. Do I have a mover?
Yes, right here, Sharon Cadeau.
Do I have a seconder? Do I have a seconder for this motion? Either Tim or Margaret? Margaret is the seconder. All right. We have a motion that's been moved and seconded, and it will be read. And this is the last one of the day.
Special Resolution Number 36, Option 1. Option 1, $250 fee paid ahead of time for each of the initial objection and appeal. Special Resolution amending objection and appeals procedures in MNO Electoral Code Part A. Whereas the MNO wishes to modernize MNO elections consistent with the recommendations of the June 2018 report on modernizing the MNO electoral codes A and B. Whereas the MNO wishes to provide for fair objections and appeals procedures for MNO elections consistent with standard election practices. And whereas the June 2018 report on modernizing the MNO electoral codes A and B recommended that certain amendments be made to Article 42, objections and appeals, including, next slide, adding the requirement for a written objection to include a $250 check, which will be disclosed if the objection is found not to be frivolous or vexatious, adding the option for the Chief Electoral Officer to recommend a by-election as a result of an investigation into an objection, adding the requirement that the nature of an objection to an election cannot change between the initial objections and the appeal, and adding the requirement that an appeal of the results of the Chief Electoral Officer's investigation be accompanied by a $250 check, which will be returned if the appeal is upheld or found not to be frivolous or vexatious. And whereas the MNO wishes to impose a fair fee for objections and appeals, bearing in mind that investigating appeals, including unfounded or frivolous appeals, cost the MNO thousands of dollars. Next slide. Therefore, it be resolved that the 2019 MNO AGA approves the recommended amendments and additions to the MNO Electoral Code Part A1 in Article 42.1, objection by candidate, add. The candidate's written objection must be accompanied by a $250 check if the appeal is upheld or is judged not to be frivolous or vexatious by the Chief Electoral Officer. The $250 fee will be returned to the candidate. After, a candidate may object to the announced results respecting his or her election in writing to the Chief Electoral Officer on or before May 25th in the year of the election. Such objection shall include the reasons for the candidate's objection and may include evidence and letters in support from other MNO citizens. 2. In Article 42.2, objection by candidate, replace. Next slide. On receipt of an objection pursuant to Article 42.1, the Chief Electoral Officer will investigate the question or issue, and for those purposes may interview any persons or review any materials necessary, and shall issue a decision in writing on or before June 1st in the year of the election. The Chief Electoral Officer's decision shall include his or her reasons for decision and shall inform the candidate of the availability of a further appeal pursuant to Article 42.3. Next slide, with the following. On receipt of an objection pursuant to Article 42.1, the Chief Electoral Officer will investigate the question or issue, and for those purposes may interview any persons or review any materials necessary, and shall issue a decision in writing on or before June 1st in the year of the election. The Chief Electoral Officer's decision shall include reasons for his or her decision and shall inform the candidates affected by the decision of the availability of an appeal pursuant to Article 42.3. The Chief Electoral Officer may, as a result of his or her investigation, recommend a by-election. If the Chief Electoral Officer makes this recommendation, the holding of the by-election is subject to the review and concurrence of an independent investigator appointed by the PCMNO. The candidate does not have to pay the $250 fee set out in Article 42.3 if the independent investigator is reviewing the decision of the Chief Electoral Officer to call for a by-election. All other applicable timelines and other procedures set out in Articles 42.4 to 42.12 apply. Last slide. In Article 42.3, appeal add. In the appealing the Chief Electoral Officer's decision on the candidate's objection, the candidate cannot substantially change the nature of the original objection that was provided pursuant to Article 42.1. The application for appeal must include a check for $250. If the appeal is upheld or is judged by the investigator appointed by the PCMNO pursuant to Article 42.5 not to be frivolous or vexatious, the $250 will be returned to the candidate. After, a candidate may apply to appeal the decision of the Chief Electoral Officer pursuant to Article 42.2. The application for appeal shall be in writing to the PCMNO on or before June 10th in the year of the election. The application for appeal shall state the reasons for the appeal and may include argument, evidence, and letters of support.
All right. Special resolution number 36, option 1, has been moved, seconded, and read. We will now open it for discussion. I will recognize Mike 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joseph Poitras, Senator. I agree with the spirit and intent of this resolution. The resolution, I believe, is designed to stop frivolous challenges to an election. My concern is the amount of money it costs to do this. $250 seems to me a considerable amount of money. It buys at least a week's worth of groceries, and for some people, that's quite a stretch. I think currently our election procedure allows for the two runners-up to appeal at no cost, and my preference is that we live with that existing procedure, because I really believe that $250 is a significant amount of money, and it's not going to recover the costs of the appeal anyhow. So I'm speaking against that resolution based singly on the cost of the appeal. Thank you.
All right, question has been called, so I will recognize up to Verna and Rick on this side. So, Mike number 2.
Rainy Gravel, PCMNO. I'm
sorry, Mike, Renee, and I do want to bring to your attention that it is past 5 o'clock. This is our last motion. Let's keep our comments to the options.
I'll try.
Okay.
I'm in favor of this motion. The only thing I don't like about this motion, contrary to my friend Joe, is that I think the fine's too low, for the simple reason that it costs the PCMNO 4 times that amount of money whenever we have to bring somebody in. So I'm for this motion. Thank you.
All right, Mike number 1.
Rick Paquette, Niagara Region. I'm not speaking on this motion, but I wanted to remind you that...
Yes, we did, and we talked about you're not speaking on this motion. I'm happy. Mike number 2.
I was probably going to speak to the same issue that my brother was over there, about the 2 options. Is that what you're going to mention?
We're dealing with option 1. That's the one that's been put forward.
Okay, well, I just wanted to point out that there is an option 2, and that perhaps we should explain the difference so that people can decide.
No, option 2 was not put forward. Let's discuss option 1. Verna.
Verna Porter Brunel, Senator. I believe that the $250 is right, because if it's worthwhile objecting to whatever problem you have with it, I think it's worthwhile paying for it, so I will be voting for this motion.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to ask the question if we have consensus, because we said we were recognizing up to Verna. Question had been called, so I'm sorry, Sharon, I'm not recognizing you.
Okay.
So we will move to, do we have consensus? No, we don't. That was quick. If someone, oh no, I did that. So now we are going to go to a vote. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on the clicker. Yes.
Sorry. Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just want to check on...
Yes, we
quorum.
have the time. We will
quorum.
check. Yes, we will check on quorum through the votes, and if we don't have the allotted vote that we have, that's what's nice about the clicker, then we'll do a quorum check. But if we have more than 132 votes cast, we're okay. That's beautiful. Everyone voting in favor of the resolution will press 1 on their clicker. Everyone voting against a resolution will press 2 on their clicker. Everyone abstaining from voting will press 3 on their clicker. I encourage everybody to vote. Voting is now open. Vote now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Voting is now closed, and the results are. Count that. Okay. No what?
No. No, it's not, didn't pass. No.
Eh? Yes, it's defeated. And we have quorum, though.
Yes, we have quorum.
That's what I was checking. All right, what's nice about the clicker is that we can also tell if we have 132 votes, and if not, then we ask for a quorum. So it beats 2 things. So now it brings, we did all our special resolutions. I was told that was defeated. It was withdrew. Well, it's withdrawn. It's withdrawn. Option 2 is withdrawn according to the chief. Okay, the chief, not the chief, the chair of the resolutions committee told me that it was withdrawn. So I want to congratulate everybody for staying this length and doing that. We have one more issue to deal, and then we can all go, because it takes 2 hours to fix the room. So supper will be a little late. Hank will speak to the issue of why some of the resolutions were not put forward. Table mic, please.
Hello.
Yeah.
Couple of the resolutions made reference to the Electoral Code Part B. This body here does not make changes to community council governing documents. The community members within that community council area make changes to their governing documents at their AGA, so they weren't in compliance with special business resolution policy. With regards to tab 45 resolution, it was a great resolution. It was very long, but 2 of the therefores were not in compliance with the MNO bylaws. So because 2 of the therefores weren't, the whole resolution was non-compliance.
Can I have my mic? Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. That's the explanation of why